Audio. Okay.
Okay, we're live.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect.
With Microsoft today. You're gonna learn all about Azure. Can you turn that off? I don't like the echo. Okay, anyway. We're a code school. We help adults transition into a career as software engineers. We have a couple upcoming classes. On Monday, we're gonna start intro to web development. So if any of you guys are new to web development, you wanna maybe see what it's about, it's a really great course to take. It will be online actually. And we have, actually, I'll just announce our scholarship. We recently, a week ago, actually, officially declared our new scholarship in partnership with Microsoft. They are helping fund a diversity in tech scholarship for our incoming career course cohort for June. So that's really exciting. Please spread the word. We want applicants. We want to get as many people in here as possible. There's only 5 scholarships, but we want all 5 of those to be claimed quickly. Thanks, Jonah. And yeah, so without further ado, Andres and Umar from Microsoft.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is really exciting to be part of, doing this work with Boca Code and the partnership that we've developed with Vanessa and Todd over the last couple of weeks. So my name is Andres. I am a cloud solution architect at Microsoft. And you guys might be wondering what that is. I don't know if people know what cloud solution architect means, but basically what I do.
Beer. Means beer.
It means beer. Exactly what it means. So I'm gonna have to be moving around. I can't stay here, but all right. Yeah. So basically, what I do is I work with customers, our customers, to build applications, their solutions, their systems in our cloud, right? And we're gonna talk a little bit more about what the cloud is. If you've never heard the word, probably you know what the word is, but you heard the word, but I don't know if you guys know what it means. But yeah, that's my role. Work directly with customers all around the country, sometimes international, and we help them take those applications that they have probably already in their data centers and let's move them over to Azure. Been with Microsoft for about 3 years. Before that, I used to work for GE as a cloud architect. That was my last role at GE as well. Actually, you work for GE too, right? You were telling me.
I helped them to build solutions in our cloud and specifically for healthcare. So
there you go.
I work with GE Healthcare.
Yeah. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing solutions in AWS. So if you guys know AWS or have experience with that, I can help. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing solutions in AWS. I started my cloud. If you guys know AWS or I went to UF, I don't know if any Gators. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing that's how I started my Gators. If you guys know AWS, and I'm finishing right now. I went to UF. I don't know if any Gators. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing quite a journey. I started my Gators. Some of my hobbies, I'm finishing right now. I don't know if any Gators. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing quite a journey. I Gators. Some of my hobbies, I'm finishing right now. I don't know if any Gators. Play around with these. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing quite a journey. Gators. Some of my hobbies, I'm finishing right now. I don't know if any Gators. Play around with these. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing quite a journey. Actually, before I do that, so Gators. Some of my hobbies, I'm finishing right now. I don't know if any Gators. Play around with these. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing quite a journey. Actually, before I do that, so Gators. Some of my hobbies, I'm finishing right now. I don't know if any Gators. Play around with these. So I was a cloud architect, and when I was at GE, I was actually doing quite a journey. Actually, before I do that, Royal Caribbean, Spirit, they're all based here in South Florida. So yeah, go ahead, Timur.
Thank you so much, everybody. Very happy to be here. My name in Portuguese, they say Elmar. I'm from Brazil, but here in the US, I've been here for 6 years, so they say Umar. So you can call me Umar or Elmar. So my job title is different than Andres. I'm a senior technology strategist because I'm more generalist. So I help organizations to build solutions on Azure as well as on Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams. So I have to help organizations to understand how they can monetize with Microsoft, regardless on which cloud, which technology they want to use. I'm also a founder of a startup, which is focused on fitness and lifestyle, because I'm a Brazilian black belt. So I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which is my passion. So I think I love Jiu-Jitsu the same way as I love technology. And I decided to combine those two things and build a very cool solution. I graduated in Brazil, but when I moved here, yes, if anybody, if you have some mats over there, happy to. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I live just 3 miles from here, so this is very convenient for me.
Here every day.
Yes, I will stop by and probably start working from here if that's possible. Yeah, I got my bachelor in information systems in Brazil, but when I moved here to the US, I wanted to improve my English, improve my writing skills. So I enrolled at FIU and I got another bachelor. And I also have an MBA in Brazil. And now, similar to Andres, I'm in grad school. I'm more focused on data engineering. So the combination of software development and data science at Harvard. And my passions, of course, jiu-jitsu, my wife, as I say, the boss. And I love English bulldogs, and these are my 2 dogs. I love them. And of course, as I mentioned, I'm a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I've been with Microsoft for 10 years, and over those 10 years, I've taken, I think, 15 Microsoft certifications. I didn't put all of them here, but I think the most important one is the Azure Architect, which is you got to have the foundations, then you have to have skills about infrastructure as well as application development. These are some companies I worked for or I helped them. So Itaú is the largest private bank in Brazil and also one of the top 3 in Latin America. I helped found the Imóvel app, which was the Brazilian version of Zillow or Realtor.com. So I worked with them when they had 2 developers, and when I left, they had 16 developers. And 2 years later, they sold the company, and I didn't get any money from that because I wanted to work for Microsoft. So you got to do what you want to do. As Andres mentioned, I helped GE Healthcare, not working for them directly. I supported them as part of my role at Microsoft. I've also worked in healthcare, helping healthcare organizations for 2 years and a half, working with Optum and United Health. And last year, I worked with Javion to create this very cool solution which combines Azure Maps and machine learning to talk about COVID and some of the areas that had more risks. And the cool thing is that this solution was highlighted on Times Magazine, and we made a lot of buzz within Microsoft last year. Pretty cool. Yeah, so this is me, happy to be co-presenting today. Andres is the rock star. I'll be here to support him, and I'll present, I think, after lunch.
All right, so now let's go around the room. We want to get to know you guys too. Quickly, just 3 things. You know, what's your name, experience with any cloud services, could be AWS, Azure, GCP, and what do you guys expect from this workshop, right? I know we have some people online, so if you guys want to put the same thing, maybe Umar is going to be checking the chat online. But yeah, let's go around the room. Maybe we want to start with that. Of course.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maddie. I have a little bit of experience with AWS, but not a whole lot. And from this workshop, I expect to probably get the same understanding of Azure as I do of AWS, which is actually, enough.
It's Maddie, right?
Yes.
Okay, nice to meet you, Maddie.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jose. I have no experience with cloud services, but how this works out, I expect to at least learn the fundamentals. And just go from there.
Perfect. You're in the right spot.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Todd Albert. I am pretty proficient in AWS, extremely proficient in Google Cloud and Firebase in particular. I know nothing about Azure. That's one of the reasons why we're all here.
You're in the right spot.
So now I'll be full cloud, and I've done a lot of hybrid cloud as well.
Awesome.
Hi everyone, my name is Ferdinand Caesar. I'm from Angola, and I just recently, 2 days ago, we started talking about AWS, and I'm excited to learn new content today.
Nice to meet you, Fernando.
Hi, I'm Jonah Allen. I have some experience with Firebase, Google Cloud, recently some AWS.
Okay. Nice to meet you. So no Azure experience then.
Oh, that's
Perfect.
no way.
Awesome.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Rose. I have some experience with AWS, a little more comfortable with Firebase, and I hope to learn a lot today and maybe do my project in Azure.
There you go. You might already promised credits for you, so
I've just announced, everybody who decides to do the project on Azure, I can give you some credits and you can post the project there. And it's not a trial, so it's money that you could use for a year or two.
Free cash, all right.
there you go.
Hello, everyone. I am Nikki Allen. I have some experience with AWS and Firebase, and I hope to learn all about Azure today.
Perfect.
Hey everyone, this is Rishi Gohil. I have experience with Azure. I'm currently moving the on-prem apps to Azure right now. I have my AZ900 in a couple of weeks, so I'm just here to brush up to some of the
This is exactly what this is for.
Have you paid for the certification already?
No, not yet. But the company is, they're both partners.
Which company you work for?
And both, campus management.
Okay.
Okay. Don't pay for the certification
Just kidding.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Andres. I'm from Venezuela.
There you
I have
go.
some experience in GCP and Firebase, thanks to Boca code. But now I'm working for a startup that has all of their technologies hosted in Azure.
There you go.
Very relevant and very important for me to be here.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Andres.
Good morning, my name is Adil Mariano. I don't have experience in Azure.
Okay.
But I went to learn.
Perfect.
Also known as Damien's wife.
I'm known as her husband. You'll see why. I'm new here, as you can tell. I have a little bit of experience, about 8-9 years of Azure, but always want to learn more.
Awesome.
Dennis Shea. Have some experience with the IBM cloud, but the technology before they acquired Red Hat, so it's quite evolved from that.
Yep.
So
Okay.
really looking forward to this. I mean, I looked at a little bit of the IoT services on Azure, but I really haven't played with it.
Perfect.
Jonathan Sanchez, thank you guys for being here. Got a little bit of experience in AWS, certified there, and Google Cloud Platform. And just wanted to see what's Azure about.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Corinne Stewart, and I have some basic knowledge about AWS and Azure. And I expect to learn a lot more and get certified.
Cool. Nice to meet you. Then
I'm James Zaka. I've already used Azure and I've already got my certification. I did this class to refresh my skills a bit, and I've been using it to publish my index and exploring its features that I'm using. And now I'm exploring it through this Azure app right here.
Oh yeah.
Just to let you know, if you want to do Azure on the road,
You can do it from the phone.
the Azure app is going to help.
What certification do you have?
Azure Fundamentals.
Fundamentals. Okay. And that's exactly what we're gonna cover today. Did I miss anybody? I think we got everybody, right? Vanessa, you already introduced yourself.
Speaks 14 languages.
Oh, she's amazing.
I'm Vanessa, Director of Marketing and Community Growth here at Boca. I'm not gonna be taking this with you, but I will be working alongside you today. And if you need it, you know, let me know.
She doesn't need it. That's
You already got it.
She already got it. Ladies.
All right. Did people online mention?
Actually, there are only 3 people online.
Okay.
Are the 3 of us?
I have 9.
Oh, so then I cannot say it.
Yeah, I have 9, but only 2 that responded. Nicole Guerrero, she's using Azure and ADO currently in her job as a backend software developer, would like to get more background knowledge.
Okay.
And Daniel Matos is using AWS to try and expand his knowledge. And we have Jorge Ortiz.
Perfect. All right. So thank you, everybody. And here's the agenda for today. We're gonna try to keep around this agenda, but we'll move things around depending on how things go. But around 12, we're gonna break for lunch. This morning, we're gonna talk about cloud and Azure fundamentals. Again, this is a fundamentals course, so we wanna make sure that everybody understands what the cloud is, the fundamentals of Azure. We're gonna look at some of the core services that we have in Azure. Break for lunch. We'll come back, we'll look at some of the core solutions in Azure, talk about management, security, cost, of course. There is some cost associated with the cloud, and you guys need to understand that as well. And then around 4 to 5, we'll distribute the vouchers for the certification, and we should be good to go. I think we said it was gonna be until 5 p.m. Well, it's Saturday. We'll probably try to be out of here around 4 p.m. so we can get a good beer somewhere.
Perfecto.
All right. All right, and then 4 goals for today, okay? So number 1, if you guys get out of here understanding what the cloud is and the fundamentals of Azure, goal number 1. Okay, we want to make sure that you guys have that understanding when you get out of here. Number 2, we want to prepare you for the AC 900 certification. So you're gonna take the certification soon. Everybody here should take the certification. What we're gonna cover today, is a good basis for you guys to take that certification. The fundamental certification is all about, again, fundamentals. So we're gonna cover a lot of services today. We're gonna be doing some labs. There's gonna be a hands-on experience. That's goal number 3, is make sure that you guys get the hands-on experience. But it's fundamentals, right? So it's the basics. And then at the end, I'm gonna touch a little bit on how, if you wanna learn more about a specific area, the cloud is a very big space, and depending on where you want to specialize, then I'll show you guys, where you can continue learning and specializing in that area. And then number 4, let's have fun. It's Saturday, so let's have some fun today. Let's learn, and I'm gonna try to keep it as engaging as possible with Umar. We're gonna be talking here, but we also want you guys to do the labs and learn, yourselves. So those are the goals for today. All right. Any questions?
No. What do we need? What do we need? What should we have ready to go?
Right. Oh, well, did everybody get their Azure account?
Yes.
Yep. Oh, was that sent to everybody? How?
There was an email that Vanessa sent.
But just go to Azure, like Google
Yeah.
Azure. Okay.
You can get a free account. You get like $200 credits. That's gonna be more than enough for what we're gonna do today.
It's just a
make
heads
sure you
up
get that.
and clarification. It does ask for your credit card, and the reason we do that is to validate your identity so we can reduce fraud. So that's why we're not gonna charge you unless you go there and remove the spending.
So we're gonna use your credit card?
No.
You need to validate your identity, not his.
You have the right to ask, you're right.
That's what's called assure. We want to assure you have a credit card on file.
All right. So with that, let's kick this off with module 1. And again, we're gonna talk about cloud concepts and some of the Azure fundamentals. So who wants to give me an idea of what do you guys think the cloud is?
Andres, apologies to interrupt. To keep this interactive, we have some swags to give away, so try to answer questions.
Oh yeah, let's get some stickers around here.
Ooh.
Oh, we're gonna have some stuff.
We got an answer over there.
Yeah, good point, Umar.
Is the cloud like basically a place where you can store like information and stuff like that in a place that's not your own?
You gotta see, my friend. That's one thing with the cloud is. Anybody else?
I'm gonna cheat here. What does it say?
Andres.
There he is.
Oh, sorry, Damien.
No.
I'd say flexible computing resources for you to do, because you can have databases, you can have backend services, but you have the flexibility of increasing or reducing the amount of resources depending on demands.
Yep, that's one thing the cloud is. Sticker for you. I don't think you have stickers, but I'll give you one.
This can be the first one.
And you can put on top of the Apple logo, okay?
It's someone else's computer.
It's someone else's computer. It's a way to define the cloud depending on which cloud. We're gonna talk about different clouds, right? So the public cloud is somebody else's data center or computer. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it doesn't bother me, but I don't know if it would be the people online. How do you say, what do you call this? For H1, is it okay, Google, right? Hey, Google, there you go.
That's one way.
I know Alexa, but not that one. All right, so yeah, let's talk about the different types of clouds then, because you had a good point there. Well, first of all, what is cloud computing in general? Is compute, networking, storage, analytics. It's not just one thing, it's a mix of different services. And they're usually delivered over the internet, right? So you mentioned somebody else's computer, right? It is, sometimes you have a compute, a VM, a network that is hosted in somebody else's data center, and then we deliver those services over the internet, okay? But there is different types of clouds. So one type of cloud, and this is kind of a, this is, oops. Let's see, this is backwards. Okay. All right. So the public cloud, I should like to start with this one actually. The private cloud is, I mean, it's just your data center. You know, companies, you know, before the public cloud started, you just call it a data center. You know, you have to host your VMs, your servers, your networks, and you own or you lease space in a data center so you can have your applications. Okay? The organization is responsible for maintaining those data centers. So that means they have to hire network administrators, network engineers, server administrators to be able to maintain and have their data centers. There is, the problem with that is, well, you have to maintain the data center, right? You gotta hire this talent. You guys remember when I was presenting the list of customers that I work with, like Spirit Airlines and the cruise companies, they're not in the business of managing data centers. That's not their business, right? Spirit Airlines, they want to make sure that their planes are departing on time so they can make money out of that. In Carnival and Royal Caribbean, they want to make sure that you're not spending money on the pina coladas at the pool, right? That's what their focus of their business is. Their business is not about managing data centers, okay? Now, before the public clouds existed, well, they had to do it, they had to hire people to do that. But now with the invention of the public cloud, and let me go back here, now they don't have to worry about that, right? So now they're saying, hey, you, Microsoft, or you, Amazon or Google, you have your data center, let me put my application to your data center, you manage that. You know, we are in the business of managing data centers. That's what Microsoft does, that's what Google does. We're very good at doing that. So let me put your applications in your cloud, and then we don't have to worry about managing, you know, that infrastructure anymore. So that's what the public cloud is. So when I mention the word cloud later in the future in the workshop, usually I'm going to refer to the public cloud, and that's what most people, when they talk about the cloud, they're talking about the public cloud. When a different a provider gives you the storage, the networking, and those things. And then there is a concept of a hybrid cloud. And this is a world where Microsoft, we think we're going to live in. There is not going to be just a public cloud or a private cloud. There's going to be a mix of both. There's going to be a combination of both. Are you guys familiar with IoT? Internet of Things?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
All right. So when you think about your thermostat at home, right? The new smart thermostat, or even your Apple Watches, whatever you guys have, is collecting data and then sending this data to a cloud, right? That's the world we're going to be living in. When I was working at GE before coming to Microsoft, one of the things that I was doing is we had power plants, people has power plants all around the world, or we sell turbines to power plants all around the world. And then we have sensors that collect data from those power plants and send this data to the cloud. In that case, it was AWS. We collect this data, and then we can, with that data, predict when a turbine is going to fail. So we can tell the customer, hey, that thing's going to fail, shut it off, replace this part before, you know, it's catastrophic. So that's the world where you have things that are going to be on premises, in your own data center, those devices, those sensors. But then you have all these analytics and this compute running in the public cloud, where you take all this data and then you can run, you know, all this analysis. So that's the world that we think we're going to be living in. It's a hybrid cloud. It's a combination of both public and private. Again, a little bit about just a comparison. I went through this, but public cloud means somebody else's own the infrastructure. You put your applications there. private cloud, you own it, you're responsible, you have full control, which has its benefits, but also you have to have, the employees and the infrastructure to support those data centers. And hybrid cloud is a mix of both. Okay, so what are some benefits of the public cloud? Now I want to be talking about the public cloud. So what do you guys think are some benefits of the cloud?
Anybody can access them.
Yeah, it's publicly available, like anybody can access those.
Andres, you're walking away from my phone, I can't hear you great on the stream.
It's pretty hard to just be in one spot. All right, I'm gonna try to be here. All right, so what else do you think is
You don't need an initial capital investment.
Yep, that is one of the benefits. And we're gonna go over that. Oh yeah, secret for you.
I can do it.
You
can take care of the
secrets, there you go.
Low cost maintenance, high scalability.
High scalability. Yep, low cost. It can be low cost if you architect the application
Low
well.
cost maintenance.
Yep,
Huh?
I don't think he has. Yeah, so you guys mentioned some of this, right? So you talked about scalability is one of the words. I mean, we have massive data centers all around the world, and you can design an application as small as a web application that you put in the cloud, or you can do something like, hey, you guys watch Netflix?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? That's hosted in the cloud, right? Again, not in Azure, in AWS, but it's hosted in AWS, right? And in the cloud. So you can have this massive application.
Didn't they build Spinnaker to allow them to deploy across multiple clouds?
Not sure. I mean, last time that I checked, it was in AWS, but maybe they already have multiple.
I think
Clouds.
so. I think they're across multiple clouds.
Probably. And that's where most companies are going now is, just go multiple clouds, not just one. That's what I'm saying. I think you mentioned pay enough upfront costs, right? So in the old world, you had to go buy a server, get your data center, install the server, and have all this capital expenditure right upfront. Now, with the public cloud, as you use it, then you pay for that. It's very similar to a good analogy that I like to use is when if you need electricity for your building, you have a new business, you need electricity. You can probably build your own power plant if you want, right? Or you can pay somebody else that knows how to do it really well. You just pay for whatever you use, right? So it's the same concept. You pay for what you use in the cloud. Automation is a big concept or benefit in the cloud. You can, again, back to the example, before if you needed to deploy a new application, might take months for you to do it because you need to buy the server, deploy it, configure it, then bring the network people, cable that server, all of that stuff, before the developers can come in, deploy your application, test it, all of that. In the cloud, you can build a script and have all this infrastructure deployed in a matter of minutes. So that's that, and that brings you the automation and the agility. So again, I'm not gonna go over each single one here, but there is multiple benefits of moving to the cloud. So let's talk a little bit about that, the capital expenditure versus OpEx. Again, before in the old world, you had to spend those servers and that infrastructure upfront, and then usually you amortize that cost over multiple years. In the cloud world is more of an operational expense. As you use it, you pay, and that's kind of like what the new model is. It's a consumption-based model. You only pay as you consume those services. So an example here of cost comparison between on-prem, and by on-prem we mean the private cloud or your own data center, and the public cloud is that line in blue is, let's say that's your server demand. And then you have a, very stable throughout the year. And then Black Friday comes, everybody goes to your e-commerce site to buy stuff. And then, it spikes. But for you to be able to prepare for that, you probably have to, in the old world, you have to have, 100 servers already deployed and running. So you can be ready for just those, that one day or that one marketing campaign that you had where a lot of people came to your website. And then you have to pay. So those servers are underutilized because you have a bunch of servers that are doing absolutely nothing. In the cloud, you can follow that demand very closely. So you can turn on and turn off servers as you need, and you only pay for what you actually need. And you can follow that demand very closely. So there's definitely some cost benefits to the cloud. Again, you gotta be smart about how you design the application, because you also have the fact that it's very easy to deploy stuff. And then people start, oh yeah, let's put a database here and this other server, and then they forget that they deployed, and then at the end of the month, you gotta pay the bill. So, all right. So there is different service models when you move to the cloud, and this kind of talks about traditionally when the companies used to manage their own data centers, they had to worry about all these different layers, all the way from the networking of the data center and the storage and the servers. They had to manage all of this, virtualize it, and install the VMs and middleware, so you could deploy a web application. So you had to manage all of those different things. But as we move to the cloud, the first service model that we have is something called infrastructure as a service. Have you guys heard that before or not? Okay.
Question, which AWS service provides infrastructure as a service capability?
Well, I know, it's gotta be something like Parrot Lollipop or Blue Dolphin, no? Red Spirit.
S3 would be more of a platform as a service. Yeah. It's going to be EC2, it's going to be infrastructure as a service.
You weren't talking about where they bundle everything together into a package that has the servers and things ready.
No, I'm talking about virtual machines, which in AWS they call EC2 instances.
Yeah. So in this model, in infra as a service, we, the provider, we take care of the data center, the security of the data center, the networking of the data center up to the virtualization layer. Then you deploy a VM, and then you manage that VM. You have to patch the VM the same way you would do if the VM was on premises. You have to, install the security updates, all of that stuff. And, all the other layers above, the middleware applications that you need, the data, you have to, you take care of that. So that's the infrastructure as a service. In the AWS would be an EC2. In the Azure world, it's called an Azure VM, okay? Then we have a different service model called platform as a service. And that's where S3 would probably fall under this category because, or maybe an Azure SQL database. Firebase could be an platform as a service too. Is, you know what, we take care of all of that. We take care of the operating system, we patch it, we do all of that. You only focus about developing your application, putting in our, in our hosting environment, and you manage your application. In the case of a database, for example, Azure SQL, you don't have to worry about managing the operating system for that database. You don't have to worry about patching it, none of that. You worry about your data models, about your tables, and then you put that in Azure, and then we take care of all the other layers below that. And then finally is the concept of software as a service. And some good examples here, Office 365. If you guys use Google Docs, we give you the software, you pay for a license, you use it, you only worry about your data that you're putting there. But other than that, you don't care about how is that application developed in the background or none of that. You just use the service. Okay, Salesforce is another good example here. So that's software as a service. All right, talked about this already. So usually when I work with a customer that is looking to migrate to the cloud, this is usually the journey that we go through, right? All the way to the left where we says rehost. We usually take whatever the customer already has some VMs running in their data center with some databases. We do what's called a lift and shift. We take that and then move it to the cloud, and it's pretty much the same thing. Instead of VMs running in your data center, it's VMs running in our cloud. Nothing different. It's very similar, just VM running in a different data center. And that's called a rehost, and it's the easiest way to move to the cloud and get some of the benefits of the cloud. But then the goal is to try to move as far right as possible and move more towards PaaS services, managed services, right? So they don't have to worry about managing VMs anymore. They don't have to worry about any of that. Why? Because when you eliminate those layers, then you can focus, again, back to the example of Spirit and Carnival. They can focus more on the applications that they're developing for their business and not in managing VMs and patching VMs. Again, that's not what they do. That shouldn't be their focus. So they can focus on providing business value to their customers. So when you move to the cloud, we rehost and then we try to re-architect those applications. Okay, let's see, you have a SQL database and a Windows server. Why don't we move that data into Azure SQL so you don't have to worry about, that VM anymore? Or if you had an application with 5 different servers, why don't we just take that web application, put it into an Azure web app, and you don't have to worry about those 5 servers anymore. So that's kind of the idea. We start re-architecting and rebuilding this application. And at the end, it's probably going to be a combination. There's still going to be some IaaS, some infrastructure they're going to have to manage, but the goal is to limit that and move more towards PaaS services. Okay, any questions? From online, if you have any questions online too, if you want to put it on the chat, we have somebody monitoring the chat here.
As you're going through the software engineering program here and you are working as a developer seeking a job in the field, you probably will be building software as a service applications, what Andres showed on the right. So that's why it is important for you to understand if you're going to use platform as a service or infrastructure as a service, because most of the companies today, when they're building solutions, they want those solutions to be software as a service, because this is better for customers. Customers pay for what they use. It's very easy to manage, and again, it becomes just a service. So keep that in mind, that as a developer today, it's not just about coding. You got to understand how your application is going to be served. So in my case, I only work with developers. 95% of the organizations, they're building software as a service applications.
Can you briefly explain again the difference between infrastructure and platform?
And platform? Yeah, so let's talk about, do you know databases?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll give you an example. If you have a SQL database in the traditional world, you have to have a server. You install SQL Server or MySQL or whatever, database software you use. And then then once you have the database software, then you can have your tables and, their data models and all that created and your data inside the database. So you have to manage all the different 3 components: the server, the operating system, the patching, the software application for SQL, and then your data. In the PaaS world, then the provider, Microsoft, Azure, AWS, or whoever the provider is, we manage the server and we manage the software, the database software. So you don't have to worry about that. All you worry about is moving the data and then building your tables and your application using, just focus on that. Everything else we manage. So you don't have to patch the server anymore. You don't have to install any security updates or anything like that because we manage that. So that's the difference. And again, the benefit to that is, as a customer, is you don't want to be in the business of managing servers, and you probably can focus in your application, a specific use case for your application and your data. You don't have to worry about the layers underneath. We will take care of that.
I think somebody had a question. Somebody else had a question.
Online or?
No, I think the gentleman in the end, please.
Yep.
We can move on, yeah.
You have another question over there?
No, I was just giving a thumbs up.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so now let's focus on Azure, which is what we're going to be learning today. So Azure is Microsoft's public cloud computing platform. So we talk about the public cloud, and that's what the name of the product is for the public cloud in Microsoft. We have over 100 data centers across 60 different regions worldwide, and we're going to talk about what a region is in a second. But you see, we have, and these are massive data centers.
is there gonna be a new name for Microsoft service when it's private? Are you gonna go into that?
What do you mean?
You said like Microsoft's public, Azure is Microsoft public.
Oh, because remember when I talked about the different types of clouds?
Yeah.
There is a private cloud. The private cloud is you, as, let's say, as a company, you own it.
And then the hybrid is still called Azure.
Hybrid is kind of a, we in Microsoft, we have services that run in your data center and services that run in the public cloud. But yeah, Azure is just the name of the public clouds because we are providing this services is the concept.
Sorry,
No, go ahead.
Jumping,
Go ahead.
just for your information, if you combine the number of regions that AWS and Google have, it's still less than the number of data centers that Microsoft has.
Nice.
So if you're a very large.
The next slide was going to talk about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You stole my my thunder.
About the India data center, you gonna talk about that? Azure was the first one to have a data center in India, not AWS, not Google.
Yep, there you go. I didn't know that.
Same in the Middle East. If when we look at Azure, especially large organizations, globalized organizations, they choose Azure. Why? Because Microsoft has been working with large organizations for many years, and also because we have this exposure, we have this presence in many countries. Where Google is brand new, they are not in the business of cloud, they're in the business of getting good logos in their website. While AWS has a good solution, but they have focused a lot here in the US and some other countries in Europe.
You're making fun of, I think it's a good logo.
There is a new logo actually. That's the old logo. I think you saw it in the app, the new logo.
I feel like some get hurt.
I hope by the end of today, I will convince you all to build your project on Azure. That's what I do for a living. I recruit people from Google and AWS.
I'm way ahead of you.
There you go. Yeah, so available in 140 countries, and again, hyperscale computing, one of the top 3 networks in the world. Like, it's unbelievable the number of cabling that we've done to connect all these data centers all around the world. Is a huge, one of the biggest networks in the planet today. So here's what you were saying earlier, 60 plus region, more than AWS and Google combined. So it's a massive network, what we have. So what exactly is a region in Azure? So let's start talking about some of those fundamentals. A region is basically a group of data centers located somewhere in the world. So you see the map. Here on the East Coast, we have some data centers in Virginia, and then the region is called East US, right? If you're in California, there is a region over there called West US, and then just a group of data centers that are in close proximity. And you'll see when we jump into the Azure portal to deploy stuff, that anytime you're going to deploy something in Azure, the first question is, where do you want to deploy this? In what region, right? Which region should you select? Well, in today's class, we can probably select East US because it's the one closest to us. Mm-hmm. But when you're deploying applications, you got to think about what are your users located that are going to be using that application or solution, right? So if you're here in Miami or in Boca, but your users are going to be, I don't know, you're deploying an application for somebody in Europe, then you probably want to create those services in Europe because your users are going to be accessing those services over there, right? But that's what a region is. It's a group of data centers in close proximity, okay? And then we have a concept of region pairs. So again, a little bit about in Azure has a pair. What does that mean? So let's take an example of East US. The pair of East US is West US. So some services in Azure automatically replicate between East US and West US. So if something happens, if there is a natural disaster, it has to be something big that completely shuts down all those data centers in East US. Then some services in Azure automatically start working in West US. Other services, we give you the option as a customer to say, the way you design your application, this is where the architecture comes into place. You can design your application in a way that you have the service in the East US and also in West US, and that way there is redundancy there. Now with the region pair, the concept is that we ensure that we're not gonna be patching both regions at the same time. You gotta remember, these are data centers. These are servers with operating systems and software. Even if we manage it, we still have to patch those servers, right? We gotta take care of that. And with the concept of regional pair, we say we're gonna patch East US, but we're not gonna touch West US yet. Once we know everything's working here, then we do it to the other one. We're not gonna do it at the same time to ensure that there is no issue that are gonna affect both regions, okay? So that's the concept of region pairs. And the other benefit of region pairs is if one of the, if let's say both regions go down for whatever reason, we're gonna prioritize the recovery of one of those regions immediately of that pair.
Failover region.
Yeah. And again, some services already automatically do the failover. Others, it's up to you to configure. Okay. And then within a region, we have a concept of availability zone. So
I'm sorry, you just said that some of the zones have automatic failover and some of them you have to configure?
some of the services. So for example, storage. You configure a storage account with the automatic replication. Then if you put an image in East US, it automatically gets replicated to West US. You don't have to do anything about that because it does this replication in the back. Now, if you're talking about VMs, for example, then it is up to you when you design your application to deploy some VMs in this region and then the other VMs in the other region and then work out, how you want to distribute the traffic and the load balancing and all of that stuff.
Okay.
And then availability zones, if you are familiar with AWS, is the same concept. So you can think of an availability zone as a region is a group of data centers, and availability zone, you can think of it as one of those data centers. So they're, part of one region. So a region has multiple availability zones. And again, the idea here is if you design an application and put one VM in availability zone 1 and then the other VM in availability zone 2, then if for whatever reason one of those availability zone / data centers goes down, then at least you have the VM on the other one. So they have, yes.
What is it?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Oh, a virtual machine. It's like a server,
Okay.
like a server that in the traditional world, you have a physical server that is in a data center, and then you can have multiple virtual machines installed on top of that physical server.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And you
Sorry
can
about-
choose, we're implementing this virtual machine, you can choose which availability zone to deploy.
Yeah, so when you're gonna deploy the VM, and you'll see it in the portal today, you can select, okay, I wanna go availability zone 1, and this other VM, I'm gonna deploy in availability zone 2.
Awesome.
Okay.
Are the zones strictly for like disaster recovery, or let's say it's Good Friday, which may be a holiday in the US, not, a busy shopping day in the US, but not in Brazil or Europe?
Yep.
Do you do any load balance, or do you offload any other work like off to another region while you're, or is the region is really for more availability and disaster?
Both are for availability and disaster. The difference is the availability zone is for availability within a region. So you have multiple data centers, let's say in Virginia.
Right.
If one of those data centers goes down, if you deploy your application in 2 availability zones, then your application is still going to work on the other one, right?
But I'm just saying, let's say it's Good Friday.
Mhm.
All the servers in Virginia,
Mhm.
if they're in commerce, have been busy.
Mhm.
Do you offload any of that work to other different times? You could if you want.
You can do it if you want, but it's up to you to design the application that
So
way.
that's really the user,
Right. And that's what I was saying earlier. Some services automatically do that replication to another region. Other services is up to you. And of course, you gotta pay for that, right? So if you wanna have 2 VMs running in one region and the other, you're paying for these 2 VMs, right? Or if you wanna have storage automatically replicating, then it's gonna be more expensive than if you had the storage just in one single region.
What criteria should we use to select the zone?
The zone,
Yeah.
there isn't really a criteria. So when just make sure that again, we'll see this in the portal. If you want to design your application to sustain a downtime within the region, make sure that you distribute one availability zone one VM in one AZ and the other VM in a different AZ. But there isn't any difference between AZ 1 and 2 and 3. It's just there isn't any difference there. Just want to make sure that you know have distribute that in a little bit about in Azure has a pair.
There's also a specific guidance
What?
in terms of the
But there isn't any-
you get if your VMs are deployed within our availability zone. I can send you the link, but of course, if you're only deploying one VM and it's not on an availability zone, I think you get 99.95. If you deploy on an availability zone, you get 99.99, right? So it's going to change the SLA that you get for the.
Do you know what the SLA means?
The lifetime.
Service level agreement, and we're gonna
time that we guarantee for your solution to you.
we're gonna touch on that on a little bit too.
You see, I should stop interjecting. Because he's gonna go.
I think, are you covering that? I don't know. One of us is covering that.
It's like he's seen the slides before.
Clairvoyant, so.
Yeah.
So we're saying like in a region, or in a bit of that's all right. So like if one of those centers shuts down, then it goes to another center in that same availability zone, but all of those are shut down or something happens, then it goes to another region.
But you have to configure your application that way. So we in the cloud, we give you these options, right? Here's the menu. You choose, and if you want to have your application replicated in 2 regions, then that's fine. You can do it. You got to pay more because you now have the application running in 2 different regions, right? But yes, that's exactly what it means. So if everything shows down in one region, then you can have your application or your solution running in a different region. But you got to design your application that way. And that's like what I do in my job today is work with customers. As a cloud architect, we look at, okay, what do you have? What are your business requirements, for this application? Some applications may not be that critical where, hey, if it goes down for a couple of hours, that's fine. But if there is an application that is running, an accounting system in the background or financial system that it needs to be running all the time, then we got to make sure that we design it the right way. It's going to be more expensive, but the cost of not having that application up and running is more expensive to the business than the cost of, paying for the dual region.
Does Azure have any document-based databases? I see SQL.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called Cosmos DB. All right. So what is an Azure resource is anything like a virtual machine, a storage, so anytime you're going to deploy something in Azure, we call it a resource, right? So a VM, a storage account, a virtual network, a SQL database, each of those is called a resource. And there is a bunch of resources that you can see. I don't know if this list covers everything, but at least it has a,
Hold on, she's running there.
and then kind of the way it's organized, you see at the bottom, we have all the infrastructure as a service resources. In the middle, we see the platform as a service resources that we talked about. So these are more managed services where we take care of managing many of the layers underneath, and you just focus on your AI model that you're building or your database.
This is beautiful. This really makes it obvious what's what. That's good.
It's like a chart like that, is that on the online? Is there like tutorials or something online?
This chart,
Yeah.
I've never seen online,
Okay.
but I can send it to you guys.
That would be a good chart.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to take pictures?
Yeah, go ahead. Now, this is why that's why I was saying at the beginning of this workshop, what we're gonna be covering the fundamentals, because it's gonna be impossible. Even myself, working in the cloud for so many years, I don't know all of these services.
If anyone memorizes, they're gonna get a $25 gift card for them.
There you go.
That's why we're taking pictures.
His phone has it memorized. His phone, you get 25.
I think if you memorize that, you get them off.
There we go.
These are all the different services that we have, and again, it's impossible to know it all.
Got it.
The way, for example, in Microsoft, we organize our cloud architects is some people are more focused on the data space, and they know the data services. Myself, I'm more on the apps and infra space, so I know more of the, those type of services on my side. Because it's impossible to know all those services.
Are you gonna talk about like DevOps at all?
We're gonna cover it on what it is, the product, but we're not gonna go deep in that area.
Got it.
I think it is on my slide, right? Azure Core Solutions. Is up
Yeah.
to the right.
You're gonna mention it.
But then, because if you have any DevOps questions, you can answer.
Yeah.
Is that your what you like to do?
Oh, no, I worked in Azure for 2 years as a junior system admin. I helped set up multiple environments in Azure, so.
Got it.
Only thing I didn't get to touch was DevOps.
Got it.
So that's why I was asking.
So that's what you came here today for? sorry to disappoint.
It's cool.
Yeah, no, DevOps, again, there's a whole certification just on Azure
Yeah,
DevOps.
I know.
So there's multiple certifications and each one covers, different services.
But those combination certificates that are like for DevOps include this one, right? This one that we're learning today.
What do you mean?
That you can still have Microsoft that's like you have 3 certificates and that becomes like a major certificate. It's like developer advocate, architect.
Yeah.
Thank you. and all that.
So what?
A lot of them need this as the core.
I think some certifications do require the fundamentals, I believe.
And for the Azure Architect and the Azure DevOps Engineer, you don't require the AZ900, the Azure Fundamentals.
But it helps.
But it helps a lot.
It helps.
And even for me that I don't touch the basics, the fundamentals every day, this is very important.
Yeah.
This is very important. I had to review these slides before coming here because it's like you don't review your bubble sort algorithm every day when you're coding. But when you are using frameworks that implement a bubble sort algorithm, you gotta know how they work. So that's the importance of knowing the fundamentals.
I thought you were gonna say stop using the library. I get it.
Yeah, so it's not a requirement for you to be an architect or to be an Azure DevOps engineer, but it does help.
Is your mic on?
No, it's not.
Should we? I don't know if it's gonna be echo or something, but I'll just make sure that.
Just let them know. Funny question, great answer.
There you go. All right. So an Azure subscription is a billing container. So anytime you're gonna create a resource, one of those resources that we saw, you need to put it inside a subscription. And that's, again, a billing container. So when you came here, you created your Azure accounts, an Azure subscription was created for you. There is a credit card associated with that subscription. Now, you guys got free credits, so it's not gonna be used. But in the case of an organization, for example, they have multiple subscriptions, and then each subscription is tied to an individual within that organization that is responsible for paying the tab. Again, it's not free. Somebody has to pay for that. So that's what the Azure subscription is, a billing container. And it also provides an access control boundary. So you can control permissions, at the subscription level, who has access into these resources, that kind of stuff.
So it's connected to one person, but multiple people can use it.
Yes. Somebody is owning the billing.
Yes.
Right? In the case of your accounts, it's personal accounts, so it's associated to a credit card.
Right.
In the case of an organization, they usually have an enterprise agreement with us, and then the billing starts, rolling up.
It's like Netflix.
Like Netflix, yeah. Exactly.
You know whose billing is on? Caesar's. That's his credit card.
Yeah, we're all on his Netflix.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So that's a good analogy right there.
It's like, I don't know, one person owns it, and then it's a perfect analogy.
He needs password, let us know.
And then within a subscription, and by the way, this is about to be done relatively soon, and we'll go and do some labs. I know you guys want to talk all the time. Within a subscription, then you have resource groups. So you have a subscription. Yes, you're right. So within a subscription, again, somebody pays for the subscription, it's associated with a credit card, and then within a subscription, you have something called resource groups. And you can think of it as a folder directory of resources. You just group resources. You might have a resource group with a virtual machine, a VM, all right, and a database, and maybe a virtual network. So you can have all these resources within a resource group. Now, what's the purpose of that? Is mostly 2 things. One, again, is access control. So you can have a subscription where, the owner is John. but then each resource group individually, instead of giving access to the entire subscription, like the Netflix example, you can just give access to, hey, this is owned by Andres, this resource group, and then this other resource group, is owned by Eumar, and then he's responsible for those resources inside here. So that's one reason, is the access control. And then the other reason is for, you kind of like manage the life cycle of your application within the resource group. So if tomorrow management decides, hey, you know what, that application we're working on, we don't need it anymore. So you can just delete the resource group, and everything inside that pretty much it's gone. So you can, like, you try to group things that have kind of the same life cycle within a resource group. All right, so time for some labs. We're gonna explore the Azure portal. Let me ask you again, everybody has an Azure account, or we need Azure accounts? You have one? Does anybody
Does
not have an Azure account?
That's all you need, right? Just the account. No SDK, no nothing, right?
No, just the account.
Nothing installed.
Well, I'm surprised that everybody did the job.
Nice.
We brought some extra passes thinking that some people were not gonna do it, but
responsible people. I have an Azure, but that's
Read
like,
Vanessa's notes.
I see that. That's good.
I have an Azure account, but that one's tied for something else.
So he needs.
I think I might need one of those.
All right.
Yeah. But I'll set one up before.
So should we give, let's give him one of the Azure passes. How do we email?
Do you have the link for the Zoom link, the Zoom session?
Was it sent in Slack?
We're sharing now. Talking, if you could share the Zoom link.
Yeah, it's just because we can have a private chat on Zoom, and I can send through Zoom.
Okay, no issue.
Why don't you just send it to me, and then we can send it via
Okay.
Slack or whatever.
Okay.
If you guys if you're not in the Boca Code Slack, just go to bocacode.com, and like right in the top, in the bottom right, there should be like, it says join the conversation, and you can click and it joins our Slack. Most of you are probably in our Slack already. But yeah, Umar, if you put it in the chat, I can put it in the chat for YouTube and Facebook as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'll put it in the events channel in Boca Code Slack.
So the only thing is that the codes that I'm going to provide you, they should be sent to each individual. Don't share that with the entire chat.
You can just send it to me directly. In Slack.
Oh,
so they can.
Okay, so you want everybody on the Zoom. Okay, let's do that then.
It's up to you. If you want, I can just.
Or you can just email it to him directly, yeah.
Yeah,
Just give him the email.
It's my first name, last name at outlook.com.
So the Zoom link is now in the events channel. I just saw you join the Slack.
Sorry, guys. I thought,
No worries.
I thought it was just a presentation.
No worries.
How long you been working for Microsoft?
For about 2 years and a half now.
Don't. Somebody
Has
do it.
anyone ever told?
Somebody already told me that.
Oh, wow. Is that a good thing?
Yes.
I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but
Yeah.
somebody
He
told
was
me
on
that.
that 7-day show.
What was that?
Oh, guys, if you join the Zoom, make sure you're on mute and your volume's
Yes,
off.
right?
When you join Zoom, make sure. you're
Yeah,
on
somebody
mute.
told me that a long time ago, but it's like the second time that I hear that.
I saw you. I love that 70 show, which is what he
Yeah.
said, and I was like, oh.
He's,
God, you look just
he's
like
actually
this.
from Venezuela, I think. This
Is
guy.
he?
Yeah, I think so.
I hope
Look it up.
Looking. I don't know who is the guy.
Hey, he's really good looking.
Yeah. It says he's His nationality.
or his
is
background,
Mexican.
look at his parents or something. I think he might
He's
be.
definitely, yeah, he's definitely Spanish.
Yeah, he has some Hispanic.
And somehow he stopped working at TV, he started working at Microsoft.
Yeah, he got tired of the TV, you know.
See, I'm just saying.
He got into cloud business.
It's an obvious transition, right?
Once you hit the ceiling.
It was gonna happen.
you
It was gonna happen at some point. You got the email?
I'm looking right now.
All right.
waiting on it.
And then, do you have the link or where he can activate the pass?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Working on that.
He lived in Miami. It's my brother.
Coincidence?
He's gonna get home, he's gonna be, we got caught again.
Andres, why are you sharing, what keys are you sharing with us? I'm sorry, I missed that.
For the people that didn't open a national account, we brought some passes. So it's just for, I think it's just you, right? Everybody else has a national account?
Oh, okay, so it's only if you don't have an Azure account.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And at the end of today, if you decide that you want to do your project, I can give you $50 to host your application to do all the testing.
Ooh. Oh, there you go. Fancy.
But if you're an instructor and you're teaching your kids how to use Azure, he's gonna give you 500.
But to you,
500. 500.
All right, are we, you good? Oh, you have
Just one second, I'm working on that, please.
Okay, but I guess, I mean, you've used Azure before, right? So I think what I'm gonna do is very basic, but so if you guys wanna go to portal.azure.com, that's the main, site to interact with Azure.
Mine looks very different.
How does yours look? Let me see.
Blank?
I mean, it doesn't show the recent resources.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's mine.
Oh.
You have a subscription? We'll search here for subscription. Search for subscription.
I just sent the email, please let me know if you got it.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I don't have any of these.
How do I pronounce your names?
You can click just
No,
call me
no,
Room.
you're fine.
No, but I'm saying.
You can just call me Room.
Okay, Yumar is how you pronounce my name. Yumar, yes.
Yumar. No, appreciate it.
Oh, you're reading to it.
So, I guess I can.
I got a question for you. When you get a chance.
Sure. I will go there. Let me just get some water and I'll come back. Okay.
All right, so if you got guys on the portal, let's do something here to make sure that you're ready to go.
Ready.
Up here on the top search bar, search for subscriptions. And click on subscriptions. And then you should all see a subscription here. I have a couple different subscriptions, but open whatever subscription you see.
I see one.
Yeah, that should be fine. You should only see one unless you have more, but and all I want to see is to make sure that you guys see the credit that you have.
Your $200 free credit expires in 30 days.
It says right there.
Bottom right hand corner.
All right, yeah. So you see, I have a credit of $150. You should all see your $200 credit. You see it?
I just see this.
It's asking us to go.
I don't see anything
Where
else.
is it? Like, okay.
Oh, yeah, you good.
I'm good?
Because-
Do you want to search that?
I don't see it.
Yeah, no, it's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it looks different.
Excuse me, mine's in dark mode, excuse me.
You're right.
Have experience in it, that makes me feel like
You can see.
a little more
Yeah,
confident.
$50 credit.
What are you looking at?
What is looking for?
I think that should be, you know, fully available today. If you run out, then we'll give you a pass. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good. I think that's fine. That should be fine.
Right.
Como todos juntos. Es muy fuerte. So if you click on that one, it's more for you. Yo tengo 50 recargas. I don't know why. Imagine we get charged. Like, because I have Mobi on site, just like.
Are you open here?
I prefer it.
Okay.
No, he went to he clicked up there and- Then you chose the one.
I was like, I know, that's why I don't know.
Okay.
Reaching.
Okay. I had a question. Did you understand right?
No.
Okay, I will probably we can say. Are you yeah, I did that. If you can send me a private message or you can give me your email, I will send you the code.
Richard, you go slow down. I know you're, he doesn't.
Yeah. No, I'm just writing.
Smart.
I don't think it shows the. I don't think it shows the correct dimension unless you have some.
Yeah, no, I think it's short up here.
I just can't pull it.
No, I think she did already for the day.
I don't even remember anything about that.
Yeah. Doing for 10 years.
Because I've been curious.
Let me send you your.
I've been curious about that for a while.
All right, we'll get the answer for you today.
But I knew I was gonna be here. So,
You got my name, right? So I was saying.
I don't know, I did on Gators calling me cool. I was gonna land.
I would have caught it.
You know how we used to get directions?
You're on number time.
Go north, so you smell it, turn left, or even seven.
Honestly, it's not a lie. I'll just like, God, it's gross.
All right, we'll give you a time.
It's not 100% because you're a specialist.
Well, replacing people.
It's like, they're like, yeah. We're not cool.
Thank you so much.
You are facing the camera.
Oh,
How do you like it? Funny.
I've also. I've been texting for a long time. I just want to get back really to I've been doing this when they come here, I was managing other records. So. Right now,
find like software that could actually run. So I created like a parallel virtual machine running Windows, so I could do it. I was just curious if there was anyone that could actually do it on Mac OS.
So you had a database that was on Azure and you wanted to restore a backup?
So pretty much I was trying to set up a local environment on my laptop. We're doing Microsoft server, and well, there's no software like, well, Azure, there's an Azure database, they can download for Mac OS. It kept crashing. I was trying to install these third-party like software to try to run the database. But they don't, most of those don't allow a restore. The way we're like kind of floating the database locally, it's just a file that's transferred from the back. So
we got a
So confirm that you are using Azure SQL database or are you using like Postgres?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Because I mean, you can run a SQL server for any.
And finally.
Yeah. It was more on the client side. Like I had issues finding.
It was low. That's what I saw. I saw that, and it's not that way.
Then I couldn't find a matching client to make the query to the database later.
Yeah, I mean, I use VS.
He asked everybody your setup.
Okay, my recommendation and VS Code, there are a lot of SQL tools. You know, VS Code.
Just making sure, at the beginning, it was to make sure. You
we got somebody online that needs a pass, and we got Jose.
Actually,
Sure.
And for some reason, but I'm not sending your messages.
Those questions sound like you were.
Yes, even better. Thank you.
So for everybody online, we're just waiting for people to create the accounts here. We're gonna start in 5 minutes.
Tanto que el pobrecito. No se lo da.
Got that song stuck in my head.
I thought it was clever.
Yeah, I'm just to know you guys can get on subscription, but it doesn't say.
Yeah, go through the sign up process. So just give me a second.
I'll take a look. I'll take a look.
Okay.
It's great. It's super cheap on eBay. It's great. And it has 3 Bluetooth. So I can have one device for this, one for I have a little iMac set for the work. On your phone, yeah, I can set it up on my phone. And
I'm nervous for that too. So I can't talk much about it.
This is used. Yes. It was like, oh, it doesn't come with the bottom case. I'm like, instead of $50.
You gotta make sure
I'm
he
like,
doesn't
I
get
know,
himself into.
nobody sees that tape.
I know he's already been. I started it and then I was like, oh. At one point I had, there was a ring, I had to say, stop it. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm just gonna stick to what I got. And
When I first,
looks like he's busy.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
It was like red, you know, when you get the charger, and
Yeah,
it's not charger, but it came in a. You know, now that I know.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I should be thanking you.
One guy goes, "I don't
You're
like
here
it."
on a Saturday, so.
I mean, I'm usually here on a Saturday.
Andres, he's crying.
Who?
His co-sign, his name? Next to Thomas.
Say?
Yeah. We found you this.
It's a cloud platform.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, like, it's really what they're showing is that that's what companies use, they use these cloud platforms. I show,
So that's,
like, I'm doing this, I'm doing the whole thing in AWS because we've already done it in our cloud. So if you want to do it in Azure, you can do the same.
All right, just, Imar, I just emailed you, Kevin. Thank you.
Great learning experience. I mean, hey, I can learn Azure even more with you.
Yeah.
You set up projects.
here, is lit.
It's lit.
Another thing that, because my app is kind of less simple, I think, so like if I have a first thing backend, will show my skills.
No, we can talk more about it, like, exactly how you can set it up. You can organize everything about the search group, like, make it look like it's an enterprise. Simple. No, it's not small, it's just simple. It's just like building an application in any cloud.
I couldn't do that.
Exactly. I'd say like, keep very, very, it's like, you can't undo it. Once it's put out the road. Just be absolutely. I'm doing AWS.
Yeah, right. For you, it's,
Yeah.
you have already that background.
Yeah.
It's just adding.
Hey, Mark, we good?
Yes.
The guy, the person online,
Yeah.
there was somebody online that needed.
What companies want to know. I gotta try to be different. And that was one of the feedbacks they gave to last.
Batman and Robin. We're like Batman, Superman.
All right, so I think everybody's ready now. We good? You good here? Good, everyone? We're there too? Okay. We're all good over there, right? Okay, so let's explore the portal really quick and before we jump to the next module. So if you go into the portal, let me go back to the beginning. You're gonna see this. So basically, any recent use services is what you're gonna see up here. Maybe I don't know if you're gonna see anything since you just opened that account, but this is a recent service that I've used here in the middle. And then the way to use the portal, there's multiple ways to do the same thing. To be honest, in the portal. So for example, there is a top search bar. So if you want to create a virtual machine, you can just search for virtual machines.
You are the virtual machine person.
Yeah, since you were asking. And then you're gonna find the service here, and that's gonna take you to the virtual machine service. And then from here, you can add a new VM and do all of that, right? Another way of doing it is if you click on the top left, then you can see a bunch of different resources, and then you see virtual machines over here. Again, if you click there, it's gonna take you to the virtual machines page, right?
So much nicer than AWS.
That is the one thing that I'll tell you, the UI is really good
Yeah.
compared to AWS.
It may even be better than Google. Still waiting here.
If you click on this icon right here, and let's actually click this because we're gonna use a lab on this soon. There's the Cloud Shell.
Oh.
So you click on a Cloud Shell, it's gonna open a terminal right away where you can execute commands. It's gonna provision a small compute for you. You don't have to pay for this. And what you can is you can select whether you want to use Bash or PowerShell right there on the screen. The first time you open it, it's gonna ask you if on configure, you can set up the defaults and click create storage account. Let me see what you guys are seeing.
Yep, the same thing. We have no storage account.
Yeah. Select the subscription and
That's creating.
oh, it's created. Okay, you're good. Yeah, it's created, and then the reason why a storage account is created in the back is because you can actually store files here, and they're gonna be, you can anytime you open the Cloud Shell, you're gonna see them.
What did you choose so that we can follow along? Are you on PowerShell?
I have Bash. Bash.
Yes.
We can Bash, PowerShell. Hey, Microsoft loves it. Yeah, the application also has it.
Microsoft has really shifted to supporting developers over the last few
Correct.
years, and it's a really cool move.
I mean, GitHub now is owned by Microsoft.
Right, right.
So that was a big move there.
Big move. Stack, VS Code.
VS Code is amazing. I use VS Code all the time.
Platform and open source with VS Code.
Yep. VS Code is amazing. PowerShell also now I'm more of a Bash guy, but PowerShell now it's like in Linux too if you want to use it.
I'm now Z Shell.
Okay, there you go.
One level up with power from Bash.
So yes.
So why are we doing creating a server?
This no, when you open Cloud Shell, there's a server in the back, but you're not creating anything. This is free. Just showing you how to navigate the portal. We're gonna be doing some labs later on this. Yeah, no, not yet. All right, so if you see it, that's great. Again, you can execute commands here to navigate, to use the portal. For now, we can close it. Just wanted to make sure that we open this. All right. And then something to notice, there is a notifications icon up here. So anytime you deploy anything in the portal or deploy any service, you're gonna get a notification saying, and that's where you can see the status of what's happening in the background. So you say, I'm gonna create a VM again, and then you're gonna get a notification saying it's creating. You can see the status, and once it finishes, you're gonna get a notification saying it's deployed. All right. Again, just this section, we just wanted to make sure that you all had access into the portal, that you could see it, you see the credit. So with that, we should be able to move to the next module. And let's do some quiz here. All right, so we're gonna do some quiz really quick, and we'll move to the next module and start doing stuff in the portal. So if you guys go to menti.com.
Oh, look at that. You can put the zoom controls in the bottom. I click right in the green one.
Oh, where?
Just drag it down.
Oh, this?
No, the little green line.
This one?
Click on it and just drag it down.
Oh, it's beautiful. There you go. So if you go to menti.com, type that code, and we're gonna do a quick couple of questions here, and then we'll move to the next module. And there's gonna be some prizes as we go throughout the day. They're gonna get better and better. So.
Oh.
So when you get a t-shirt?
Oh, better.
Better than that.
Wow.
I promise that the next one we bring more
swag.
Yeah.
Cruises? Did you say cruises?
You want us to go to that website, right?
Yeah, menti.com, type that code. And let's see if we're gonna do a couple of questions here. We have 9 people so far.
Royal Caribbean soon.
All right.
I mean, you,
9 people that have liked it.
All right, 12, there you go. And
Whoa.
let's go. You guys ready?
I'm doing it faster than Joe.
So the way this works is not only getting the correct answer, but the faster you answer, the more points you get.
Ooh, okay.
Okay?
Gotta love these. Let's see if we can.
Let's do it.
Oh man, we got to type.
No. All right, we have question 1. Let's go.
Oh man, when I asked my name, I got it wrong.
Oh shoot, what happened
Wait,
here?
wait, I'm sorry, Andres,
Yeah.
wait a second.
Yeah.
It's not showing Zoom, there you
I don't see that.
go.
Why am I the dog?
Yeah, it says question 1 of 20 and it has nothing on it.
We're not gonna do 20, we're just gonna do 5.
No. It says.
Oh, you're not seeing it? Yeah.
Question 1 of 20 and it's blank.
Okay, let's see.
I just see get ready to play.
Okay. Ready? Which one is not a benefit of using the cloud?
Well, see,
There you go.
Do you see it now?
This reminds me of Kahoot.
Yeah.
Yes. 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
All right, let's see.
Ooh. Is that good or bad?
It's not, it's good. So that's not a benefit of, there is no upfront spending in
Andres
the
is
cloud.
very tricky on how he writes the questions, okay? So.
Okay.
Which one is not a benefit? So yeah, upfront spending is not a benefit. In fact, the reason to go into the cloud is that you pay as you go. You don't pay upfront. Okay. Next one.
This is so good.
Again, the faster you answer, the more points you get. Which one is not a valid cloud service model?
D. G.
A, B, C.
Oh no, there's no ABC. I'm in the wrong thing.
All right, what? Cloud as a service. It's not a valid service model, right? So we talked about infrastructure as a service. We talked about platform as a service and software as a service. Cloud as a service is not a valid service model. Number 3. What is made up of one or more data centers in a close proximity? What is that?
Oh, I think I went to.
I think.
What?
It took me a long time.
That's a hard. He's mean.
Yeah, that was.
Oh.
An Azure region, right?
Yeah, that took me too long to answer though.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, which one?
One or more data centers in close proximity.
Trying to go too fast.
All right, next. A resource group allows you to group one or more Azure subscriptions. Is that true or false?
Oh.
Oh.
Got it wrong.
True or false? It's false.
Let's go, baby.
No.
So remember, guys, and it's gonna make more sense once we start deploying stuff. But you have a subscription, and then a subscription contains resource group, not the other way around. A subscription contains resource groups.
He did a good job at that.
It's the other way around. Okay, final question of this section. Ready?
Nice.
Which of the following does not describe an availability zone?
That took too long.
Does not.
That's tough.
Does not.
See?
I took too long to answer.
I don't either, and it took me almost 10 seconds.
9.112. Ooh.
Yeah. So the first, that one is not true. Again, it's the other way around. The region has multiple availability zones.
Oh, you should have told us he has tricky questions. I'm sorry. He said 3 times back.
It's almost like you said you wanted to trick us.
All right, let's see who won this section here.
Let's go, baby.
Wow! Oh, yeah.
Who's?
Hey.
Where is Jose? Where is Jose?
Right here.
Over there.
Damn.
Let's go.
All right.
Nice.
15. I messed up.
All right, guys.
Rooted.
You did
I'm in the
good.
fifth.
Yes.
Yeah, the next.
Group.
I'm
gonna 18, so don't worry.
You got 18? I got 11.
Yeah.
Okay, this next module is gonna be, I'm gonna explain some stuff and then we're gonna jump into Portal and do some labs, okay? So it's gonna be,
It's gonna be the laptop, right?
man, I wish.
Nice.
Like 5 minutes break or?
You guys need a 5-minute break? Or you good?
No.
Oh, yeah.
You want a break?
You are right.
They will say, winner.
All right. So let's go here and, okay, so in this module, we're gonna talk about the core services in Azure. I'm gonna talk about compute, networking, storage, and databases. And again, and this one is gonna be more interactive. I'll explain something and then we're gonna go and do some labs in the portal. So you guys go get some hands-on experience. So when we talk about Azure compute services, these are a couple of different compute services that we have in Azure. The most basic one is the virtual machine. is pretty much the way things have been done in the past. In your data center, you take, you deploy a server, a virtual machine with Windows or Linux or whatever you want, and then deploy your applications there. So you can do the same thing in Azure. You can just create a VM with whatever operating system that you want, and then do the same thing that you do on premises. Then we have something called an app services, and that's more of a PaaS type service. So here is going to give you, it's for web applications. So you have a web application, you put it into an app service, you don't have to worry about managing the server, the patching, none of that stuff. We take care of that. Container instances allow you to upload containers. Are you guys familiar with Docker?
Yes.
Okay. So a Docker image, a container, and you just upload it. It's running in the cloud. And again, we manage all the Docker infrastructure, all of that stuff. Kubernetes is a little bit more advanced when you have multiple containers and you have to orchestrate these containers and they have to be talking to each other and you have to manage the networking for the containers. You start to look into Kubernetes. Again, more complex applications, but a lot more companies are moving towards that model of if you guys have heard about the term microservices, where you split up, instead of having a huge application, you split it up in different pieces. And then, each piece is a different container and you have Kubernetes managing all of that. And WVD, Windows Virtual Desktop, is actually a very popular service now with COVID. It has been one of the most popular services in Azure because what allows you to do is you have let's say a desktop, your computer in the cloud. So companies now, let's say you can have your Windows computer in the cloud, and then from anywhere you can connect to that computer. The benefit for that is the company has full control over that computer running in Azure. So you can connect from, your Mac, your iPad, from anywhere to your computer in the cloud, do your work, but everything is within the data center, so they have control and the boundaries around that computer. So during COVID, it was very popular.
For the container instances,
Yeah.
you can choose the operating system of each instance. Like for instance,
Yeah.
If you wanted to host like a Node API, on that instance.
So you choose whether you want a Linux or a Windows container as a host. Anything after that, like whatever layers that you want, like the Node, JS, whatever application, is up to if in the container you put it in. Usually just decide what operating system you want to run on.
Got it.
And then you just deploy the container there.
Got it. Cool.
Okay. And again, so for this is Azure fundamental. So we're not gonna go. We're gonna do some labs about virtual machines and app services. We're not gonna touch on container instances or Kubernetes. That's a little bit more advanced. But at least you know the different compute services that are available in Azure. And again, a VM, virtual machine, the most basic resource in Azure or in cloud is just a software emulation of a physical computer. And it just gives you, provides a traditional server infrastructure, it has a processor, memory, storage, networking, all of that. And that's the most basic IaaS, infrastructure as a service resource in Azure, okay? So when you deploy VMs, when you're thinking about making your service available, how do I say this? Resistant to any downtime or outages, there is a concept of availability sets. And the way to think about this is if you, in a traditional data center, you have multiple racks of servers. I don't know if you guys have seen a data center in the past, but it's full of racks and multiple servers. When you do an availability set, is basically you deploy a VM in one, like saying like I'm going to deploy one VM in one rack and the other VM in a different rack. So if something happens to this particular rack in the data center, then the other VM is going to be up and running. So again, when thinking and designing your application, one way to give that highly available, make it highly available is to think about splitting up the VMs into different racks within that data center. So that's what an availability set is. It just ensures that any VM that you deploy is going to be in two or more racks within the data center. And in terms of the different availability options, and Umar was making this comment earlier about the SLAs. If you deploy a single VM, nothing else, a single virtual machine, what we promise, that's what the SLA is, the service level agreement, is that VM is going to be up and running 99.9% of the time. Okay? With an availability set, the SLA increases a little bit because now we have, it's two VMs in two different racks. So if one fails, the other one's going to be running. So that gives you a 99.95% SLA. With availability zones, now we have one VM in one data center and the other VM in a different data center. So again, that's going to give you even more SLA, 99.99% SLA. And then with the regional pairs that we talked about earlier, one VM is in region East US, the other VM could be in West US. So now it's in two completely different regions, and that gives you even higher percentage of SLA, more than 99.99%. Now, which one would you choose when you're doing your application or your solution? It depends on the business. Again, if there's a highly critical application that needs to be running almost 100% of the time, then you probably want to go with a regional pair and make sure that you increase the availability of the application as much as you can. Yep.
You migrate from one option to the other. Say you're starting, like you're kicking off, right? So a single VM kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're starting to get some traction. So
yeah, you can go into the availability sets or the zones or the regional pairs, so you can start re-architecting your application that way. You can migrate. Now, if it's a testing application that you're doing, you don't need the regional pairs. You can go with a single VM. If it goes down for a couple of minutes, then it's not a big deal. You were just testing, it was development. So And of course, the more that you move towards this side, of availability, you gotta pay more for that. It's kind of how it works. Okay.
Just a question on the availability zones, those three,
Mhm.
are those all the same region?
They're on the same region. So you have a region, and then within the region, you have availability zones. So yeah, it is within the same region.
Okay.
Okay. So if something happens to the entire region, I don't know, maybe for example, an earthquake in California, and there is a bunch of data centers there, and they all go down, then you lose access to that application. But when you have the regional pair, if the whole region 1 goes down, as long as you have your application running in region 2, then you should be good to go. All right, so let's do this first lab, is create a VM, the most basic stuff. And so to do that, let me move this up here. So if you go to this link, aka.ms/Boca lab 1, that's the first lab that we're gonna work on. I'm gonna do it on my site, so you guys can watch me as I'm doing it. But if you wanna, if you wanna do it on your own, you're free to do it on your own. The guide is gonna walk you through the steps on how to do that. But like I said, I'm gonna do it here as well if you guys wanna watch what I'm doing. Let me know if you guys can access that link.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Here. AKS. .ms/Boca. What I'll do is I'm going to open the instructions here in this iPad. I'll just forward it. All right, so I'm gonna have it here, and let me just go back to the portal, and we're gonna do this together. But the first thing it says is, okay, we're gonna sign into the portal. We're already signed in, and then from the all services blade, let's select virtual machine. So you can either come here on the top left. You have a bunch of different services, and you're gonna find virtual machines from the menu. So you can click there. And then we're gonna click on add a virtual machine. Okay, so it's gonna take us to this form that we have to fill out. You're gonna get very familiar with the way these forms work in Azure, because it's always gonna ask two things. One is what subscription you wanna use. And you might have access to multiple subscriptions. And again, the subscription is the billing container. So when you deploy something there, you all have credit, so you're not gonna get billed. But it's gonna, that's whatever credit card is associated with the subscription, or if you're in an organization, a big organization, somebody's gonna have to pay for that. So you select the subscription where you want to deploy the resource. In this case, we're gonna deploy a virtual machine. And then you need to select which resource group. So by now, you probably don't have any resource groups. And what we'll do is we're gonna create a new resource group. Every resource lives within a resource group. You always have to have a resource group. And again, a resource group is just like a folder. So click on create new, and let's enter whatever name we want for the resource group. I'm just gonna say Boca-VM-RG for resource group. Click OK. And now I was gonna ask some details about, okay, how do you want to name this virtual machine? So in the example here, actually the resource group, they name it differently, but that's fine. They say to name it my VM, so we can go with that. We say my VM. And then you see the availability options here. So if you expand this just so you can see, you can go with an availability zone. So you can select in which availability zone you want to deploy this VM. What's that, yours or mine?
Someone joined just put you.
I don't think that's.
Yeah, you should join because there's questions there in the chat.
Oh, some questions in the chat? I'll ask you, Mark, to take a look at those. All right, so you see availability zone, or you can select an availability set. So again, availability set is if you want to deploy this VM in a specific rack in the data center. Availability zone, you can select which zone within the region you want to deploy this VM. In our case, doesn't specify here, but we're gonna go with no infrastructure redundancy required. So we're not gonna use any of those zones or sets with this option. We're gonna assume this is a test VM development. We don't care if if it goes down. It's not that important. And then for the image, then we select, okay, which operating system do we want to use in this VM? So let's find Windows Server 2019 data center. Let's go with that one. Then the size. So there's multiple size of VMs, and depending on the size, you see how much it costs per month, each of the sizes. So if you want a VM with 2 CPUs and 8 gigs of RAM, it's about $70 a month. If you want one with 1 CPU and 3.5 gigs of RAM, it's $53 a month. So there is multiple sizes that you can select from. They're saying here, let's go with D2S version 3 is the name of the one that we're gonna select. So it's 2 CPUs, 8 gigs of RAM. So it's what you would pay for a month, but now we're gonna have this product for a couple of minutes. So it's only gonna be charged for, we charge by the hour for VMs. So we're gonna be charged 1 hour only. So that would be the estimated cost just for an entire month, okay? And let's enter a username and a password. So I should just here to use Azure user. And then the password, you can enter whatever password you want. Yeah, I'm gonna go with a different one here. Now it's asking you, okay, what ports do you want to open on this VM? And this is more for if you have any networking people in the room. All right, there you go. So it's more of which ports you want to allow. And in this case, since we're gonna connect to the VM via RDP, we want to allow port 3389. So we'll leave that one as a default. Oh, and port 82 apparently.
Are you able to purchase any cows with you or anything like that? Or do you want to use RGB?
No, you would have to have your license separately. Now, what you do pay in the price that I showed earlier, it does include the license for the VM itself, for Windows license, but for the calls, you need your separate license for that. Yeah. Okay. So one of the big benefits, and I'm gonna touch on this later, is something called the hybrid benefit. And if you already have a license on premises for Windows Server, you can bring that server to Azure, and you don't have to pay for the license in Azure. So if you have these Windows licenses, Azure is gonna be the cheaper cloud for you to move Windows servers to. Cheaper than AWS and Google because you don't have to pay for a license again. You can reuse the license in Azure.
No, you're talking about the cow. Like if I have a server and I need several users to connect at the same time to that server, then each user needs a cow. Connect to it. But this is for the license of.
Also, so,
yeah. Now, I think Windows Server does come with, I think it's 2 calls for management purposes. So like we're gonna RDP into it, you don't need a call for that. But if you need more users, then that's when you need to start buying calls. I forgot how many users you come.
There's a package and then you have to open the management.
Right.
5 cal.
Yeah. But for management purposes, it does come one or 2 so you can connect and do your management activities. So, all right. So in our case, we don't select this box because we don't have a license on-prem. So, but if we did select this one, the cost of the VM is gonna go down. Okay. All right, let's go next here. I have to be moving this thing around.
You press the little green one, click on it? Yeah, that's, oh, I was wrong. I thought I minimized.
All right, so let's go click on next. So this allows you to select, okay, what disk do you want to use for your VM? There's multiple types of disks. You know, you want to use SSD or a standard hard drive. So depending on how fast you want this VM to be and, you know, your requirements, you can change the disk or add more disks. If you go down to the data disk section, you can add more disks to the VM. Just leave the default and click next on networking. We're gonna talk a little bit about virtual networks soon, but for now you can leave the default. This is gonna create a new VNet, a virtual network where this VM is gonna be deployed. That's the default, but you can also, if you already had a VNet, you can come to here into drop down and select the different VNet. Where that's the same thing as a VPC, correct? In AWS. Leave the default to create a new, new VNet. Yeah, it should already provide a default name. You might think there were some questions online, I believe. I don't know.
I checked the chat.
No? All right. And everything else, we're gonna leave it as default, no changes. Again, we're gonna leave port 80 and 3389.
Is it okay if I also chose, sorry, if I also chose 443 and 22?
Yep.
Okay.
You can choose whatever ports you want to open. Click next. We're not gonna make any changes to the management. Well, actually, they're saying here to disable it, but you can leave it enabled if you want. If you want to have diagnostics enabled for the VM, so you can see if something happens with the VM, you can go and troubleshoot, look at the logs, that kind of stuff. Want to leave it enabled. Click next. We're not going to touch on advanced settings here. Next, tags. I'll touch on tags later in the workshop today. Nothing for now. And click next. And then finally click on create. So it's gonna run a validation, make sure that you didn't forget to enter any required fields. Again, it's gonna give you how much it's gonna cost per hour to run this VM. So it gives you a good estimate. All the details of what we're gonna be doing here. And we click on create. As soon as you click on create, you'll see that something is going to pop up a notifications here saying it's submitting for deployment. Like I said, the portal does have this icon notification. Anytime you can come here, click, and you can see what's happening. So you see there's a deployment in progress. And if you click on that link, it will take you to that page where I am right now, where you can see all the progress, what's being created. So in the back, a couple of different resources are being created. An IP address for the VM, security group, which is what controls the ports and what can be, access, what kind of traffic can access the VM. The disk is also a different resource. Yeah.
Could you make edits to the VM, like for instance, if you wanted to close ports on the VM after you made it?
Yeah. Yeah, you can then edit those and then, close certain ports, all of that. And once it finishes, right now it actually finished. So you see, this is what I was mentioning earlier, how fast the cloud is. Before, if you wanted a server You have to go to Dell, buy it, wait for that to be shipped, took weeks.
Even if you had the server to
Yeah.
like install Windows.
Install
get it
Windows
set up
and all the
create-
software. I don't even think it took a minute to get it deployed. And now we have a server up and running in the cloud. Okay.
It's interesting, like just comparing yours went so much faster than mine.
This computer is faster.
Yeah.
Probably.
On a Windows, not.
Yeah. You're like, oh, it's on Grizz.
That's right, that's why I brought the same computer he had.
And this one is not even my Microsoft account, it's my personal account. So it's funny. And the reason I'm using my personal account is because in Microsoft internally, the portal might look a little bit different as we're testing new features. So I like to use my personal one so you guys see the same thing that I'm saying on my side.
And so you don't let us in on any secrets.
Yeah, well, not really secrets, but sometimes things change. They change the menu, and it gets. So once it finishes, if you click on go to resource, it's going to take you straight to the VM that we just deployed. And this is the configuration of the VM where you can do things like, maybe close ports. You can upgrade the VM. So if tomorrow you say, this VM, now we need 16 CPUs, you can come here and change the size for the VM for a bigger size and do all kinds of configuration for your VM. What we're going to do in our lab is connect to the VM. Let's take a look at the ports really quick so you ask a question. On the left side, if you go to networking, I don't know if you guys are already there. I'll wait.
So what exactly is this?
Right now, nothing. It's Windows running in the cloud, doing nothing, waiting for you to do something. But you're paying for it. So as soon as it gets deployed, you know that it starts counting. Everything starts counting. Are we all here? Yeah, so you see the ports right there. You see the working right there, it's open to it. Okay. Yep, so you good. Everybody seems to be there.
If you stop it, does it stop charging you?
Yes. It starts charging you for the compute, but if you have storage, that's
I thought I said you
it's
could do
being
this.
charged for the storage. It's okay. Or the compute, which is the most expensive part of the VM, it stops. Now, the way to stop it is using this button right here, stop button, not shutting it down, not connected to the VM and shutting down. You need to completely stop it here. That's when it gets deallocated.
But then you can always reallocate it.
Yeah, and then you can start it again.
Does it save the state? Like for instance, when you're working on, for instance, an application and then.
If you stop it, it's like shutting down the server. So it completely shuts down the server. And then when you're starting up again, it's gonna have to, start again. Any storage that you have still gonna be there. Like if you have
That's what I was
files.
saying, like saving the state.
Yeah. The storage is gonna be there. The files are gonna be there.
Yeah.
All right, so now let's connect to the VM. So in your computers, let me see, you guys have Macs? You may need to download the remote desktop connection for Mac. Yeah. Yeah, if you search, let me see what's called. So you can connect to this. Let me put this down. It's gonna be fun with this thing.
Microsoft remote desktop, I assume?
Yeah, I think that's someone.
From the app.
Remote desktop for Mac?
Yes.
It's
from Microsoft.
This one, Microsoft remote desktop.
Yes, no. Yeah, Microsoft Remote Desktop for the Mac users, for the Windows users, it's built into Windows, so you don't need to.
When you like forget a password and you get it on the first try? Yeah. Like, yes, sir.
Just use the same password for everything.
Yeah. I have a password manager. I use LastPass.
That's good, yeah.
And so I don't remember my passwords. Some of my passwords I don't even know them, so it's like.
You know,
So you guys both cloud architects at Microsoft?
I'm a technology director. So what is the difference is I work with developers, development companies, but I focus more than just Azure. I have to cover.
You guys got it?
Dynamics 365, and I've been in Microsoft for 10 years. My previous job title was a cloud solution architect, but now I'm more generalist, focus a little bit on the strategy, monetization. Yeah.
What's this up? Dope.
All right, so if you open that, then again, if you have a Windows computer, it's called remote desktop connection, is built in. It's gonna look something like this. And then what you do is you just need to type the public IP address for this VM. Well, actually, the way they do it here is a little bit different. Yeah, let's do that. So if you go back into the VM and you click on connect and click RDP, remote desktop. And then you download this RDP file, which basically has the public IP address of the VM and the port that we're gonna use to connect. So it downloads that file, and if you open this file, you should automatically open the remote desktop connection here. Sorry?
Do I follow you in this computer in the Windows?
Yeah. So if you click on connect and download RDP, then you can open that RDP file. It was Azure user, I think. But if you follow this documentation, they have it as Azure user. And then once you try to connect, it's gonna ask which user you want to use. So again, I'm gonna do Azure users, what I configured, and whatever password you enter.
The password's back in the instructions.
Yeah. You may get a warning saying, "Are you sure you want to connect to this computer?" Blah blah blah. You just say yes.
Yeah, it's basically saying the connection is sincere.
Correct. It's a self-signed certificate, and
Yeah, this is why we use
and then there I am. That's my VM.
What are you using when you configure the VM?
Oh, got it.
No.
So most of this stuff is already set up. And I was so I didn't really have to like all the shit. This is
Question, my man. What would be the difference between a virtual machine and a remote desktop? So like a service. You guys are remote desktop, and I'm seeing.
Like Microsoft's version of
Windows running.
is actually very simple.
Good question. So
Microsoft's version
that is for you to run Windows desktop versions in the cloud. We're talking about Windows 10 in the cloud.
This would be like Windows Server, right?
Yes. Both run as a virtual machine in the cloud. Even we are running a virtual machine. But for Windows Virtual Desktop, you're running a Windows client in the cloud. And there are more features with Windows Virtual Desktop focus on, let's say you want to print. Gotcha. Because you need to connect with devices that are independent. But as a foundation, everything uses a virtual machine. But Windows Virtual Desktop is focused on running Windows 10. And I don't want to give you too much information, but in terms of licensing, that will be very different. So Microsoft simplified it.
There you go.
For you to license that, not licensed. So we just simplified it. All you need to know is if you're running servers or cloud, you're gonna use
Now you wanna be Windows or Linux somewhere. I mean, it depends. I use Linux a lot. I'm using more CentOS. What I use most.
WVG does that for you. There are a lot of capabilities on WVG.
It would be the operating system and those connections.
For Windows, you can they use them in the roaming. So your office credentials, all the software you have installed in WVG, they just say that is there for you. Similar to this local computer. Yeah, I want to do that, but that's the basic idea. It's running.
Did you try it on your phone? You try it on your phone?
No, I did not.
It's Android?
Yep.
Is it 8?
No, it's a
7, that's why you do it. On the very top, go home. Then you gotta go home. The home screen. On the back, Regular home screen. Now just bottom.
maybe it's my case.
You can't see what is being used once you use it. You will not display that.
The Android ones is you do this like algorithm.
Worst case, you just go ahead and create and delete
And then
so you import all the application inside from Azure. You do an Azure storage account, you have an Azure table, and then your application is connected to that table.
you go home.
This is a VM running in the cloud. This is a server running in the cloud.
Yeah, no, I
Just touch it.
had to reset my.
Wow, I'm jealous.
It doesn't come from me, though. I can't do it.
All right, ready?
That's sick.
Are we good? Everybody connected?
How can I get one?
Sorry.
Everybody connected? Everybody good? Good?
Yes, you would have to connect from each customer, you would connect in a Power BI. That's why I recommend export everything
All right.
to a single Azure storage.
We're gonna move forward here, so
Search for automatic export on application.
Is it my
You know it.
No.
Probably it's not a Mac.
all right, guys, so we're gonna, after we get this done here, the next step, just to show you how to install the web role in the VM again, because when you have a VM, a virtual machine, you gotta manage everything within that VM. So if you want to install a web application, you're gonna have to configure it, the web role, all of that stuff, the same way you would do if it was in your data center. So the way you would do it, they show here, is if you open PowerShell. I don't know why my mouse is acting kind of weird. Let's see. It's kind of weird.
You mean where the bottom of the screen?
Yeah, but I'm trying to, let me see if I can close this. Super slow for some reason.
Because everybody's using it.
Everyone's using, well, we're using different VMs. Not all using the same.
No, but I mean from the same, we're all connected to the supers though, I can't even. I'm not gonna be able to do anything here. Try to connect again. Let me try to reconnect here again. Yep, if you open Windows PowerShell, you need to right click on PowerShell. I'm gonna show it here, but if you right click on PowerShell and click on Run as Administrator.
Inside of the server?
On the VM.
Yeah, on the VM. I'm just putting it here. Let's see if this is better. Yeah, so run as administrator, and then we're gonna install the a Windows feature.
Right click.
And then see where it says Windows
PowerShell. Just tap on the keyboard.
And if you look at the lab, you can just copy and paste that command if you want on the lab. Install Windows feature, name, web server.
No, don't choose it.
Right, top right, see where it says Windows PowerShell?
Oh.
No, not that one. Well, that one. Did you right click and run as administrator? So you have to click on right click with the two buttons.
No voice. Can't even run it.
All right, PowerShell.
All right, so install Windows feature. I missed something there.
Right.
Name, web server, and include management tools. You can just copy and paste that command. You see, you can see it on the lab.
So you're done, I should listen to instructions.
Yes. That's what I've been told.
Once you do that, you're gonna get a confirmation installing that feature. And again,
What were you supposed to follow?
and step 2 of the lab, task 3, step 2. Doesn't let you? We need to then. Is on task 3, step 2 of the lab. Are you in the lab?
Oh, it lets me copy and paste.
All right, but it's basically, yeah, if you go to aka.ms, hey, Mark.
Who has a question? Or is not working?
Yes, please.
Are you good now?
No.
I think you should have some questions.
No, this is the old.
Did you send that? Yeah.
What is your question or?
Well, no, what's, so I was trying to, I'm not sure when they're done.
We already like downloaded.
Oh, sorry. You put it in advance.
No, it's just that-
Can you share the document with
Here's this guy.
the lab?
Yeah.
But he was.
I was like, I don't have it anymore.
I don't think I opened it.
Okay, Andres, I just forgot the AKA.
That ms/Boca Lab 1.
Boca Lab 1.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, go to your browser, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to finish it, you're gonna get success equals true.
Dot MS.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was like such a project. An hour.
So which step are we on the?
Task 3, step 2.
Keep reading. Yeah.
So once you get that,
Remember, we're gonna do this great thing.
So what we did was we installed the web server on that VM. So if you go back to the portal, go back to your VM and copy this public IP address. And there's a button here to copy it. And then go into any other tab and type that public IP. Hit enter. And that should take you to your
web server on a Windows VM.
again. So basically, we install the web server. This is the default web application, and now you can connect to your web server using the public IP address.
So now it's hosting the web server.
Yeah. So now we're hosting a web server inside the VM in Azure.
Okay. You did right. You see, it's progressing. So just wait a little bit.
So basically, this is where like you would house.
And click.
Are you guys good over here?
Oh, no, click.
Good? Are you guys good over here?
Yeah. And then.
I think you share the lab.
Ah.
Maybe share the lab if you go to the,
We're gonna,
go
to.
So you're good, right? Yeah, I'm good.
You guys good? Okay. No? Yes, so you did everything, it installs.
So
the next step is.
Probably that gift card real quick. Why? Oh, and
Yeah, it's for, you're getting on the phone, that IP, which means that your web server is working.
So you all should see this once you get the web feature added.
You should be able to log to your web.
Yeah, now I'm getting Azure.
Man,
So let me explain what we just did, so it makes sense. So
it's listening, it's listening.
in the subscription, right? You have your subscription.
Azure credits, free Azure credits.
We created a resource group. And inside the resource group, we created a virtual machine. Okay. The VM has that address associated with it. 40, whatever the IP you got, it's gonna be different for each one. And inside this is a Windows VM, by the way, what we just did. So from your computer here, from your laptop, first of all, you connect it to the VM. It's running in Azure using the RDP protocol. That's how you connect it to that. And you enabled the web feature, the web server feature of this VM. Once you enable that, then now this is gonna be a web server, which means it can host web applications and web pages, right? And that's why from your laptop, when you connect to this now using your browser, HTTP, it should bring you to this page.
That's why we needed it to connect when we were configuring the VM.
That's why you need to enable RDP and HTTP so you can see this.
RDP, now we would not be.
You would not be able to because it's gonna be blocked right here. Okay. Now, so with VMs, the thing is you have to manage all this. So you have to, manage the VM, connect to it, enable the web feature, make sure that it's configured, for it to accept traffic, make sure that the port is open. All those things have to be managed by you. And that's where, let me go back here. Yeah, question.
It says that go back to the overview. How do I go back?
If you go back to the portal,
Yeah.
you can minimize this. Yeah, and then. All right, so we saw what a VM is. Again, it's a server in the cloud. Like any other server that you may have somewhere else, you need to connect to it, configure it, make sure that the web feature is enabled, or whatever you're gonna use your server for. You need to do all those configurations, okay? So now let's talk about app services, because this is when things start to get fun in the cloud, because With app service now, remember when we show you the difference between IIS and PaaS? In IIS, you had to manage the VM, the patching, the applications inside the VM, all that stuff. With PaaS, and this is an example of a PaaS service, we manage all of that for you. So you don't have to worry about configuring the VM or configuring any software within the VM, none of that. We take care of that. You just focus on, you have an application that you want to deploy, you have maybe a Node.js application, a Python application, .NET, choose your flavor, whatever you guys are comfortable with, and you take that code and put it into an app service, and that's it. We run the web server, we run the virtual machine, all of that, we take care of that. You don't have to worry about doing all those configurations that we just did, okay? And you can just focus on your application. So that's what an app service provides. And the way an app service works is you deploy something called a service plan. And you can have multiple app services within one service plan. Okay, the service plan can be thought of as a server farm. So you basically have a bunch of servers in the back that are going to be hosting your applications, but you don't have to worry about where those servers are deployed, configuring those. That we take care of that, and you just worry about creating your apps within the service plan. Okay.
One question though.
Yeah.
Each one of those are they independently scalable or are they all tied together?
They're usually tied together.
Okay.
You can scale the service plan
As a whole.
as a whole, not each individual app.
So if we're doing kind of microservices, right? You'd like to have each service in a different resource group, right? Or wait.
They can be in the same resource group, but it could be in different service plans.
Right.
So you can scale each one independently. Or you can then start to look into things like Kubernetes, where you would manage the service independently and scale independently. It gets way more complex that way. Kubernetes is a whole different world, but that's another way of doing it. Okay.
Question, what is the similar product service on AWS and GCP compared to Azure App Service?
GCP, wouldn't this be cloud functions?
No.
The number of VMware's EC2, isn't that?
No, but this app service is different. It's not the VM. This would be the equivalent in AWS would be what's it called?
Elastic Beans.
Elastic Beans.
And in Google is Google Cloud App Engine.
All right. And when you create a service plan, then you select to move those things around. What region you want to deploy the service plan in, the number of instances that you may want, the size, operating system. There's still an operating system, but again, you don't have to worry about managing that. But you do have to select which operating system you want this application to be hosted in, and any other scaling, custom domain features, etc.
So basically, it's a server farm with multiple servers within this big resource group that you're paying for.
Within the service plan, yeah.
Within the service plan, so like app 1, 2, 3, those are all different servers.
Different applications.
Applications.
Yeah. Okay. So this one, okay. So we're gonna create an app service. So for this one, actually, Todd sent us an application. Most of you students here in Boca Code?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
All of us are.
All right. So there is an app apparently you guys have worked on that is called To Do app.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna deploy that app into an app service. This is only the front end. Sure, yeah. Okay. Is there a way to hide that? So I don't have to be.
Yeah, there is in there.
Hide video.
This one? There you go. All right, that's better. So if you go to aka.ms Boca Lab 2.
Is aka.ms Microsoft's URL shortening service?
Correct.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if it's external though. I think it's internal only. It's only for employees. Yeah. And then that's gonna take you to a GitHub guide that I just wrote on how to deploy that app, the To-Do app, into an app service. Again, we're just gonna deploy the front end to make it simpler for this class.
/Boca Lab 2.
Is it gonna use the existing API?
Boca Lab?
It's not, is it not?
It's pointing to the API
It
that
is?
you have.
To my API, okay.
You're just deploying the front end, not the API.
Not the back end. I don't know if it's, is it using the existing API? I don't
Yeah,
know
because
if,
we didn't change the
Okay.
config file, it's just pointing for this API.
all right. So again, I'm gonna do it here. If you guys wanna do it on your own, you have the guide aka.ms Boca
Will
Lab
they
2.
need my config file in order to deploy?
Yes,
Boca Lab.
2.
I mean, you don't need your config file. Andres has a zip file that has everything you need, so just follow the guide here and the app should work.
Okay, cool.
Put it here again. aka.ms/Boca Lab 2. If you go there, those are the instructions to follow this. You can ignore this. I forgot to, it was a different lab, but since we're gonna do a custom one for you guys, you can ignore that. But yeah, aka.ms Boca Lab 2. So I'm gonna open it here and let's go over that lab.
So the server that we just deployed, are we gonna use that for anything or do we shut
You,
that
you
down?
can share it up. And yeah, that's a good point, Todd. Let me show you guys really quick how to shut it off so you stop paying for that. So if you go to the portal, oh, here we go again, my friend. All right. If you go to the portal, you can either delete the VM from here, and that completely deletes the VM, and you don't have to pay for that anymore. But maybe what you can do is, if you go to the resource group, you'll see that there is multiple resources deployed, not just the VM. We deployed, there's a disk attached to the VM. There is a network that was created for this VM to live in.
You have still in?
Yeah.
Is it not going there? There you go. Sorry, so if you go to resource groups here, or you can search for resource groups on the what? Yeah, so Boca VM RG. You'll see that there is multiple resources within that resource group. I'll expand this.
Zoom out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom out. There you go. So you see there's multiple resources here. So I can just delete the resource group and every single resource within the resource group gets deleted. You need to type the name of the resource group to make sure that you actually want to delete this, because once you do it, it's gone. Boca VM RG.
Huh? My review. It was running in the back, one thing that is interesting, it's, I was just gonna say, where can I go to the cows?
It's a good question. I don't know. I haven't played without anyone. And once you delete the resource group, you'll see that up here it says deleting. So it's gonna delete every single resource within the resource group. And while that's being done, you can leave it in the background. You can continue working on the lab number 2. So let's go back to lab number 2, aka.ms/Boca Lab 2. So if you open that, you'll find the instructions. I'm gonna do it in the portal, and you guys can watch if you want. But basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a web app. So to do that, multiple ways of doing it again, but you can, from here, in the top left, go to create a resource. And then in the most popular services, I think it shows up. Let's see, is it here? Yeah, web app. Or if not, you can search for it here on the search bar, type web app. I'm just gonna, it's right here already, so I'm gonna click create. Again, you're always gonna be asked what subscription you wanna deploy this resource to. because there is a building associated with it. So I'm gonna select my subscription and then resource group. I'm gonna create a new one because I deleted the other one is being deleted. So I'm gonna create again one called Boca Lab 2 R-RG. You can choose whatever name you want. And then what's the web app name? This has to be a globally unique name because you see it's gonna be whatever name you enter is gonna be your website is gonna be a .azurewebsites.net. Has to be globally unique. Now you can then use custom domains if you want to use a different domain, but it has to be a globally unique name. So I'm gonna go with Boca App Andres. Or Wilmer Valderrama, one of those. All right, and then click on, you can either upload your code or you can upload a Docker container into this web app. So we're gonna go with code. The runtime stack is gonna be Node.js 10.14 is what we have here. So if you go over the list of options, again, there is all types of flavors depending on what you guys use or whatever programming language you're comfortable with. We're gonna select 10.14. And then the operating system, let's go with Linux. Let's make sure that you have Linux. The region, let's select East US. You see a bunch of regions here all over in Asia and Europe. In our case, let's go with East US. And then the default is to create a new service plan. So remember, these web apps live within a service plan. Think of it as a server farm where you're gonna have multiple applications deployed to it. So I'm gonna go with the default. It just creates a new service plan. And click Review plus Create. And click Create. So we're deploying a web app resource within an app service plan. Are you all familiar with Git?
Yeah.
Because the next steps, we're gonna push the code to this application using Git. So.
We need to have a node app ready, right?
Huh?
We need to have a node.
We're gonna download it. So from the next step, downloads an app. Yeah, that we're gonna upload into this app. Okay, so mine is completed. I don't know if yours is completed too. Mine's always faster.
Aha. Good point.
Guys, there is an option for a free website. You don't need to pay for that. If you don't need a custom domain and you're just doing test and development, there is a free option for hosting your website. It's a shared virtual machine, but for testing and development, it's very good. Yeah.
All right. Did it finish on your site? Once it finishes, just click on go to resource and it's gonna take you to the web app where you can configure it.
The username and password that it's asking me for, sorry, I'm ahead, maybe a step ahead following the instructions. Is that my Azure username and password?
No, it's gonna be, so when you push for Git, you're gonna push the code into the web app to authenticate to the Git service that lives with the web app.
So I need to use my GitHub username.
Whatever you want. No, you can select, enter whatever username password you want.
Oh, I put anything, yeah.
We're gonna download your code is in a zip, we're gonna download as a zip and then push it here using that user.
Go to resource.
Now, the best way to do it, Todd, usually is you just connect it to the repo. You connect it right up to a GitHub repo. But it has to be on GitHub repo, so we'll have to, we'll have to everybody clone. Everybody send me and then connect, so we'll do it as a zip file and then upload it there. Right.
We don't have to connect to the server to give out to the gate clone.
We're gonna use the cloud shell for that. So that's what the cloud shell we're gonna use for.
Sorry, I'm like, I'm a few steps ahead. So I'm in the cloud shell.
Okay.
I did the wget, I unzipped it, I CD'd, I did the git init.
Oh, you want to just sort of learn, because I think everybody else hasn't even started with the cloud.
I'm
Can we
just
go
wondering
into that?
on the username and password.
Do you already,
When you push to Azure.
before you get to set your computer, you follow that. Right after you deploy it, you come into the deployment center. And that's what I'm gonna do now. Let me actually do that right now.
Maybe I missed that part.
Yeah, you probably missed that part. Yeah, it's step number 7.
We love you. You're not doing anything.
Okay, others,
After you deploy?
just to make sure everybody's coming along, let's start from step 1, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
From this one. I guess people got a little bit confused on step 7 versus step 1.
No, but we're at step 6 already. You guys deployed the web app,
You're
right?
You're right, step 7, yes,
Yeah,
my bad.
yeah. All right, so we're gonna go to step 7. We're gonna configure the user and password. So if we go to deployment center, and then up here where it says FTPS credentials. Actually, that's a bad naming for that because it's not just for FTPS, but anyway. And go all the way down where it says user scope. Then that's where, Todd, you can enter your user and password that you're gonna use later. So enter whatever user and password you want. I'm gonna go with that. And then a password. And this is a password that you're gonna use to push the code to this web app.
So are we writing it just as like the format that it's giving us? Or do it in the username, we're just putting username?
You can enter whatever user and password you want, as long as you remember it later for the next steps. Enter whatever user and password that you want, yeah.
What did you choose, when you chose the deployment center, the type of thing was local git? FTP?
FTPS credentials, yeah.
Got it.
Okay. So once you set up that user and password, then the next step is we're gonna open Cloud Shell. We're gonna work from Cloud Shell now.
Oh, you have to click save, right?
Yeah, you need to click save.
Oh, did you type something? What did- I didn't see you
Yeah,
typing.
down here. Well, it shows empty, but I already typed it.
Real quick on the, if you go scroll up just to drop.
Yep.
And go to settings.
Yep.
There's,
So-
you don't have anything that shows.
Yeah, we don't need to choose anything here. The default is to local git, is what we're gonna use.
Okay.
But this is what I was saying, if you want, you can connect directly to a GitHub account, but it has to be a private GitHub.
I got you.
So yeah, leave it default. You don't need to select anything there. And then if you go to Cloud Shell on the top, then it's gonna open again this terminal. Make sure that you're in bash mode. You can see if you're in bash mode up on the right here on the left.
It's asking for storage. Or you select,
Yeah, just do create default create storage.
It says failed to authenticate.
For which
I'm at the point where I'm git pushing.
make sure that you use the user and the password that you created in deployment center. Okay, and then from here you can just copy and paste those commands that we have in the guide. So you can do wget, HTTPS. Fortunately, I can't. Let me see if I can.
Try that again, run it. Let's redefine the password just to make sure like do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So you just paste here this command.
Save.
This is gonna download the source code for the application as a zip file.
Yeah, sort of
Okay.
better like something. Azure admin.
Now we're gonna unzip that file that we just downloaded because
And,
it's a zip file. So we're gonna do unzip.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
before you run that command?
Yep.
How does it know which resource to pull from, to go to?
You'll set it
When-
later.
Should be.
Yeah, it's later. But right now, all I'm doing is I'm saying a download.
Oh, you need a
is
capital letter, yes.
What I'm doing is the zip file. This is just a public GitHub
Got it.
location.
Got it, got it.
Then you unzip the file. Following the command. Yes.
How did you go to the show?
To the shell is right here.
Try that again.
Okay.
Is it your regular GitHub account?
Yeah.
No, no, no.
I'm just wondering if it's not the one that we chose for the username.
No,
You did?
whatever username and password you selected, it doesn't have to be the same as your GitHub. It can be whatever you want. When you went to the deployment center,
Right.
and you enter your username and password, you can enter whatever you want.
No, I'm saying for the email.
As in getting
Oh,
the
okay.
same
Same thing, you can enter whatever you want, you can enter your GitHub account.
Oh.
There's not gonna be,
Yeah.
we're not connected to GitHub at any time.
When I entered the password, I can't hit enter.
I mean,
You have to click the save.
Oh,
Is that the full,
so I save it first?
is that the full command?
Yes,
Save it.
Okay.
you can hit enter now. You're waiting for me to enter.
Well, I already did it once and it was not the full command, so I just
Got
want to
it.
double check.
Yeah, that's it.
Username, you guys need your
And yeah, so I'm here.
And now that we
No, I
unzipped it,
Copy and paste exactly how it is in the back.
we're gonna move into that folder that we just unzipped.
Look, it says. Use.
CD to do app.
Right click. Oh, no, I was typing in exactly what I have. Right.
If you do a quick ls to see the contents, you'll see that that's pretty much the source code of that application. So if you guys have worked with this application in the past, you're probably familiar with that code.
So if we have.
And now before we can use git, commit, and all of that and push the app, we need to configure the user and the email for git. So let's copy those two commands, git config. Paste here, git config, dash dot global,
Yeah, just do CD.
user that email, and enter your email address.
Yeah.
And the email that we're using. that
It can be whatever email because we're not connected to GitHub or anything like that. So whatever email you want. Basically, when the commit is created, it's gonna use that email for that commit.
Yeah, you can use any email and any name. This is just when you do any commit, it's gonna identify who you are, right?
Para hacer save, put your password, right?
Sí.
You copy this, so what I'm saying, this is the email of Andres and his name. You just change, can be any email and your
After you
name.
type in your password, you press save.
In the case that I have my.
You press save.
This will be my name and my.
Correct.
And then same thing with a
Not go away for you.
username.
This way, if you
In
did
this case,
nothing,
we are using
It's
this.
one line.
it did.
No, use your email and your name.
It did.
Well, actually, it did in the sense that it cleared out the,
Yeah, right, click.
Paste,
I don't know if it's deployed.
save.
Could I put a password in here?
No, but it's not doing
Save.
it. It's not moving.
Yeah.
On his, it did.
All right, now we're gonna do git init
And use your credentials. And that's when you.
to initialize the repo.
Console and do the rest.
Git add
Okay, so hold on, so now to do this.
-a to add all the files to the staging,
It's not the same email.
and then a commit.
You see the name.
The name of what?
No, it's the cost.
Your name.
And whatever message you want to use for the commit.
And then you follow the rest of the steps. It tells you to, then you get.
So I do, I copy this stuff.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Jonah.
Now we're gonna add that the app that we just created as a remote for this repo. So So if you go into your app, well, actually, no, never mind. If you just copy and paste this command,
We're just setting the credentials.
you're gonna replace app name for the name of your app. So in my case, is Boca app Andres. Just make sure that you use whatever you.
That folder from the zip that we just created, we are going to initialize that as a Git folder.
And you have
These three lines.
the dollar sign.
So that's, okay. I think I chose that the first time.
Boca app Andres. In my case, you use whatever you use for your app. Boca app Andres.
So this is important. You see here the
Those are-
app name. We have to go in the Azure browser and check which name you use for your
Using, which browser you using?
Chrome. The problem was that the username.
And I checked that in depth.
And the final step is to push the code into that application. So we do a git push,
This is the URL you need.
Azure master. It's gonna ask you for the username and password that you configured earlier.
Do you mind opening a notepad? It's gonna be easier for us. Yeah, we'll control the other one.
Oh, no, don't worry. I'm done.
Thank you.
You should authenticate, you should push the code, and you should build the application in Azure.
Is it your username Smith?
Whatever you use when you went to the deployment center.
Just be careful because you want to keep.
In step 7, I think. We went to the deployment center.
Okay, so this you replace from here and to here.
You do this. Right. So go, you can do it now.
Yes.
Just go to the step and.
And now we need to check, go back to the Azure portal. We need to check what is the app name that you.
I'm just, it was giving me issues with Yarn, so I'm changing the, yeah.
Boca app Juma.
And I'm waiting for it to install the devices.
Good, now you can just.
So what we can copy the code from like Chrome, right? Now we're pushing this brand new web app, which is nice.
So I think there was a space there.
App web.
Oh, okay, I did it separately.
So we saw the VM and we saw that we had the access, we saw that.
Oh, okay.
I know what happened. Can I, because you can remove.
Without any website. That's what it is. No, this is not related.
Yes.
This is
How do you
not.
push the master? Is that what you
It happens to be too. If you have those Windows, this will still be Linux. So this is just like a those commands.
Did you save?
So for now, you only have this local repository, right? So anything that we move, which is your Azure App Service. The only thing we join from here is the next one, you just push.
You should say the web app page. Here's the Git. Here's the local.
So you understand we wanted to add your app service to the remote, right? Yeah, this is the name of the remote, this is the name you do in the URL. But in the first time you see that, we just copy the Git, so that's why I had to remove it first, then to add it, right? So now we connected this.
No, the app name that you said earlier, so if you scroll up in here, one of the first steps after you just said it. Like scroll to the very, very top, like one of the very, very first steps.
Oh, you mean this app?
Yes, the name, whatever name you give it, that's the name you put there.
Got it, so I gotta.
So for example, it would be.
Boca app.
And you put Boca names with Boca. Yeah.
Once you start working more certifications, then you don't do Russian. You finished?
Try to get push Azure master.
And then if we can, what, URL.
So you want the app name here and then it's
Yeah, it's attached.
Yeah.
Without the phone. But it might not.
For today?
So this is the app service.
So, oh, cool. You guys want to do my, if you guys win, then you guys can buy a t-shirt. Yes.
Why is it still not working? Still telling me no such file or already.
No, but it's finished. Exactly.
Yeah, I made you. I went to the wrong page. Because SCM, you see, like, not have the SCM.
Like, on here, there's my son.
Yeah, no.
Like,
Oh, this is great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe can you try again?
Yeah, should I just start from the?
No, roll the way down. And then just- yeah, roll the
You're
way
like
down.
on a mission.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
It's 3 o'clock.
There's this instruction.
Yeah, but I did it
And
wrong.
now you go to the
Wrong, so now I have to
page
choose
of
the
the
names.
username that you
Remove
define
the old
here.
one and then add the new one.
Yeah. The one
Oh, there we go.
The one that you define here.
I don't know, I remember if it's like today. Yeah.
First the username, then the password. I don't recommend the file, just type.
No, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it's gonna be.
Yeah, I think it's just.
Nah, I got the news.
Oh, yeah, we really good, yeah.
Working. Yeah.
So now everything, you know.
Yes, now your app should be running. Make sure it works. Okay. Okay. You could connect this app service to a GitHub, to a real repository, but we didn't want to do that because in that case, everybody would have to connect to the GitHub account. So we just created a local repo and committed to
So
that.
if I have my app and I put it in.
Yeah, you can connect. So any commits, any changes to your GitHub, it's gonna automatically deploy that.
Because I will.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
So let's say that you finish and once you have it, you should see this, this is the app running. So the URL for you to check. Here.
Okay, this was. What do you call it? Well, that's funny, yeah. What I'm saying is the full name. This
Show
whole thing
project,
just
choose
changes.
country,
That's the changes, that's one trigger and you build. That's when you're there, and who hears.
in case you get an error, just do the push again.
Thank you.
You got
Yeah,
it?
it's trying.
Yeah, I don't think the API was connected, so it was different and.
No, it's working.
I just run around that adventure.
You just can't log into it.
No,
It's not allowed to log in into Google, it allows you to sign in and log into PDF.
Okay, all right, cool.
So the API is working.
Perfect.
And authentication, except
That's
for.
straight up, right?
So, it's probably something simple.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I have this, I just have to change. it.
Yeah, look. Like. Yeah, I logged in and I'm.
I already did that. This is the next step.
I was like,
Yeah, but make sure you get the- I did that, and then I was thinking, this was.
Because you're adding one.
Oh, I see what we're doing.
Yeah, we're adding a branch, instead of adding to the original master.
I was just going like getting it.
Yeah.
I really need to. I guess it should require some thinking in between.
We try again, we try to like create, delete,
You had already removed already linked with the wrong location. Now you can do the add again.
No, it's like something that we did together.
Yeah, this has your info project.
This is like. What are you wanting?
I'm trying to get it right now.
Right.
Now, this you can also get $500 for. They give you a.
Like, could you do like, are there just like the university associations?
Good. Now just do, let's go back to the.
And then we'll do it. Well, it depends. There are some scholarships out there. It's up to the scholarship. But like,
I'm gonna ask for your presentation, then you put on the deployment.
We have our own.
Good, so this is working. This is now sending the local to the remote.
Pretty good.
Pushing me. If we check that it's working, we just. It's gonna take like 2 minutes.
If I had a local research that I want to deploy, I'm not connecting going through.
What
You click on the, you open the web app.
That local info.
So if you go to overview,
So we created a local view over here.
and then open this,
Committed directly to us.
it should load it to the
GitHub. You could commit it to GitHub and GitHub will be connected. Yeah. The reason why we set up that is not everybody can set up GitHub and everything.
Yeah, once you click on the. My thing
You would just get the.
If you don't wanna do it in Azure, I'm doing mine in AWS, so we can just go right now too.
So yeah, I recommend.
And at least that you have your documents.
Every cloud service provider is the same. They have their own system. They're all different.
Same thing with mine.
Yeah. What about grading?
I'm still creating.
Oh, but I went through the network issue now.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're doing it.
What about grading?
If it doesn't save like me, refresh the You look at the page and
No, I'm just going back to this.
there's no.
Here's you have trouble with your network. Here's
This is something that went down to. No, I'm just saying, I'm just, I had put in the password, I saved the road, and I went to find the rest. But what I'm trying to do now is this, user name for this, I'm just trying to.
If you come in with an ask, you ask, what is it? There, this is the password, you ask.
Okay, so this is the.
There's like.
But this is the password.
That's the username.
Yeah.
And it
That's
could be,
user.
no,
When you go and put software, it's
Yeah.
So.
Please.
Stopping at file system boundary.
So some things. So what's going on is when you list those those users aligned, then you're going to see who did the gift. So remember all of the different steps here.
No, I left.
It does give, yes, correct.
It's just blank.
Correct.
It looks like it's doing it.
Yeah, I'm doing some. Oh, that's like.
One of those. Which one? Thank you.
Did you really bring all those in here for all of us, or did we just?
Thank you.
We just like screw you, you guys are so five candies, and you're like.
Yeah. No, look, we're about to have lunch, I'm not gonna ruin our lunch, but.
Hey guys, the pizza's here. If you guys want to get some pizza, and then we'll continue after.
All right, just ruined you guys.
Lunch.
I got chocolate.
Most of you guys talked about it, no pizza, so.
So I.
It was our appetizer.
I didn't know when we were going to eat, so I was like, all right.
Yeah, so pizza for pizza, that's good for lunch. Pizza gets cold, so. You're doing
Well, we're all hitting it at the same time, so.
On the same round, different server.
Yeah, like we're all hitting it at the same time from the same network.
Yeah, is anybody else doing a connection app?
Yeah.
That's good. I actually pushed it.
It doesn't work with my network connection.
Yeah, same here.
If it's a shared problem, it's a smaller problem, so.
I guess everyone had the same. What was the answer to that? 'Cause I just got the same error.
So everybody's getting it. It's probably because we're all trying to deploy at the same time from the same network.
I'll do it again.
How you doing, Dennis?
It was, I learned a lot. I did not. But we never really did much directly with the web over the years. And then I was just different things, but just getting back and just refreshing all the website.
Right. Well, we actually, we dissolved the business because one of our clients like hired capital. So, yeah, he got funded, so he was like, you know, we're jump ship, work with us. And he's got a pretty interesting project.
So is that what you do?
Yep.
Catch you in a minute.
Yeah, I know it's not the ideal, but you're gonna spend a lot of time.
I think it's pushing it. So let's see this wasn't error last time.
You know what, I recommend you create a new folder,
So-
on again, and.
It
download
successfully
again.
pushed it.
Yeah.
Being in no,
The comments.
it's up to date. When I click on this URL, you do not have permission to view this.
Did you select Windows as the service plan or
Linux.
Linux? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, just make sure you know with Windows. Thank you, sir. No worries.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, because we didn't use ship mail. And then we had like this whole
Kajir, do an installer in Kajir. Yeah, one second.
That's it.
I think it's already there. It's already there.
Oh.
Because oh, it's saying.
That's right. Because we created a new,
Do a LS, please. Do a LS. LS just to list what is in this folder. Okay, so this is right. Okay, so this is good.
Do you want me to print it again?
No, you don't need more. It's already. Good. So now we got to copy. All right. Doing the test. Here. You put that here? No. No, here. Yeah, we have to wait. I think it's gonna take like 2 minutes. Survey would take. I don't know why it's not coming up for you. The old environment is already there. Let's say the web server is already up and running, it's just going to initialize it. I mean, it's going to build the node app in that server. And of course, if you have these connected with GitHub, and you change the link to GitHub without much. We did this because we did not want people to just wait. It takes a little bit. Yeah, I was having hers was taking a while too. Because this is not going to your network.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to the Azure network. Right. Yeah. You just wait. This part takes a little bit longer. Yeah, she got it running.
Here you go.
Yeah, that happens to her too. Yeah. Like keep it. There's no way running.
So here's where I waited for like 4 minutes and then I did a full game.
Yeah, because think about it. This is, let's say, a lower priority VM for your shell, which is connected to the other web server. Oh, and the other thing is that once this pushes to the web server has to download all the Node.js specs. So there is a lot of things going on here. Good.
Yeah. Let's wait for
Yeah. Yeah, it works for her. Sure. Oh, tudo bem? Aí você dá uma bola, né? Ah, você fala português. Português ou inglês? Ok. Aí eu estava na família. fazer que qualquer esse tá? Eu não entendi. Você me dá um minuto se eu banheiro e eu volto, tá? Só. Mas o que você precisa fazer? Volta, primeira vez, você já criou a app, tá certo? Vai aqui no portal de novo. Eu quero que você faça o scroll down para a gente conseguir ver o network daqui. New economic isso, deployment center. Aí clica em headline e assim, já definiu o que tem. Eu acho que definiu um GitHub, não é GitHub, é um local window. Pode ir no banheiro, eu espero. Tá, então, uma vez que você definiu a senha, aí qual você pode fazer o download do site, descompacta, inicia o repositório local e depois faz o commit para esse. Eu já volto, só um minuto. Pronto, estou de volta. Aí, eu vi essa parte aí. Você acabou de criar essa parte do Manning com Azure ou não? Não. Então. Mas não é C, é no Azure, é só Manning com Azure. Aí dá um nome. Então, cd space to agora vai lá no web. Você vai fazer no PowerShell. Não era fazer no PowerShell. Era fazer no web. Os comandos lá são diferentes. Vamos ver, não é o S. Já está lá. Aí está o zip que acabou de baixar o zip. Qual é o comando para baixar o zip?
What's up, Caesar?
You good? Beleza. Então, volta lá no manual. Is there just issues with the blank? Is everything with the blank? He was having issues with the. Pode a gente só dar Ctrl+C, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Vamos fazer com o nome do André. Não tem problema. Essas duas linhas. Isso aqui, quando você faz um change no guia, tem que saber quem é o usuário que fez. Agora vai falar para o André, mas não tem problema. Volta lá no laboratório. E aí você vai copiar esses três. O que isso está fazendo? Está inicializando um folder localmente. Por exemplo, vamos lá. Aí a gente tem que adicionar um remote, que é o nome da sua app. Então dá um Ctrl+C, não aperta Enter, só dá Ctrl+V por enquanto. Agora a gente tem que mudar onde está app name e ali para ser boca.com/app/. Também remove o Tá. Então, o que aconteceu agora? A gente ensinou esse repositório local aqui dentro dessa máquina, coloquei no remoto a sua app, a sua app. Quem quer precisar lembrar? Você vai precisar lembrar agora. Sure. Você não tinha salvo aqui. Ah, ó, tem que estar errado. Tem que ter um uppercase e uma primeira coisa mas está preenchendo também tem que ser um uppercase, um capital letter e um special character. Não, tá. Deixa eu dar uma dica aqui. Azure. E aí assim, ela essa é outra coisa. Username nenhuma professão média pode ter. Então, agora o que a gente vai fazer? Agora vai dar é o que? A gente está fazendo coisa com o Rico. Está falando com o número errado. Ah, ali, ó. Ficou com um erro. Peraí. Agora, eu quero que ó, tá vendo? Então, remover aquele canal. Vamos remover a conexão. Agora a gente vai adicionar de novo. Agora vamos verificar um áudio.
No, I couldn't hear. I didn't see the K, so I sort of, I was trying to figure out what NEB was.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
I thought it was some odd word. I was really trying to, it's interesting. I just see your name. NEB, I thought it was some fraternity name or something.
Agora sim. Aí, agora você tem que esperar, vai demorar uns 2 ou 3 minutos. Tá mandando umas mudanças desse vídeo para sua época. Depois que terminar isso, aí você pode procurar o.
No, we're saying that, you know, how talking joking.
Hypocrite.
Hypocrite.
All I hear is my name, I'm like, what?
Yeah. What did I do?
I actually do nothing for one. What the heck? I do something, I get scolded. I do nothing, I get scolded. What can I do anymore?
What do you guys want?
What do you want from me?
No, we're making fun of talk.
I get it, yeah. That's pretty funny. But like, oh, that's yo, what's up, Caesar? Yo, eat food yet? Eat lunch? What the heck?
I ain't busy working. I had a huge breakfast. That is right? Yeah. I do. Huge breakfast, what do you have? I had a pancake and sausage.
Shit. All right.
You should have breakfast in Ireland. You ever seen one of the Irish breakfasts?
Okay. Also, they do this in Israel too when they travel. I don't
The
travel
other
anymore.
one, we could have got.
First of all, in Israel, their breakfast meals are when you in Ireland, just.
No. It's just like, you know, this like what?
You know, fried sausage, flat pudding, fried. Really, just really full of filling.
Oh, well, that's the most important meal of the day.
I think over in Israel, I think they really do. They know, like at the hotel, we stay at night when we travel on business. Nice hotel. But you know, they just have wonderful spreads in the morning.
Next time.
As opposed to Americans, like,
Yes.
you gotta be a bowl of cereal.
The typical breakfast, bowl of cereal. Yeah.
Yes.
So when I was Git pushing, I got an error with my yarn installing all the packages I needed. And then it said that the internet kept timing out. So now if I go to my page, first let me go to it. Very good.
Showing the default page.
Just show me the default page, yeah.
You
And then if
push
I
again.
repush it, it says everything up to date. And the thing is, if I do yarn install or yarn add, it doesn't do anything because yarn isn't there.
What I would do is, because you're doing the build in Azure, not in the local. So, some people will have this solution. Create a new file, like a temporary file, do a touch, and you log in the file that gets log out. This is the log out. So that when you do the push again, when you do the commit and add all that.
But something happens like.
So you get a message.
Heard about that? Logins, yes, yes. And that you will have to log in.
Yeah. And then now they get push Azure master. So that portion.
I think I get it. Yeah, it forces it to have to
Yeah,
rebuild.
to the pushing in the code and rebuild.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's the way to get started.
Thank you, my friend.
This way, sir.
There you go.
Sound good enough?
I think Damien's current must be like a big.
By the way,
It is.
This is the to-do one, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if this works now.
All right.
Critical battery.
This thing is not working. I charged it and still. It's.
It's doing it again.
Here. Is it saying something on network?
Info, there appears to be trouble with your network connection or trying.
Yeah.
And it does it over and over and over again.
Last time it was
and it
the
gets
same
weird.
thing, but and I got the similar, but wait a couple of seconds. Sometimes after the second time and I don't know why something with the network is not going on. Yeah, they don't show one same issue, and it was just keep going. No, there you go.
Oh,
yeah.
Awesome. The last time I tried it, it just kept doing that. So then eventually it became an error.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Weird.
You know, I came back and it actually did work. So it looks like it tried about 5 times.
Comparando con AWS que has visto, las diferencias más grandes, que wow, esto es bueno para esto, esto es bueno para lo otro.
A ver, cosas que por ejemplo me han gustado de Azure. Por ejemplo, en AWS, cuando creas un subnet, está restringido a una availability zone, ¿no? Acá no, acá un subnet expands availability zones. No está restringido únicamente puede ser un subnet y over multiple availability zones. Entonces te da más reliability. Si cada uno de los availability zones, the subnet still working. So, unas cosas de diferencia. El user interface de Azure me parece mucho mejor que el de AWS. Yo creo que ellos están trabajando en eso, pero lleva mucho tiempo. Lo que me metí, como te digo, me recertifiqué, it doesn't change. I was surprised. Azure lo han cambiado mucho. Desde que llevo 2 años ahí, lo han cambiado, han hecho muchas cosas en el user interface. Que eso me parece muy chévere para el end user. Correcto. El mismo GUI es una mierda. La documentación de Azure es buena, pero también a veces muchas veces hay cosas que no están bien. Mucho de mi trabajo cuando trabajo con clientes es, obviamente son cosas más complejas que a veces uno ni siquiera sabe ni la documentación aparece. O uno se da cuenta si está mal la documentación, porque los product teams y dicen, hey, esto tengo que corregirlo, esto está mal. Ya van y lo corrigen. O sea, con cualquier compañía, ¿no? Hay cosas que, o que eso era así hace 3 versiones atrás y se quedó una documentación y nunca se ya eso no es así. La documentación también es so. What's up?
So this is my to-do site on Azure, right? And I ran for 30 seconds a pressure test, right? This is how many requests per second I get, right? Average speed, which it's super consistent. Look at that. It's like, you know, like the slowest was 4 seconds, was 0.4 seconds, right? But most of them were right in here, like 0.05 seconds, right? 5/100ths of a second. We got 29,200 responses, 0 errors. Perfect, right? This is my server. Twice the speed.
And you mean, what do you have down?
Firebase.
In Google? Firebase. Yeah. And what you need to do is, so right now,
Zero cost.
Oh, 0 cost, yeah.
It's free. This is their free tier. And to deploy,
Yeah.
2 words.
Yeah.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's deployed. And
Does
it's live.
Does it do the
right
build
now.
in Firebase, or you do the build locally?
For this, I'm building local.
Okay.
Right. I have my production build local, and then I just send the files.
Right. Because we're doing the build in Azure, right?
Right.
That's why it takes longer.
Right. The build here takes 30 seconds on my machine.
Got it.
So it's like 30 seconds to build, 6 seconds to deploy.
Got it.
So
Yeah, I've never used Firebase, to be honest. I'm familiar with AWS.
But this was, like, so we had like Kubernetes clusters in the cloud. We had them on AWS, and we tested compared to Google Cloud. Did not compare to Azure, but we did AWS to Google Cloud. Google Cloud was 6 times faster than AWS.
Kubernetes.
It using the exact same infrastructure. They just have wider, more lanes in the highway, right?
Right.
That's basically what it is. And they have a broader pipeline. So then we used that for a couple of years. We were all on Kubernetes, $3,000 a month. Having multiple. We have clusters all
Containers
over,
everywhere.
containers everywhere, auto scaling, building in the cloud, everything. I deployed to Firebase, which is also on Google Cloud, but it's more like App Engine. It's self-managed instead of compute engine. And it's 5 times faster. And what's nice is, you're almost as fast. Like that's fast. In 30 seconds, you got 30,000 responses. That's really good, and they're all 200, no glitches, right? But
it's React.
That's fast.
We got
super fast.
So it's the free tier. What do you get with more advanced?
So what they do, they give you like all the power, and they just give you a certain amount of bandwidth, but it's really generous, and a certain amount of storage. But if you exceed it in any given month, you just pay the difference. So I have like 30 apps deployed, and on a really busy month when we're running like a lot of ads, driving people to the site, and getting a lot of people, my bill will be like $1.50.
Does that include CDN? Does that include
this what I just deployed to global network?
That's pretty cool. Yeah, because like with the app service, you can add the CDN if you want. Right now we don't. So we're going to Virginia, with the data centers, bring you can add the CDN component later if you want.
Yeah.
Bring it closer to the end user. It's gonna be way more faster. But you will have to pay extra for it. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
That's the thing, what I've heard and my experience has been 100% the case that AWS is the most expensive. Google and Microsoft are like 20% less than AWS. So you move from AWS to Google or Microsoft, you're going to save 20% off your bill. And I've seen it firsthand. I've heard from everyone the same thing. Speed-wise, I know that AWS is slower than Microsoft or Google, right? It's the slowest and it's the most expensive. Like, why would you be using AWS? Why? Because everyone uses it.
They were the first one in the market.
They were the first
with
one.
the public
So was
cloud
MySpace. Yeah. That's what I say. Yeah. So if that's your argument, then why aren't you on MySpace? With Tom.
It's more difficult. Like I work with customers that have AWS, right? Azure. Some customers, but not many of the enterprise customers have. That's what I'm saying. Enterprise customers, AWS or Azure.
Right.
What I'm seeing out there, right?
Right. And Firebase, everyone thinks it's like Heroku. It's a toy.
Yeah.
But it's like, I didn't know about the simplicity of Heroku, but it's got the power of like, Azure and Google. Yeah. It's like
amazing. Yeah. But it is hard once a customer, they feel all this infrastructure in AWS. But move it somewhere else,
you can't do everything in Firebase. Firebase really what it is like it's like a pretty interface sitting on top of this.
Yeah.
So when you start to get more advanced, you have to go into the Google Cloud. And then it looks more like Azure, Actually, I think Azure looks nicer. I would say, like, in terms of ease of use, I would say Firebase and Azure and Google Cloud and AWS is
I'm just telling Jonathan, one thing that I've enjoyed about Azure is compared to AWS.
Oh my God, you can't compare it.
It's terrible.
It's like
the user interface.
Yeah, it's really nice. You guys have done a really good job with that.
I just got recertified 2 weeks ago in AWS, and I was surprised to see that they haven't changed the interface that much. It looks exactly
They did some updates. It was really interesting. I was using AWS for a lot of projects, and like while I was in the middle, they were like, "Oh, we just updated this. Click here to use the new interface." And I click, and I'm like, "Okay, it's a little different."
Yeah. But
Like when your wife goes and gets a haircut, you know, and you're like, yeah, it looks a little different. But like they need to like complete
redesign the whole thing.
like enterprise customers that are used to it the old way.
Which is why we have, like, why is IE still around?
Right.
It's not, Microsoft wants to get rid of IE
Right.
a long time ago.
So do
There's still
developers.
many
So do
applications.
developers.
Yeah. There's still many applications that enterprise customers have that only work in IE. And, you know, but finally we said next year, gone IE, no more.
All right, are you ready to get back?
Yeah, let's kick this off so we can make some progress here.
That's kind of like, I don't really write.
So I'm thinking I'm gonna skip like one last, the peanut one. It's gonna be here start to count.
I know, that's crazy. That's crazy, yeah. Where's?
There's also one for Azure Functions, it's very easy. So I think the Azure core solution that you all do that.
Then open your terminal. No, you have to do something.
And we only want
All right, guys, are we ready here?
Guys, are we ready?
I don't know how you're gonna do that.
Thank you, Damon.
That didn't help. They're using my. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the cloud, you've seen the rain, but now comes the sun. Are you guys ready for part two? Let's hear everyone say ready. See you over there, ready? See you over there, ready?
Good.
One introduction.
Thank you, Damien.
That's why we keep them around.
All right,
Also wakes
guys.
up people on the street.
Were you all able to deploy the app? Did it work?
Yeah.
Kind of?
Are you sure?
What's going on here?
Hey, Andres.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching the chat, and there's a question in chat. What's the most cost-effective way of deploying static HTML hosted pages on Azure?
The most
Like using like on AWS, but in Azure.
It's called, so the same way that an S3 bucket exists in AWS, in the Azure world, that's called a storage account. And you can also host static web pages in the storage account. So that would be the most cost-effective way. But again, it's a static page.
Yeah, React is static.
Is it static?
Yeah, you can't run Next.js, but React, that's.
But does it?
client side. They're just the build.
I guess it is, and you have to, I haven't done it, but
Yeah.
as long as it's static, there's not gonna be any, any web server running,
Yeah, if you're
application.
doing client side React, client side React. then-
Downloads the,
then
yeah.
You're just uploading the app, and then you're downloading it.
And then the execution happens in the
And
client.
it happens on the, yeah. So it's just-
Okay. All right, so let's move forward with networking. And again, for the Azure Fundamental Certification, and you need to know all these concepts. There's a lot of concepts in the fundamentals and services. So I'm just gonna touch on some of these other services, do one more lap, and then I'll switch over to Yomar so you can continue with the solutions. So when talking about networking, we have the concept of an Azure virtual network. When we deployed the VM earlier today, a VNet was created for us in the background. We didn't see it, but a VNet, a virtual network, was created. And you can think of it as it's just a way to deploy resources that are kind of on the same network that can talk to each other. So it's a private network in Azure is what a virtual network is. Then we have the concept of a virtual private network gateway, a VPN gateway. And that what allows you to do is you can connect those VNets, connect them to your on-premises data center. So a customer has, their network on their data center. They have some networks in Azure. Something has to connect those two. But there is two ways of doing that, either through a VPN, which is just a private tunnel using the public internet, or express route, which if you're familiar with AWS terminology, that would be kind of a direct connect. Same thing. So this is a private connection. So you actually go to a provider like AT&T or Netbond. Well, AT&T, Netbond, what's the other one? There's multiple providers. You can go and say, hey, I want to connect to Azure. And they just give you a private circuit. You put it in your data center, and that's a private connection between you, your data center, and Azure. Right. Correct. So most of every enterprise customer that I work with, they have one or the other, either express route or VPN to connect, their networks on premises in their data centers to their networks for Azure VNets in Azure. So you need something in between to connect those two. It's either a VPN gateway or an express route. Okay, so again, basic terminology so you guys can pass. Correct. So the networking would fall under the category of IaaS, infrastructure as a service. Okay. So again, VNet is your own private, isolated network in the cloud in Azure. It has a private address space. I'm not going to go too detailed into that, but if you're into network engineering and you understand networking, you have your private IP address space up there. And then you segment a VNet into subnets. Okay. So in a typical application, you have something like, let's say a web application, you have a public subnet. Those are going to be the publicly exposed servers, such as the VM that we just deployed. It has port 80 exposed, so you can deploy, hold your web application. And then you may have a private subnet where you have the backend services that you don't want to expose to the internet. So again, a VNet is segmented into subnets. Okay. And then what can you deploy in a VNet? Again, we saw VMs, we deployed VMs in a VNet. The VPN gateways that we talked about can be deployed in a VNet. Load balancers are deployed in a VNet too, and other types of resources can be deployed in a VNet. We have something called network security groups, another resource, and that's when we created the VM, remember we selected that we wanted to allow RDP and port 80. What's happening is a network security group was created. And that network security group, basically, we're saying allowing those two ports to come through. So when you create a network security group, you attach that to one of the subnets or to a particular VM. So think of it as a firewall, is what it is. You select which ports you want to allow. I'm gonna skip this walkthrough so we can make some progress here. I wanna move to the fun part with Yomar, and he has some cool labs. All right. We talked a little bit about this hybrid connectivity, so the different ways you can connect Azure to your data center through VPNs or through express routes. A load balancer is a way to distribute the traffic to multiple VMs in the back. So again, if you think about an application that it's going to have a lot of traffic, you may have maybe 3, 4, 5 VMs that are going to receive that traffic. You need something in front of those VMs that is going to receive the traffic and then distribute it to the service in the back so that it is equally distributed. And and it also, if let's say one of the VMs fails, then the load balancer is aware of that and then stops sending traffic to that VM. So a typical web application in the traditional world, in IaaS world, you have a load balancer and multiple web servers in the back. Okay. There is public and internal load balancers. A public load balancer will have a public IP address exposed to the internet, and internal is something that is private within the VNet. And then the traffic manager, and again, these are all different networking services. Traffic manager is more of a global type DNS load balancer. So the load balancer that I showed earlier, it lives within a region, but a traffic manager allows you to distribute traffic to multiple regions using DNS. I think this is going to make more sense when I show this architecture. This is a typical architecture of an application. People can hear me. So you have the traffic manager on the left side. Each of these is a different region. So you see this as primary region, secondary region. Traffic manager, traffic comes into the traffic manager, then you can go into one or two regions, depending on how you configure the rules of traffic manager. And then once you get into the region itself, then you may have multiple load balancers distributing the traffic to the VMs.
And it does this by changing the DNS depending on the request.
Correct.
It doesn't first hit it and then distribute.
It doesn't.
It is a DNS service.
It is a DNS service. So you go, I'm going to this particular application, you get an IP address for one of the two regions, and then you go straight to that region. So the traffic doesn't traverse traffic manager.
And then gets the other IP.
Correct.
But
And
now
there's,
I'm stuck.
yeah, unless it goes down, and depending on the rules of the traffic manager, and then it can, if it goes down and there's a DNS time to leave setting, then eventually it's gonna go find the new IP and.
Okay.
But again, so this is a typical three-tier, a typical three-tier architecture with IaaS services. So again, once you move to app services and maybe more native PaaS services, you don't have to worry about all this complexity, which is why, what I was saying, when a customer comes in, we usually try to take their application, put it into IaaS, something similar to this. But you see, there is a lot of complexity that you need to take into account, that if you move towards more native PaaS services, you don't have to worry about all this stuff.
Andres, I think it's not mentioned in the presentation, but when you have time, research about Azure front door service.
Right. That would be
It has more advanced features than the DNS route.
Yeah, we use the traffic manager in the for load, not for load balancing, or we were hoping to get not just load balancing,
Blue-green deployment. Yeah, it's a disaster recovery type.
And it wasn't what it is, but I understand that one. But I'll talk to you. Sure.
All right. When it comes to storage, so far we talked about compute, we did the VMs, app services, we talked about networks, the different components in networks. And again, for the fundamental certifications, you just need to know what it is, what a VNet is, all this basic terminology. And then when we talk about storage, then we have something called a storage account. And that service allows you to store files, messages, tables, multiple types of information into the storage account. There's multiple services within a storage account. So we have the Azure blocks. So think of it as you have maybe OneDrive, Google Drive, Dropbox, that type of service where you create this account and you can just throw files into that account, right? So it's for object store. Then a storage account can also contain Azure files. This is more of a traditional SMB file shares in its traditional world. If you guys are familiar with that, file servers in an office is pretty much what it is. Azure Tables is more to store, it's going to be like a NoSQL. Maybe you were asking about this earlier. It's not the same thing as the Cosmos, but it's just a table. You want to store some quick info in a table. You can do that through in a storage account. And Azure Queues allows you to, when you have an application and you need to decouple the components of the application, you want to exchange messages between those applications, then you can use Azure Queues for that. Okay. Yeah, and under storage account. So when you create the storage account, you can create any of these services right here: blobs, files, tables, or queues. We're gonna do a quick lap on storage before we switch over to you. And then when you create a storage account, then it's gonna ask you how you want the data, the redundancy model for your redundancy models. One is what's called a locally redundant storage. And that basically means you create a storage account in a region, and then any object that you upload, it could be an image, for example, then 3 copies of that image are going to be automatically created within the same region. Okay? So 3 copies are going to be automatically created. The reason why is because if for whatever reason, you know, something happens with one of the storage devices that we have, then at least, you know, we have the other copies for the redundancy purposes. So it just guarantees that your data is we're not gonna lose your data. The zone redundant storage is same thing, 3 copies of whatever you upload are created, but we guarantee that they're gonna be in different availability zones. So remember, within a region, we have availability zones. A copy is gonna be created in 3 different availability zones. So if one whole data center goes down, the copy will exist in the other 2 data centers, okay, or availability zones. Geo-redundant storage, and this is what I was mentioning at the beginning, that some services allow you to automatically replicate between regions. So with geo-redundant, you upload an image to East US, and now 3 copies are going to be created in East US, and automatically 3 copies are going to be created also in West US, in a different region altogether. So if there is a whole outage in East US, then the data is going to be available in the other West US, in the other region. Okay, so that's geo-redundant. And read access geo-redundant is the same thing as geo-redundant, but the difference is with geo-redundant, you only get access to that secondary region if there is an outage in region 1. If region 1 goes down, you know, we're going to give you access to the data in region 2. With read access geo-redundant, the same thing, 3 copies are created in each region, but you also have read access to the secondary region. Why is this a benefit? Because if you design an application and you want to make sure that the people, you know, connecting from the West Coast have the data closer to them, they can read the data in that region instead of coming all the way to the east. Okay. And again, as you move towards the right, so from locally redundant to zone redundant, you gotta pay. It costs more to have that storage account.
You can have access
unless if there is an outage, then you have access to.
But I get the same way like that log, or access the same way and you figure it out.
No. The endpoint is automatic. If there's an outage, the endpoint will automatically send you to the other region. In the case of read-only access, there's going to be 2 endpoints, one for the primary region and one for the secondary. You can use the secondary endpoint to access the data in the secondary region. All right, so let's do this quick lab. Let's create a storage account so you guys can see what the process looks like. It's going to be aka.ms/Boca lab 4. aka.ms/Boca lab 4. So I'll do the same thing that I've done before. I'm gonna do it here in the portal. So as before, there's multiple ways to do it. We're gonna do it a different way this time. Let's find in the top search bar. Let's look for storage accounts. And click on that. Then we're gonna create add. And by the way, you guys can close the Cloud Shell now. We're not gonna use it. We don't need it anymore.
For the Cloud Shell, we were supposed to get a link that goes to that.
So the web app.
Yeah.
If you go to the web app resource in the portal, you'll see the link. It's gonna be on the top right. And then select your subscription. Again, this is as usual. We're always gonna get these questions. Resource group. If you already have a resource group, you can use that. If you don't, then actually it's a different description here. If you don't, then you can create a new one. I'm just gonna use this one, Boca Lab 2 RG. I'm just gonna reuse the resource group that I had created earlier. And then the storage account name, so you can enter whatever name you want. It has to be globally unique. So if it's not, it's gonna tell you somebody already created an account with this name. So I'm gonna say Boca storage Andres. The region is US. In here, you'll see the redundancy models that we talked about. Then in my case, let's do LRS. Actually, let's do a GRS, the read-only GRS, so you guys can see what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, do the geo-redundant and make sure that you have this checkbox enabled that says make the read access data available. All right. And then I think let's click the default. So click on review plus create. We don't need to go over every single tab. And click create.
I wonder if the resource group that you're using has any effect on how fast it deploys. I don't know why it's being shared. Oh, 554 years.
These randoms. All right, mine finished here too. So now if you click on go to resource, hopefully yours is about to finish too or already finished. Then again, you see the familiar interface for every resource. You see a familiar interface with a menu on the left side with multiple configuration options for that resource. And then in the overview, you see the information for that resource. If you go all the way down, you see the different storage types that we talked about. So within a storage account, you can have file shares, containers, queues within the same storage account. You see, if I go to, what is that? You can see where it was here. No, yes, I'm extending it. We go to endpoints. You see, yeah. Let's see the secondary endpoint. This is going to be the secondary. Yes, I think I did a check mark backwards. I should have unchecked the check mark. But anyway, so to your question, you should see two endpoints here. I think I had to uncheck that check mark when we created. Right. But right now, this is one. You see the endpoint for the primary region, and then when read-only access is allowed for the secondary, you're going to see another endpoint for the secondary region. Okay.
All right, we'll continue with the app. If you go to blob, we'll go to containers up here. Within data storage, go to containers. And then we can create a new container. And you can think of a container as a folder. And we can just call it Boca code container. This one doesn't have to be globally unique because it's going to be within the storage account. You can do any name you want. You can do it as private. You create. There you go. So our container was created. And if we click on the container, we click upload, then we can upload any files that we want to this container. I'm going to select a random file. On my computer, upload this Python file. Actually, they want you to open a text file. You can access later, I think.
You create files in there?
Create? I don't think so. You have to upload the file before. Yeah. So there you go. So I uploaded a file. This is a Python file. If you click on the Python file, you see the properties, and you should get a link, a URL. So you can then give URL to somebody, and they can download it. Well, in our case, it's a private container, so you can't. It's not available publicly, but you can make this container publicly, and and download these files from anywhere.
Also, like you can upload like code in here, for instance, if somebody wants to download it.
Yep. Anything that you want, or an image. I've seen a lot of. You'll see many websites. Sometimes you go to download files and you see the URL. It points to the S3 service in AWS, which is the same thing. It's it's an object loaded into AWS, into S3, downloaded from there.
Is there a way to like drag and drop to upload?
I don't know if from the web portal, but we have this application called Storage Explorer. I have it open here. It's a client application where you can drag and drop. We can try from the portal. Maybe you can too. But here you can have multiple. You can load your storage accounts and drag and drop from your computer to this. But let's try from the portal.
It didn't let me.
It didn't let you? Okay, yeah, probably not then.
Well, actually, I tried a folder.
And upload something here. Yeah, no, doesn't do it.
There is an upload button on the top of it. Upload. You go into one of the pages. And see upload.
Yeah, you can upload from Upload, but I think he wants to drag and drop. Yeah.
You upload like multiple at a time? Like multiple files?
Yeah, we should be able to. And again, with the storage, this Explorer, you can just drag and drop from your computer to that. But yeah, you should be able to upload multiple.
There's a Mac version for that as well, the storage explorer?
Yeah, there's migration as well. All right, let me see. Task 3, monitoring. I'm going to skip that part, but you can, any resource in Azure, if you go to the monitoring section, you can see how the resource is behaving. Go back to here, and then if you go to monitoring, metrics, where they're taking it? Insights, yeah. Then you can see, and you see about this particular resource, and how much data you might be using, how many transactions, and all that kind of stuff.
You get rid of your storage if you don't need it.
Delete the storage account, or you can go and delete every container or blob that you want.
You can upload multiple files at a time, so you can't upload folders.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can create a folder and then go in and upload all the files.
That's tough. Use the
the storage
Yeah,
explorer.
your Storage Explorer.
And even VS Code, you can do that through VS Code.
And you gotta remember also that, and I think I haven't mentioned this, but I mean, the Azure portal is fun to learn, the services and play around with that, but we're gonna see in later when we talk about management, in the real world, all of these things are usually automated through scripts. So you send API calls to the portal and you upload and do stuff, or everything to the scripts. The portal is nice to learn and to see the interface, but when you have a real world application, you don't want to point and click, point and click, point and click. You want to automate those steps, and have everything in the script. All right, so with that, again, that storage account to upload files, and then you can get URL for the files and share them with whatever you need for your application.
Where do I get the URL?
Oh, if you click on the actual file that you created. Containers, so hard to watch for me.
Yeah, we should give you another monitor in front of you.
That would have helped. And then if you click here, then yeah, right here, the URL.
Is storage typically expensive?
No, usually that's the cheapest. The storage is very cheap. You pay more for compute. Okay. Yeah, if you want to change, if you want to give access to everybody, you can just change it to public, and now it's publicly exposed. All right, so moving on here. When it comes to databases, you were asking about this question earlier. One of the most popular databases that we have is Cosmos DB. It's a globally distributed NoSQL type database. So if you have a NoSQL, non-relational type data, Cosmos database is amazing. You can take one piece of data and replicate it all around the world. Is really good, and that's one of our signature products in Azure. We have the traditional SQL database, Azure SQL database, and if you have transactional data, relational data on premises, and you want to move to the cloud, you can move it to Azure SQL, and you don't have to worry about managing servers or SQL. None of that. You just focus on your data, and then if you're into MySQL or Postgres, those are also options when it comes to databases services in Azure.
How does Cosmos compare to like Mongo, Atlas, or?
So the interesting thing about Cosmos is that when you deploy, you can select which type of API you want to use. So there's one for the Mongo. So if you have a Mongo application, you can very easily migrate that to Cosmos. Or you can select, I want to use SQL type queries, then create a SQL, type database or Cassandra. There's like 4 or 5 different models that you can use with Cosmos. If you select that, wow, that's cool. Pretty cool. And then the marketplace is anytime there is a lot of, and actually you are, that's what you do, yeah. That's what you do for a living. So he works with, ISVs.
You worked at the store? Yeah, I'm gonna help you. He draws the models on the back. That's beautiful.
He works in the back.
That's the banking. It's the store.
He works with partners, and they build solutions, SaaS solutions that we put in our marketplace, and you can consume right away directly from Azure. So if you guys, for example, a Cisco router, if you need a Cisco appliance in Azure, because that's what your team knows how to do, and you guys want to use that, you can deploy a Cisco appliance directly from the marketplace. I don't know, you may have more ideas of what are good examples of good applications in the marketplace.
When you think about software as a service solutions, it's a good place for you to find software as a service solution through the marketplace. And what we tell our partners is, imagine you are a large customer like Walmart or Kroger. You already have a very well-established relationship with Microsoft. You already have a very large contract. So through the marketplace, you as Walmart, you as a large customer, you can buy not only Microsoft software, databases, virtual machines, but you can also buy business applications from the marketplace. So that is very good for our partners because our partners can do business through Microsoft. Sometimes if you're a small company, it's not easy for you to do business with a larger company because they require a lot of compliance, security, etc. But Microsoft already has that. So it's better for partners, it's better for developers, and at the end of the day, it's better for customers because they work with one vendor, which is Microsoft, and they just use their existing contract to pay for any software as a service solution.
All right, and with that, let's move to solutions.
Okay.
Can we delete the storage?
Yes, you can go delete the storage and the web app that we created earlier, so you don't pay for that. Right. All yours.
Thank you so much, Andres. Am I going to use your computer?
Before you go, I have a question. If I delete the resource group, would that delete both the web app and the
Order.
One second.
There's some in the fridge too, you mark.
What's the password for your computer so you can...
I will type.
Okay. Sorry.
Any questions?
I think it's easier. Yeah. We are also following the company's policy, right?
There you go. Do you need this?
Yes. But I will need the iPad, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna move this and the iPad.
Man, you don't go.
You said you need it or not?
I will need it.
Oh, you will need it. Okay. There you go.
I never realized you were.
They're cool, man. I love it.
This is detachable?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Make sure that your camera and your microphone is on.
Oh, we're back. That was very Microsoft-y, very Teamsy.
I don't want to ruin my credibility when I'm working from home, so that's why. Okay, we're going to switch from the Colombian accent to the Brazilian accent, which is much heavier, so it's good.
You right now, you're muted. You're muted.
Okay.
So. The speaker.
What do you mean?
To listen to music. I don't want to hear your YouTube. Turn off the volume on your speaker.
Okay. Got it.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Awesome.
You can unmute yourself now.
I did. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
You were saying something with your accent?
Just saying that we are switching accents, so we keep it more going with the flow. I just wanna go back to answering the question that Alex asked me, and I'll do that later because my computer is a mess. But I just wanted to show that in the Microsoft Commercial Marketplace, we have Azure Marketplace, which is a marketplace more focused on developers, IT pros, which means if you want to buy a virtual machine or an application, you go to Azure Marketplace. But if you want to buy a business application like Salesforce or Zendesk, you go to AppSource. So just wanted you to know, when you're searching on the internet for Microsoft Commercial Marketplace, you're going to see Azure Marketplace and AppSource. Awesome. So
Okay, we are going to module 3. I'm gonna talk.
Can you share your screen?
Oh, that helps.
Just click the green. Not the carrot, but yeah.
Yes, we do.
There we go.
Okay, how do I hide this?
More, click on the more, three dots here, and then hide floating menu controls. One of them.
Alt shift something.
Wow. And what about this one? I do, okay. Perfect. Thank you so much, everybody. I know we just had lunch. Probably everybody's very tired, so we'll try to keep this a little bit more engaging from a demo and switching between concepts and demos. I will talk about module 3 and module 4. In module 3, we're going to cover key Azure solutions around Internet of Things, big data analytics, machine learning, serverless, and DevOps. And as you can imagine, these are very different topics, so there is a lot of ground to cover. So I ask for your collaboration, and if you have questions, just let me know.
Sorry, there's a question coming over on the chat. It's not totally related, but before you get started.
Sure.
What is the opportunity for other countries' students to work in a company like Microsoft?
For other countries' students?
Yeah, for people in other countries to work at Microsoft, I guess.
Oh, Microsoft is a global company. There's opportunities in every country pretty much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on where they are, but yeah, there's a lot of opportunities in all different countries.
I love that question because I actually started with Microsoft in Brazil 10 years ago, and I moved to the US because I got promoted and they moved me here. So like Andres mentioned, there are more than 20 Microsoft subsidiaries across the globe. So I recommend that you search for something locally. And if you're thinking, how can I get into Microsoft? I think working with a Microsoft partner is a good way for you to learn how Microsoft works. It's a good way for you to build your network with Microsoft employees. So that would be my recommendation. Work with Microsoft partners in your country and try to look for opportunities in the Microsoft subsidiary on where you are.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we are starting with Internet of Things, also known as IoT. And when we think about IoT, is the evolution of cloud. Because if you think about the cloud is that central hub where you can provision compute, storage, and once you have those resources available, you can start sending data to the cloud, to that central hub, to that central endpoint. So when we think about IoT, the Internet of the Things, we are talking about how can the different type of devices send data to that hub in the cloud. So how can this smart watch send information to the cloud? Or even, I don't know if you guys have, there are toothbrushes today that they have Bluetooth and they send data to the cloud about how well you're cleaning your teeth, right? So when we think about IoT, it's this notion where you can send a large amount of data to the cloud, aggregate that data so you can do analytics to provide great insights for the business, for the users. The next step, what we have learned is that even though this idea of sending every piece of information to the cloud is great, is helpful, imagine if you are leveraging what we call computer vision. You have a camera that is analyzing all the traffic that we have on I-95. Imagine the amount of data you would have to send to the cloud. That could be very expensive and that could not have the best performance. So what we are allowing, what the industry has shifted, what the industry is allowing is allow you to move your compute resources from the public cloud near where you are. So for example, instead of sending every picture, every frame of a video that is capturing all the cars that are going through I-95, I could have a computer that is next to I-95. I could do some aggregation at the edge and then only send to the cloud the summarized view, relevant information that the cloud needs. So this notion of edge is the possibility of you moving compute resources from the cloud closer to where your users are, closer to where your IoT devices are. Once you have the data in the cloud, or once you are able to aggregate that data at the edge and then send it to the cloud, you can do what the business are looking for, which is for you to do advanced analytics, leveraging machine learning, leveraging AI. The next evolution is what we call digital twins. It's basically a representation of your physical assets. For example, if you are on a shopping mall and you have different types of IoT devices like vending machines, different tools, you could make that visual representation of your physical assets in the cloud with graphs, and you would be able to query that on a very easy format. So when we think about the evolution of the industry and evolution of IoT, everything started with the cloud. You had that central hub to start ingesting data. Then you evolved IoT capabilities, so you could collect data from different types of devices, but we realized that it could be very expensive, a large amount of data to send to the cloud. So we allowed companies to process the data at the edge. And then again, once you had that data in the cloud, you could do advanced analytics. And now we see this concept of a digital twin. Any questions about this concept? This has nothing to do just with Azure. If you are working with IoT on GCP, AWS, these concepts will also apply. Let's say these are the priorities that the cloud industry, the cloud vendors have right now in terms of allowing IoT solutions. Yeah. Sure.
When you say, process the data in the edge, are you talking about like a local instance or like some other form of cloud solution that can like pre-process the data?
Yeah, good question. So any computer here could be an edge device. So let's say my computer could act as the gateway for all the smart devices that we have in this building. But what the cloud allows, it allows you to manage remotely all the edge devices that you have. So I could, from Azure, deploy a Docker container to this edge device to, for example, do machine learning to capture all the faces that I have here. Wow. So any device can act as an edge device, but the beauty of the cloud is that you can centrally manage that through Azure. So you can manage all your edge devices and IoT devices from the cloud.
We leverage the massive scale of the cloud, right, of Azure. So some of these machine learning models, we need hundreds of computers to run to come up with an answer. You can deploy 100 VMs or whatever you run the model, run the analytics, and then show the model. That's it. Very hard to do that in an on-prem environment.
You can train the model, like he mentioned, let's say you are training a computer vision model to identify how many people are wearing masks in this environment. You train that in the cloud using all the computing power that Azure has. But let's say every time somebody enters that door, you want to verify if the person is wearing a mask. Imagine you having to go to Azure every time.
Right.
So you could, once that algorithm is trained on Azure, you could deploy that to the edge to this device, and this device could verify everybody who is entering that door if the person is wearing a mask or not.
Okay.
So that's why we are moving into this scenario of moving some computing power to the edge, but like Andres mentioned, it's going to work combined with all the computing power we have in the cloud.
I just want to ask, is the temperature good? Or is it too cold? It's good for me.
It's good for me.
Really good?
If we make it one notch warmer in here, it's gonna get super stuffy if not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only one that's.
Yeah, fortunately, it's like that.
I'm used to being.
Cool. So let's talk about some Azure specific services for IoT. And I recommend that you memorize some of these names because they're going to ask about this in the certification. You do not need to know the details of the implementation of each of these services, but you do need to understand what is the difference between each one of them. So when we talk about Azure IoT Central, That is a software as a service solution that is very easy for you to connect, monitor, and manage IoT devices at the scale. So with IoT Central, what we have an application that is ready to use. It has several dashboards, and all you need to do is to connect your IoT devices. I just connect my Raspberry Pi. I just connect this computer, if this was able to talk with Azure IoT Central, and I would have a ready-to-use IoT dashboard for my company. So that is a software as a service solution on Azure. Remember when Andres was talking about infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service? This is in the far right. Now, when we think about platform as a service, which is where I see most of the companies leveraging Azure IoT today, they leverage Azure IoT Hub. So Azure IoT Hub is the central location, central endpoint in the cloud for devices to send messages, but also for the cloud to be able to send messages back to the devices. So this enables bi-directional communication. So devices can talk to the cloud, and the cloud can send messages back to devices. So let's give you an example. I love my Sonos, which is a speaker, right, at home. So any of you who have a TV, so your smart TV or your speakers could be sending messages to the cloud. Let's say last time that Umar played Coldplay, right? But imagine that this TV or my speaker needs an update, needs a firmware update, right? The cloud would be able to send a message back to that device saying, device, you got to update your OS. So when we talk about Azure IoT Hub, is this gateway for messaging, but it's not just messaging devices to the cloud, it's cloud to the devices. And like I mentioned, this is the #1 Azure service if you're building an IoT solution.
Is it somewhat synonymous to like Kafka, like Apache Kafka?
Very good question. This is built on top of a technology called Azure Event Hubs. Azure Event Hubs is very similar to Kafka.
Okay.
But keep in mind that Azure IoT Hub is more than just messaging. Yeah. It has, for example, device provisioning services. So it's built on top of a Kafka-like service, but it has more capabilities focused on IoT.
So I know this is kind of an aside, but I want to talk to you because I have a client that's working with robotics, IoT devices, smart devices, and currently they're using Kafka, and this seems like it would be a much better solution.
Yeah.
And they're on AWS, so we got to get them on.
AWS has a service similar to Azure IoT Hub, which is called AWS Greengrass. Greengrass. That is similar to Azure IoT Hub and Azure IoT Central.
Who comes up with these names? Oh, yeah.
Azure names are better, right?
Yes. 100%. Hub like a hub, and Greengrass like, like a hub.
Yeah, at least name it something you can identify it by.
Yeah.
Their naming is very creative.
I don't know if they're targeting agriculture scenarios, like, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Or drug dealers.
Cool. The third one, which we are not going to focus a lot today, but just know this sentence for the certification, is that Azure Sphere is this microcontroller. It's an actual device that you run in the IoT devices that is built for security. So probably a lot of the newest coffee makers, all the smaller devices, they're going to come with a microcontroller, a small processor that leverages Azure Sphere. It's a device that was built by Microsoft, very focused on security.
So if you go back, so
sure.
No, you can go in detail. Here, go.
Okay.
I want to see if I understood everything.
Sure. Like I was saying, IoT Hub is a managed service, so it means that you are not managing virtual machines. Microsoft does everything for you, and it's going to be this central hub for messaging in both directions. The benefits, as any other cloud service, it's very scalable, so you can connect millions of devices. You can monitor, you can track all the devices. It also integrates with other Azure services, which you're going to understand why this is important. And the last point here, it's very good for routing messages. So let's say if I'm receiving messages from this TV, I want to send you a different dashboard to a different Azure service. But if I'm receiving messages from my camera, I want to do a different type of analytics. And I don't know how much you guys learn here at Boca Code about big data architectures, but there is this big data architecture called Lambda architecture. Have you guys heard about that?
What's it called?
Lambda architecture. Yeah. Yeah. So what that means is you have two paths. One is for real-time data, which we call hot data, and we have the other path, which is for cold data, right? So what we are exemplifying here is that with IoT Hub, regardless of the type of data of messages you want to process, you could send that data to Azure IoT Hub. And from there, Azure IoT Hub could send that data to different Azure services that specializes in either treating real-time data or historical data. So in this example here, we are saying in the hot path, we are saying if this data, I consider this hot data, I am going to process that through Azure Stream Analytics, which is very similar to Kafka. Or if that data, I consider that cold data, historical data, I could send that to a storage account. So again, that's the beauty of Azure IoT Hub. It's your central repository, is your central gateway, but it can route messages to different type of Azure services.
Are you saying that it's just the hot is more like real time and the cold is just more static?
Correct, batch and static.
So let me give you an example on that. For example, when I worked at GE, that we also you guys that we monitor power plants. The real-time data is something happened and we need to take an action right away. We need to notify the customer right away based on some real-time analytics. You need to go and turn off that turbine is going to fail and you're going to have to pay a lot of money to repair it.
Right.
That's real-time. We need to get a notification right away. Cold data is, let's get this data from power plants running, for the last 3-4 months. So we can then build better models. We take all this data and build models that we can then use later on, for example, for
Actually, I'm kind of familiar with that one because GE connected the RBI over there, and there were some people doing some of the sensors with large turbines.
Yeah, exactly.
Large.
Yeah. So you need to the cold data. You can call it all this historical data that you can then use to build other models. We can use for other stuff later on.
Yeah. Another example is in healthcare. I worked a lot in healthcare and I work with this company. They are medical, they manufacture medical devices. So if you have devices that are monitoring a person's heart rate, for example, and there is a change in the heart rate, you want that to be your real-time analytics, right? While if you wanted to process data about my medical record history, right? All the historical data about UMAR, I don't need to take any actions in real time. But all the data could go through the Azure IoT Hub for processing the messages. Here's one example of an IoT reference architecture. I don't want you to think that this is the only reference architecture because there are so many big data, open source technologies that you could leverage for building, especially the part here in the center for big data analytics, but this is one example of an IoT reference architecture on Azure. So in this example, you could have an IoT edge device, which is doing the message aggregation. And then that edge device could be sending data to Azure IoT Hub. And then Azure IoT Hub could route that message to different Azure services. We could route the message to Azure Databricks to process the real-time data using within Spark, what we call structured streaming. And we could also send data to our long-term storage like storage blobs, SQL Data Warehouse, now Azure Synapse, or Azure SQL Database. And regardless of the storage type that I'm using, if it's a real-time storage database or historical data, I could present that information in Power BI or Kibana, for example. One cool example that we have here is that in this reference architecture, once the data reaches IoT Hub and IoT Hubs send that information, for example, to Cosmos DB, Cosmos DB has this notion similar to the triggers that you have on a database. When you insert something, notify somebody, Cosmos DB has this notion of a change feed. So anytime you insert or you update a record in the database in Cosmos DB, you could call an Azure function. So this is one example that we could implement what Andres just mentioned. The data about the turbine comes to IoT Hub, it gets processed, aggregated in Spark through Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks could insert that data into Cosmos DB, and Cosmos DB triggers a change feed, and that change feed could call another service, another function, to send an email, to call Andres' phone because something is wrong. Okay? I know there is a lot on this slide. The main takeaway here is that IoT Hub can route your messages based on the message type, based on the type of action you want to take. Any questions about this slide, about this example of reference architecture? One example here is that at grad school, I was working on an architecture similar to this, but not on Azure. We were using AWS. So instead of, where is my mouse here? Instead of using Azure Databricks, we were using AWS EMR, Elastic Map Reduce, using Spark. And then we were just leveraging the Elasticsearch and Kibana for doing the reporting. So let's go through a very basic demo. This is very cool. Andres, do you mind if, I don't know how to turn this on.
Oh, yeah. It is an iPad.
Yes.
So AKA MS/Boca Lab 5, right?
Yeah. Okay, so what we are going to do on this lab is very simple. We are going to create an IoT hub, and we don't have an IoT device to send data to that IoT hub. So what we are going to do, we are going to use a simulator. This is the example. This is going to be our Raspberry Pi simulator that's going to send messages to Azure based if this light is blinking or not. So this is our demo for now, our lab. We're going to create an IoT hub, and then we are going to connect this simulated Raspberry Pi device to that IoT hub.
That's right, the LED is good.
Okay.
When you said the all resources blade.
Here. You go to the sandwich menu, the drawer on the top left, the fourth option, all services. Okay, so if you guys want to follow me, you can follow me or just follow the nice document that Andres put together. So to create an Azure IoT hub, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go to all services and I'm going to type IoT. I'm in the Azure portal, in there, fourth.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. And I type IoT. And I'm going to go to IoT hub. Oh, I'm in the wrong account, so I don't have a subscription. I have an option that Andres doesn't have because I'm in the internal environment, so things could go a little bit slower. IoT hub. I'm going to click on create. I'm going to call this my RG IoT. The region, and I'm gonna give it a unique name. So my RG IoT, no, my IoT UMAR lab. No special requirements for creating the, yeah, just click review and create. It passed the validation. Where I'm waiting for the creation. Any questions? Any questions?
Oh, when you click on the add IoT device, is that the Raspberry?
Yeah.
So you just did, you named it and then you just created it?
Yes.
And now it's gonna deploy and then you're gonna add the Raspberry Pi to it.
Yes, we'll do it together. I believe I already have one here, so we don't need to wait. So let me, I hope I have not deleted. No, I had deleted, so let's see if it created. Okay, we need, I had deployed this already, but I deleted because I did not have that much money. So let's just wait a little bit more.
By the way, Andres and Umar, while you're here, the two students sitting in the middle of the row there, Victoria, who I know you spoke to already, and Rue, were in the orange hat. Those are our two current scholarship students.
Good job.
Nice.
Yes.
Those are the kind of students that we're hoping we'll get for the Microsoft scholarship as well.
Very smart. Yeah.
Yeah, these are our rock stars.
Amazing.
And Jonah sitting next to Drew, and Nikki sitting next to Victoria, as well as Caesar right here, are also in our current cohort.
Awesome.
So, and I think that Nikki and Caesar are both on partial scholarship.
I'm not on scholarship.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, right, you are.
Oh.
Diversity and Tech Scholarship.
You thought it was this cheap?
I thought I just got a family and friends discount.
Yes, that was it.
No, I got a scholarship?
You got the
Hell yeah.
Diversity and Tech Scholarship.
Pat on my back.
You know, woman tech. All women qualify.
Oh.
Okay, it got created. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna connect that simulated device to this IoT hub. And to do that, under settings on the left menu, you are gonna go to,
I don't know if anybody else says IoT hub may not be functioning properly because it's not active.
it's still being created. That's why you see that.
But wait a little bit.
Yeah. Andres, I'm sorry, but it closed the
Let
iPad.
me disable the password.
Mine's still deploying.
Mine too.
Man, something about you guys Microsoft accounts. Maybe.
Mine worked.
I disable password for that.
Always ready for you.
I disable the password in this thing, password here. Oh, well, you know what? I think since it's no, because it's Microsoft managed.
It's
so,
Microsoft
yeah, I'm
managed.
not gonna be able to disable it,
Okay.
so.
Okay.
So you go inside the resource and you were saying?
Yeah. So again, you go to your IoT hub that just got provisioned, and it's not under settings. Sorry, it's under explorers, and you go to IoT devices. Okay, here is where you would add a device manually, but we are not gonna go through here. Just wanted you to know this part. What we're gonna get the connection strings for this device so we can connect to this device. So we go to shared access policies.
Well, the instructions say. if you
Yeah,
have
I'm sorry, I forgot that one.
You have to create
one device. A device.
You're right. You're right.
Okay, so creating.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna create a device new, and I'm just gonna call it simulator And I'm gonna click save. And that's what's gonna give me the connection string for this device.
Where was the created device?
You go on the left menu, you go under Explorers, IoT devices. Within IoT Hub, the left menu, Explorers, IoT devices, new. Once we did that, we can click on the device that got created, and we can copy the primary connection string. Okay. Let me just remember what is the URL, Boca Lab 5. So, Boca. No, I will go through here. I think it's easier. That would be helpful. Thank you.
You're hunching over.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so in the instructions for Lab 5, you'll see this link for online Raspberry Pi simulator. So make sure you click on that one. And the fourth line, where is the connection string? Here, line 15. There is this variable here called connection string. You want to replace that with the connection string you got from the device you just created.
Including the square brackets?
Which square brackets? I mean, you should be able to copy as is, as it is in your clipboard.
Yeah, no square brackets, but you want the quotes.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, paste it inside the quotes.
Yeah.
I'm getting like.
Oh.
I click on that little, this little document.
Are you getting your connection? You're getting like your IoT file.
So how can we see that?
Yeah, so was everybody able to change the connection string in the Python code here on the top?
Yeah.
Now you hit run. It's very small, so it's hard to see. So pay attention here. And you should click run. It's running now. Let's just give it 30 seconds. And we'll go back to the Azure portal. In the Azure portal, you are gonna go to IoT Hub usage.
So what you can do, if you want to go up a little bit and change from.
Oh, how many minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, go down.
Oh, here.
Show data for the last hour.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that was.
Yeah. And you see that it's running. So I think the delay is here around 30 seconds on this view. But you can see that we already have 3 messages coming from the simulated device. So go back to the IoT Hub overview, and you keep scrolling down. And you can see number of messages used and devices to cloud messages. Make sure to click on this one to make it bigger. And we're gonna show data from the last 30 minutes. And you can see now I have 28 messages since we started. Was everybody able to see the data reflected in the chart?
My graph is I used 3 messages today.
Can you show us again where we see the usage?
Sure. You go back to your IoT Hub. You click on overview and you just scroll down all the way to the page. And there is this graph that says device to cloud messages. You can just click on that to make it bigger. Yeah.
Can you stay there where you said click on?
Let me go back. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Here. One more thing again, what Andres showed to you, if you want to see from here, just click on show data for the last, make sure that you select last 1 hour. It's going to show more data. Okay. Like I said, on the Azure portal, the delay is around 30 seconds. If you wanted to build your own dashboard to reflect this graph every second or every half second, you could do that too. It's just in the Azure portal because it's free. You're not refreshing every second.
You can plug your IoT hub into like you using like a Power BI to build it with the
Yes. Normally when I demo this, I have my Raspberry Pi and I move my Raspberry Pi, and as I move my Raspberry Pi, it moves the graph because my graph is based on the altitude of the device. We didn't have time to prepare that one for today, but that's how you can show that this works with real-time data. Yeah. Yes. Just take a little bit more time to prepare next time.
Just in case it's kind of not that big of a. How would you go about connecting the Raspberry Pi and actually physical Raspberry Pi? We're running a simulator, which is already kind of connected, right? So how would it work?
You push that software onto a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, it's a great question. So there are two ways. One way, you just install the Azure IoT Hub SDK into that Raspberry Pi device.
Okay.
It's just a Python library that you install. You do a pipe install Azure IoT, that's it. That's one option. The other option, you could install the Azure IoT Edge runtime, so your device could act as an edge device, but that's not a requirement.
Okay.
But 99% of the scenarios are just going to use the pipe library for Python, and they will be able to send messages to IoT Hub.
For instance, if we were trying to set up an application, this is another question.
Sure.
IoT. If we were setting up an application in Azure, we would use the app service, correct? Because, like, for instance, we wouldn't need to set up like in AWS, we have to set up like an S3 bucket and an EC2 instance, and then point it to a database.
Yes.
But in Azure, we could actually just set up a VPC all in one with an app service, correct?
You don't even need the VPC, the virtual network. You can just use the app service.
Yeah.
And that's it.
You just need one app service, and we can upload our API and our front end all in the app service.
Yes.
Point it to the database.
Normally on that scenario, you have two apps, one for the web, one for the front end, one for the API, because each app has one single URL.
Yeah.
So that's why we only deploy the front end for the to-do app. We didn't deploy the API because we didn't want you guys have to deploy the two of them.
Got it. Got it. So it's similar to AWS in that you have to deploy two separate things.
Yes.
Okay.
Talking about charging, you're saying process of computers and
yeah.
Saying storage is a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
When you start talking about using like these IoT libraries and things, are you being charged for the edge server, or are you being charged for where are you getting? I mean, because like here, if you're reading thousands of messages coming in, so I mean, I doubt it's on the number of messages processed. What's the metrics for charging?
Yeah, it's a good one. For IoT Hub, you are charged by the millions of messages that you send.
You are?
Yes, so it's very cheap. I can show you the pricing here. It's very cheap.
No, I know, but it's, yeah, okay. So it's just really, so you're really doing usage based on the number.
Yes, number of messages, yes.
So it's, okay, no. Because even though it's cheap, if you have zillions of dumb IoT devices, you'll be dealing with a lot of messages.
Yeah. The example that I told you about this company that I work, which they are in healthcare, they have thousands of devices and their bill is not that very high. Azure IoT Hub is very cheap because the protocols that you use for IoT devices, MQTT, they are very lightweight. It's very lightweight. So
Because I know, like, yeah, because I know some people like HP and Dell, they make a ton of edge servers so that when it really touches the things they start sending back to the cloud.
yeah,
Is, you know, is much more condensed.
yeah,
So you're not touching like Azure even as much.
Yes.
You do a lot of stuff locally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and guys, remember on Azure, you don't pay for data that enters Azure, right? You only pay for data that leaves Azure. So that is an important aspect.
If you want the answer, you have to pay.
Yes. So just to push data to Azure is free. So what you are paying here is just for processing each individual message. You are not paying for the bandwidth. Can we move on? Is everybody ready? Was everybody able to finish the lab?
Yeah, should we now shut down our hub? Or?
Yes, please do it. Andres, how much time do I have for module 3?
This one was supposed to be to 2:30, but I'm thinking do it at AI, which is
Okay.
cool, and then skip the function one.
Okay.
And then you can continue with branch.
Okay.
And we
The only
touch on
thing-
functions, but we don't do a lot.
Okay. The only thing with the AI one is that it's going to take time for them to tag the message because they need 15, but it's fine.
What do you think? Should we do instead the functions or?
Why don't we kill this? Because it's actually.
We can do the management one shorter. We don't do the CLI and our templates. What do you think?
Perhaps I can show them I think the custom vision is the coolest one. Let's just
think it's the coolest
yeah, let's do that one and we skip the functions and we just do the one with CLI and we skip all the others. Okay, folks, we are gonna move on. We are gonna talk now.
Yeah, you did it. You can delete your IoT hub now if you want, so you don't pay for that.
If you don't delete, it's okay, but you're gonna lose your $200 probably in a week, so it's up to you.
So far, we've done AKA, MS, Boca Lab 2, 4, and 5.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying, online, they're asking, you share those step by step.
Yep. Awesome. So
We did 2, 4, 5. I we did 1 also.
say that again.
We did 1.
We did 1. Yes. Yeah.
1, 2.
Oh, we did?
Yes. We did 1 through 5 so far.
Oh, okay.
Okay, folks, we spoke about IoT, and normally an IoT solution is not just about sending data to the cloud. In the IoT projects that I work, it's all about big data analytics. And it has a lot of application development, containers. So if you come to me on an interview and you say you are an IoT expert, probably you are disqualified. I'm not going to hire you because IoT is so huge. It covers application, it covers different messaging protocols, and it covers big data. So that's why we're going to move into big data analytics, which has some relationship with IoT. Because why? Any IoT solution is going to process a lot of data. So when we think about the solutions that Microsoft Azure has for big data analytics, for big data and analytics, we can think of the 3 main solutions that we have here on these slides. The first one is what we call Azure Synapse Analytics. This, if you worked with Azure before, this was called Azure SQL Data Warehouse. And if you have been in this industry for probably 20 years, you probably have heard about SQL Server Analysis Services. This is the foundation for Azure Synapse Analytics. But you can think of this as a cloud-based enterprise data warehouse. And if anybody here works with Snowflake, which is a very common solution in the market right now for big data analytics, this is the competitor for Snowflake. Andres, I forgot what is the similar service for Synapse in AWS. Do you remember?
I think it's Redshift.
Yeah.
And in Google, it's big data, right?
BigQuery.
BigQuery, right. Yeah.
Okay. So we're not going to go deep, but you're going to know for the certification, what is Azure Synapse? Just remember, it's a cloud-based enterprise data warehouse solution for processing big data. So That's one. The second one is Azure HG Insight. That is very similar to AWS Elastic MapReduce, EMR, and it's basically a managed version of Hadoop, where we support things like Kafka on a managed environment. And the third one, which has become very, very popular, on top of Hadoop, you have Spark. And Spark is this technology for you to process for doing big data analytics in memory. This technology, Databricks, was created at the University of California, Berkeley, and has become very popular. And Microsoft had a partnership with them. So now it is a first-party service on Azure. So when Andres and I were working with customers, trust me, to choose between one of these three, we could take weeks, because we got to understand the requirements. And we also have to understand what is the skill set that the people who are building the solution have. Because let's say if you are a Microsoft developer, if you have experience with Microsoft databases, Azure Synapse could be a very good choice for you. But if you are a developer coming from the Hadoop world, and you already have experience with Spark, then we got to choose between Azure HG Insight and Azure Databricks. This is all you need to know for the certification. When you think on Microsoft Azure, what are the technologies for doing big data and analytics? Azure Synapse, Azure HG Insight, which is a Hadoop managed service by Microsoft, and Azure Databricks, which is the implementation of Berkeley's Databricks solution on Azure as a managed service. When we think about big data analytics, that falls under the data engineering side of data science. I don't know if you guys know, but if you want to do machine learning, probably 80% of your time will be collecting data, processing data, and cleaning the data. That is data engineering. Everybody thinks that machine learning is very cool. It's not cool.
Hey, stop ruining it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very good for you if you want to raise the valuation of your company to put on your marketing material that you do AI.
There's people here signed up for my class.
Jokes aside, I just want to say is that it's similar to software engineering. Software engineering is very cool, but you got to follow the process, right? You got to do planning. You got to do tests. You got to have a DevOps process with CI and CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment. Same thing applies to machine learning. You got to have data engineering. So when we look at Azure, what are the services that Azure has for artificial intelligence and machine learning? And before I explain that, I realized that we haven't asked questions, so we still have a lot of stickers to give away. Who can explain what is the difference between AI and machine learning?
Todd wants to speak over there. Well, machine learning is a subset of AI, and
yeah, that is part of the answer. Perfect.
I'll stop there so other people
Yes.
can answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, artificial intelligence is like very broad, because if you build like a certain app to do a narrow, it has something called like narrow intelligence. If you do like a specific task, just to like run a script or something, that's considered artificial intelligence. Whereas with machine learning, is like the machine can actually learn by itself, which is more deeper sense of artificial intelligence.
Perfect. Part of the answer. Yes.
You already have.
Yeah,
want another one?
Okay. So I'll kind of give you the formal. I'll give you the formal definition, and I deliver a lot of trainings on AI and machine learning. So the formal definition of AI is any software that mimics human behavior. You could build an AI solution without using machine learning. I'm pretty sure you would have a lot of if statements on your code. But you could, that is totally possible. So machine learning, like you mentioned, is a subset of artificial intelligence where you combine statistical models to analyze patterns in your data, to predict certain outcomes, to understand some patterns in the data, And then that can help you understand what is next for the user, if the customer is going to churn, if a car could crash. So machine learning, subset of AI, but the key thing about machine learning is this combination of data and statistics, mathematics. So that's why if you want to study data science, it's going to be a combination of data engineering with Python normally, NumPy, all the great stuff, pandas, and statistics. Probably Andres, now he's a master in statistics and mathematics right now because...
A lot of math.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, statistically speaking.
Yeah. So why did I give you all that background? So on Azure, we have all the options to you in terms of where do you want to start in terms of your machine learning journey, in terms of your AI journey. So if you want to build a machine learning model from scratch, where you have the raw data and you want to train your model to predict something, for example, I want to build a machine learning model that can predict how much my car is worth, how much a car is worth based on the year, based on the make, based on the model. So you could do that leveraging Azure Machine Learning Service. But what Microsoft has realized is that not everybody here is a data scientist. Not everybody here has all that data. So what we have created machine learning services. We have trained those models and we have made them available to you as APIs. And that's what we call cognitive services. Then we have a third type of AI machine learning service, which is very focused on conversational AI, which is basically technologies for building bots. So these are the three type of technologies we have on Microsoft Azure, aligned to artificial intelligence and machine learning. Azure Machine Learning, you can build your models from scratch, leveraging your data, training your models. Cognitive services, these are machine learning models that were built by Microsoft, and Microsoft make them available to you as APIs. And the third one, if you're building bots for smart agents, or let's say you want to build a skill for Alexa or Google, you could do that through Azure Bot. Like I mentioned, Microsoft Cognitive Services, these are AI services that try to mimic human behaviors. We have machine learning models that were created and trained by Microsoft, and we make them available to you as a developer using REST APIs and SDKs. These are the types of cognitive services that we have available. And again, they are aligned to the capabilities that we as humans have: vision, speech, language, knowledge, and search. So if you want to use cognitive services, you can create your cognitive service instance, and you just got to know which type of capability you want to use, and you're going to have a different endpoint for each of these capabilities.
On the last slide, you said there was like 36 languages that were supported.
Yeah.
Do you have a list of that anywhere?
I can send that to you. For us here in South Florida, it's normally Portuguese, Spanish, and English. Those are supported for if you want to do text to speech, speech to text, that is supported. One important thing here, for example, when you look, for example, the capabilities that Skype has for auto translation, real-time translation, what Microsoft does is, as we build these AI capabilities for our own services like Skype, Teams, we package them and we make them available to customers through the cognitive service.
You ever heard of Skype?
I heard of Skype, yeah. I don't know how it works. We used to work there.
I know it's old-fashioned, but it was the first technology that created the real-time translation.
Yeah.
And I think Microsoft had a patent for that.
I used to work when they released that, and then it went nowhere.
It went here. It's here now on cognitive service.
Until they fired Jamie.
Yeah, when they fired me, then they were like, let's close this Skype down, let's make it all cognitive service.
So thank you for your services. It's right here. You had a question?
So would this be somehow comparable to IBM Watson service, for example?
Yeah.
Yes, but better. Okay, Andre, sorry, I'm gonna take us on a tangent here.
Yeah. This couldn't only win Jeopardy, it could win Wheel of Fortune. That's how good this is.
Okay, I hope I have this here. This is a presentation that I deliver in some user groups here in South Florida. And here I have the formal definition of AI, machine learning, and deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning based on GPUs. A quiz. What is the company that has the highest number of patents, IP, related to AI?
Microsoft.
Oh, wow.
Who was the...
Oh, is it really a question?
No. The question is, who is the second?
IBM.
Facebook.
It's Samsung.
Okay. You guys are seeing.
Recognize when I'm talking about something.
Okay, I just wanted to mention this because based on your question, normally people think that IBM is the hero on machine learning, artificial intelligence. I don't enter in an argument with people. I just show data.
It's like comparing Cortana to Google Assistant.
There you
That's what I
go.
think of.
Yeah.
Funny word.
You're right. You have a point there. This data is based on number of AI patents, which means the experience that a company has building technologies for that area.
And if we
Right.
move the word AI, it's IBM.
Oh.
Could be. Yeah, could be.
No, it is.
Cool. And I didn't create this data on my own. You can look here on.
You are, Dennis used to work at IBM research. So
Yeah.
He's feeling a little jaded here.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. That was not personal.
Some of those patents at IBM belong to Dennis right there.
Half of that chart is thanks to.
Oh.
But you notice I took no credit for IBM lawsuit.
Yeah.
They tried to sell most of it.
Cool. Thank you for making us compete at a high level. Thank you.
IBM here in Boca.
Yeah, he was there when they made the
I was
VC.
with IBM over 30 years.
Whoa.
I started up Boca. I spent most of my time up at research. Okay, so,
My dad worked for IBM, worked for
Yeah.
Whoa.
and I'm just saying,
He's in my
IBM,
heart team.
their mentality, they do pride themselves on still, like the last 17, 18 years being number one in overall patents. Now, how many of them are valuable?
So man, he's so famous that the IBM PC, the D in there is him.
He is the AI.
And IBM, they have, like silicon.
He's the AI.
In silicon, they would like sprinkle a couple different things on the Carly, you know, the silicon, and they have 100 different patents for processing. So
Dennis, you hold what, like 19 patents?
I have 17.
Whoa.
But there's two I like came out of real product and actually was recognized by corporate. I was sold that to the law. Wow. We even got a nice check. Yeah.
Good job. Wow. Yeah.
We're he left his tape at home.
Yes.
It wouldn't fit through the bag.
Awesome. So I want to talk about custom vision because when we think about custom vision, we are talking about somebody has uploaded a lot of pictures about people, about cats, about the environment, and they have classified, oh, on this type of pictures, you have cats. On this type of picture, you have people. This is how machine learning works. You don't create machine learning from nowhere. You need sample data. You need historical data.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has a lot of algorithms for doing computer vision. But let's say the algorithms that we have built to identify if the Boca code, so let's say Microsoft has built algorithms to identify brands like Coke, like Toyota. But if you wanted to improve our computer vision algorithm to identify the Boca code brand logo, you could do that. And that's a service we have called Custom Vision Service. This is very used, especially in the field for companies that want to improve security in the field. For example, let's make sure that all the employees are wearing a helmet. or people are wearing a mask, you could leverage the custom vision service to customize our algorithm for computer vision. Like I mentioned, this is the process for machine learning. You get data, you clean the data, you train your model, and some of the data that, so when you get the data, you split your data in training and test. So after you have trained your model, you use the test data to test the accuracy of your predictions, and from there you can keep improving your machine learning model. So let's go through a lab. This is the coolest lab. Of course, it wasn't me who built, but I'm presenting. And what we're going to do now, we are going to identify on a set of picture on a soda can if the can is open or not, and which brand it is, if it's which flavor it is, if it's a Diet Coke or a vanilla Coke. So this is going to take some time for you guys to complete because there is a lot of manual process. You have to tag the images, but I'll just get you started and then each one of you can complete that on your own. Okay. Okay. So you are going to follow everything we have here. I want to see. So look, this is the type of picture that we are going to train the model. Somebody took a lot of pictures from these soda cans and different flavors. And we will start training this model saying, oh, here we have a Diet Coke can that is open or a vanilla can that is closed. So we need, for custom vision service, we need to train at least 15 pictures for this machine learning model to be able to start making fair predictions. You might think, oh, 15 pictures is a lot. This type of computer vision machine learning service model leverages deep learning. And if you have worked with deep learning, you normally need thousands, millions of images for your algorithm to be able to start making predictions. But the good thing here, you can think of these as different layers of machine learning training. Microsoft has done some machine learning training on this model. We make them available to you, and then you can come and add your layer to enhance the machine learning model. And here we can see somebody tagging a soda can, and in the end, this can predict. I will quickly go through here the creation of the cognitive services on the Azure portal, but I will recommend that everybody try to go through on their own. And we're going to take more time on this, right? I think half hour, because this takes a little bit more time. Okay. So portal.azure. If you want to follow me in the beginning and then in the end, you can do on your own. So I go to all services. I type cognitive services. I do create. I'm sorry. You see, I don't want to follow Andres' guide and I don't have that good memory anymore. So you want to type custom vision. Yeah, so on our services, create resource, you're going to type custom vision. You're going to say that you're going to use this for both training and prediction. And please make sure, of course, you're going to create a new resource group. So UMAR computer vision. What is important is that you can only have one free plan of computer vision. So if you try to run this lab twice, you have to select the standard one, because in the guidance we say you should select the free, but since I had already created, I need to select the standard one. You have a question?
Oh, so you can only run this one time for free?
No, you can run multiple times. I think you can make 1,000 calls a day, But in terms of instances
Okay.
of
You
computer
can't have-
vision,
You can't have this lab running and then create like,
yeah,
like if you want to create
Yep.
open cans, then you want to create like hot dog or not hot dog as a separate one, that can't be on the free tier also. Only one on the free tier at a time.
correct. You can have one computer vision instance. Within that instance, you can have two projects. So you could have one project for soda cans and one for identify cats versus dogs, but that's it. That's what you can have on a free tier.
Was that a reference to Silicon Valley?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nice.
Any questions?
Yeah. Did you see they have the, it's only on the iPhone.
They do?
They do,
Yeah.
it works.
They literally
It
have.
does.
I think I have it on my
The
phone.
refrigerator one?
Not the refrigerator one. The hot dog, not hot dog.
Oh, okay.
It only figures out if it's a hot dog or not.
Oh, that's a fun, that's a funny.
And of course, I forgot to select a name.
Of course, they have to be on Boca, but I
Yes.
don't think I've known anybody else that has seen actually that TV show. It's amazing. I love that show. So
Okay, it is creating. Guys, let's make sure we all do this together. Andres has some sample pictures. It's a zip file that we all have to download.
By the way, this is a huge map. I mean, there's many steps. We're only gonna do a part
Yeah.
of this map. It's a big one.
So please make sure that you search on the lab in GitHub for .zip, and you're gonna see this URL. So download that zip file and look what it has there. Where is Boca code? So if you look here, lab images, these are all the images that we're gonna use for training the model.
Where did you get this from?
In the guide.
In the guide,
Where you can download.
Which guy?
here, the AKS Boca Lab 6. Okay, so my custom vision service has been deployed. So once it has been deployed, I am gonna go to that service, and on the left menu, there is an option called Quick Start. You see that Quick Start? And you wanna go to the custom vision portal. Of course, Microsoft developers forgot to do a single sign-on here, so I need to click on signing again. Awesome. So this is the environment where you can train your custom vision model. The first thing that you do, you create a new project. Like Todd was mentioning, on the free tier, you can only have 2 projects. In our example, one could be for identifying cats versus dogs, and another example for identifying brands in a soda can. So let's create a new project. I will say this soda cans 2. And this is very important. In machine learning, when you're studying grad school, you're going to spend 1 year on understanding classification models versus regression. So classification here in this example would be, do I want to identify if there is a cat in this picture or not? It's kind of binary, right? Versus on this scenario, what we want to do, we want to do an object detection. We want to identify certain brands on an object.
If we don't have that, I don't have that resource to be able to take care of it, right?
In which portal you are? Yeah.
We just got, which one did you click to get here? No, to the other one you were in right now.
Okay, so you go to the service that just got deployed. You go to the left menu, resource management, quick start. And the number 2 is custom vision portal.
You're just done? No, it's not. Deployment is in progress.
Sign in.
Look at the chat.
Yeah. Okay, folks, so once I have, I'm gonna create the project. I'm gonna say that this is for object detection.
Hold on.
Sure.
We're not all there. We're all still getting. You mind?
Yeah, no worries.
I think, no, I'm not there. Anybody else there?
No.
Okay.
So let's wait for your deployment to finish.
You click on new project?
Yes, new project. And on project type, you're gonna select object detection, and domain is gonna be general.
General A1?
Let's just leave A1.
Okay. Create project?
Yes.
You all got that?
Object detection, yes.
It's gonna be training, right? Cognitive vision training or training. And then create the new resource.
Create new.
Oh, I think when you created the.
Because it's asking me to create a project. I don't have a resource.
That means your resource probably isn't deployed yet.
Yeah. Go back to the Azure portal, please. Did you make sure that this is for both training and prediction? Do a refresh, please. Here, where he was.
And then go back in and try again?
Yep. So where are you?
I created a new project.
Okay.
And it brought me to the screen.
This is wrong because I think your guys' service has not finished deploying yet. So let's just give it to me. Yes.
You chose
Folks, can I get your attention 1 second? Guys, can I get your attention just 1 second, please? Please make sure when you are creating your custom vision, first step, you're gonna select custom vision. It's not gonna be custom vision training. It's just custom vision. And in here, this is very important. On the create options, you gotta make sure that it's selected both training and prediction.
We didn't see that. But by default, we chose both.
Yes.
Well, I didn't see that, but I had the rest.
Because I think when you search here, I think you can search for custom vision training.
No. I mean, I got everything's.
I did custom
Okay.
vision and I followed everything, but it is, I look and it's the type of services training.
Okay.
That was it, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so assuming everybody created the custom vision for both training and prediction, we are gonna train the model now. And for us to train the model, we need all those sample images that we downloaded from the zip file. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click on train. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Before I can train the model, I actually need to upload the images. So I'm gonna upload all the images except the last one that says test image. Is in the lab instructions. Guys, let's do this. Let's not focus on doing the lab now because this lab is longer. Just follow me for 5 minutes and then each one of you can try to do on your own because there's a lot of moving pieces. Okay. Okay, so first thing, download the zip file from the instructions, created the computer vision service, added a new project. Now I'm gonna add all the images except the last one.
When this is test image, don't add it. We're gonna test or moderate that last image.
Okay, so I'm gonna upload 35 files. Okay, this is the key part. Once the images have been uploaded, I'm gonna start clicking on each image and look what it does. Can you guys see that once I hover over each bottle can, I can tag this part. So in here, what I'm gonna tag, I am gonna tag this. What is the name it says in the guidance? So okay, closed diet Coke.
Something to identify that object.
Okay. Does anyone see a vanilla here? No. Oh yeah, this is a. Yeah. So this is gonna be called open. Okay. So for this to work, you need to create these tags in at least 15 images. So again, you would have to come here, select, and you say, okay, this is an open vanilla Coke. I had done this at home, so I'm not gonna do through all the 15. That's why I told you, just follow me. Or 7-Up. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so can everybody pay attention here now, please? So this model is the one that I did at home. And I already had 15 images that were tagged. And look here on the left menu, I can filter by the images that had each tag, right? So if I click here, I can see all the pictures that I had tagged. Because I have already done this for 15 images, I can now train the model. I already trained the model, but train the model is very simple. I just click on train. What this is gonna do, it's gonna run several virtual machines on Azure. It's gonna use a method we call k-fold cross-validation to do a lot of prediction on these images. Go ahead.
One factor image?
Say that again?
You choose one Coke per image, or you choose them?
Multiple. You can choose multiple.
You need at least 15 images total. So make sure you try to target the 2 of them in each one, in each picture, try to target both of them.
Yeah. I have some that have 2 tags, like this one, you see? One picture with 2 tags. But I need at least 15 different pictures tagged to be able to train the model.
We have to tag each and every one of those cans.
No.
It's only based on what you want to predict. In our case, we only want to predict if there is a Diet Coke or an open vanilla can in the picture. Remember what I said, 80% of a machine learning project is training, is doing this job here. Of course, because you're very smart, you could build a software in Python that try based on the pixels, and you could try to do that.
80% is training and the other 30% is guessing, right?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. I love that. I started using that. Like I said, once you have tagged at least 15 images, you'll be able to train your model. Again, this is going to use a machine learning model, a machine learning method called k-fold cross-validation. A lot of statistics, don't worry about it. That's why we built this machine learning model for you, is so you don't have to study 4 or 5 years to learn this. And I've studied and I've already forgotten everything. Probably Andres knows, I don't remember anything.
Tell me I wasted my time.
It's good for a resume, let's put it that way. Okay, and then I can test. We can test using an API, calling an API to this model. We are not gonna do today. We're just gonna test an image using the portal. So all I gotta do now, I can upload the test image. And I'll be honest, I was a little bit lazy when I trained this model, so my tagging were not great. So the accuracy for our prediction, I think here is around 60 to 70%. But if you tag more images, do a better job, you can
We're also
increase.
doing a quick training, right? So
Yeah.
there is 2 more to train, the quick training and the
Yes.
dog training takes longer, but it's gonna be way more accurate.
Yeah. So if you look here, actually my prediction was 99% accurate, but it only caught the open vanilla can. I think it missed a Diet Coke somewhere.
Yeah, Mr. Coke right there. Right next to it.
This is the idea, guys. You have a large sample of data. You upload those images, you tag those images, the training, then you can test. The same thing that we did through the portal, I can use a Python code. I just want to show you here in the lab instructions. Like 15 lines of Python code. I can import the computer vision libraries in Python. I pass the API keys and endpoints for computer vision. Then I just call for this image predictor, tell me which tags I have in that image. Very simple.
So you could put that inside your application.
Exactly. Exactly.
Now your app has computer vision.
Exactly. Do you guys remember that website, How Old Am I? I think somebody. That. Yeah, I think somebody on Microsoft had created that app to identify how old you are. It got viral and everybody started seeing that and was using computer vision. And another service, another example of very cool app. I love this one. And Andres, you didn't remind me to talk about this one, which is the Sketch to Code. Where is that one? Come on. Here. This is a sample application that was built by some Microsoft employees. This is very cool. You can do the wireframe of your HTML pages. You upload those images, and we convert that to real HTML5 code.
Wait, so what's the website?
Cover up the URL, cover up the URL.
Yeah, let's get to
We're not listening, we're not listening.
Oh my God.
So Nikki, aren't you glad you paid for Coca-Cola?
No, guys, I'm not saying that the code that is going to be created here is perfect, has all the perfect CSS, all the JavaScript, but you get the idea, right? Somebody at Microsoft did a lot of hand drawing of wireframes and trained that and said, okay, when you see like just a blank box, a rectangular blank box, that is a text field. Yeah. And these apps work. So let me do this. I'm going to use this sample, this.
Wait till you guys hear there's a sketch to react to.
No, that we don't have that one yet.
Yes. Oh.
And just to be clear, want to be very clear, this is not something that we are selling. This is just an example on types of apps you can build with computer vision. Okay, because you mentioned, oh, I could embed that API within my application. This is exactly what we did here.
Ah, so you use this application with computer vision.
Yes.
You trained it using it. Ah.
Should they start tagging the pictures? Well,
Yes, I want to ask you all if we should, if you want to do that, or if we should skip the rest. So just a second. So look, I'm going to upload one image. Look. What happened?
Inappropriate, how dare it? Some sexy HTML code you're trying to upload.
Okay. Okay, so this, I use the sample image and I'm going to download the HTML code. Look. Yeah.
Well, there's no project.
Now, let's say you guys, you are becoming HTML5 experts, SAS, all the great stuff on React. What if you used for your projects, you use this as your bootstrap, as your sample application, and the code that get generated, you could generate that for React, right? I'm not saying that you would finish an application like this in a week, but imagine if you get that to work real world, I would buy your app for sure.
Yeah, you start doing something more like standardized, like say you do a Figma file that has a high fidelity representation of what you're trying to do, then the model's gonna get easier to predict because it's kind of.
Okay, so do you want to skip or let them? Yeah, I think should move on. Any questions about this? Because we're gonna move on. Like I said, this lab takes more time, so you can continue at home. But let's move on. I think you understood the idea. I just wanted to show you another app that is a great example. Is for the JFK files. We basically did. Okay. I always forget this. And I know we need to move on very quickly. So Microsoft created this app. The US government released all the information on the investigation of the assassination of JFK. So what we did, we uploaded all those files to Azure, and we leveraged Azure Cognitive Services to index those files, use some OCR to get some cool information. So look, this is a sample app. When I search for Oswald, look what this is doing. This is looking within documents, within PDF documents, text that was actually typed or handwritten notes that had the word Oswald.
That's the guy who killed him?
Yeah. And I can say all the different.
We hired Richie to do this exact thing in Toyota, and you're telling me I could have not hired him and made the software do it? Richie, fine.
No, what I'm saying here is that what we did, this is another example on how you can use cognitive services. You can combine all the services we saw about text, about computer vision to process images, process text, and combine that on a nice application. Another cognitive service that we saw is the ability to identify entities. So not only we are searching for text within the PDF documents, but we are also tagging the different entities we had within the document. Yeah. This example is available to you, is another example in the AI. We have what we call the AI lab. This is a repository with all the cool apps that Microsoft has built, leveraging cognitive service.
Guys, those links, the Boca lab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the labs, you can use them, you know, those at any time. So I think we're gonna skip this one. It takes some time to tackle the images. When you have some time at home or later, you know, you can go back to the labs and do all of that. And you have the credits in Azure. You know, you can do that later.
Awesome.
Oh, make sure you do it.
Yeah, delete it.
And then you can redeploy later when you can actually use it. Okay.
Awesome. Any questions about AI, machine learning, computer vision? Because we are going to switch gears.
Do you have, say you had a resource that needs to detect cats from uploaded pictures and tell me the size of the cats? Do you have a predefined things like that? Kitty, whether it's a kitten or not? Yes.
Yeah, you can identify animals.
But do you have a built-in resource, say that you used in a build conference a couple of years ago?
No,
like
no, you have to build that sample.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to take a lot of time, but it's doable.
But you don't have predefined models?
Like cats specifically, or?
Oh, or a bunch of different things. Like,
Because custom vision is gonna do that. You can do the object detection and train the
but
model.
we have to train it. Yeah. You guys have any predefined models that lets us already do that? Like, I don't know, you know, these are cars, and you predefine all different cars.
Oh, I mean, there is not a, I just want to keep things a little bit simple. There is another Azure Cognitive Service that can describe an image.
Right.
So when you describe the image, it's going to tell you, oh, you have a building, you have a personality, somebody who is famous, we have that. So in computer vision, there is a service to describe image, and you can get that type of information. If you have objects, if you have buildings or animals. Okay. Am I saying that it's going to give you the exact answer on how old is the cat, how tall is the cat?
Yes, he is saying that. I heard it. I heard it say.
I think so. Yeah. He doesn't want to do the work, she said.
Guys, I know we covered a lot of ground today. It's a lot of information in one single day, and it's already 3 p.m. So I'll try to keep things a little bit simple. Serverless computing. AWS, they have a service called Lambda. That is the same thing on Azure. When we think about serverless computing, we are talking about a compute service that you pay per the minute. You don't see the virtual machine. You don't see like on app service plans where you saw the cluster of web servers. You don't see that. You don't see a server. What do? You build your code. You build a Python file, a .NET file. You upload that and you tell Microsoft, run this code for me. Microsoft is going to do something and it's going to be able to run your code somewhere. And normally the type of application that we use serverless computing is in event-driven applications. So let's say every time a message arrives on one queue for, I don't know, a message arrived in my storage because I need to generate a thumbnail for an image. Then I could trigger a Python function to resize the image and create a thumbnail. So that's the scenario where serverless computing becomes very, very popular, is when you want to have event-driven architecture. It's running a piece of code in response to an event that happened in your architecture. So that is Azure Functions. Again, this compares to AWS Lambdas. We also have another service that is called Azure Logic Apps. Azure Logic Apps is more UI based. You don't have to code a lot. It's almost like a PowerPoint or Word. You drag and drop the workflow. And I can show you an example of that. But both Azure Functions and Azure Logic Apps, they are serverless technologies. You get computing power to run a piece of code in response to an event that happened in your application. What is the difference between Azure Function and Azure Logic Apps? Again, this might be asked in the certification, I don't know. One is more code-driven, the other is more UI-driven. Any questions? Todd, do you guys use here at Boca Code any application for doing application integration like MuleSoft or it's like no-code integration?
No.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm using some cloud functions for a couple of the apps that I've written. We've used some in the classroom, but not no-code stuff.
Okay. That's good. I just wanted to make a comparison in case you guys were using MuleSoft, because that is one of the most popular solutions for automation and orchestration of tasks that compares very well with Azure Logic Apps. Like I mentioned, Azure Functions, serverless solutions that allows you as a developer to focus on your application. You don't need to worry about the server. You don't need to worry about the size of the virtual machines. All you gotta do, you write your piece of code that could be in C#, F#, Java, JavaScript, Node.js, PowerShell, and Python. And the pricing is very important. Why is that important? Normally, when we are talking about virtual machines or app service, we are paying by the hour, right? When we talk about Azure Functions, we are talking about a software that could run just for 2 seconds. So in here, we are talking about per minute billing. That's very flexible. And in Azure, we have this notion of a trigger is how your function is gonna run based on something that happened on your solution. So we have triggers for when files are written to a blob storage, We have triggers for just a URL, like for creating webhooks, where somebody just call our URL and we execute that piece of code. And we also have a timer for you to run your code on a scheduled manner. So here on the bottom, we have an example of when somebody uploads a picture to an Azure Blob Storage in the portal, that could be a trigger for a Azure function that could resize the picture and then write to an Azure table storage saying, here is the location of the thumbnail of that image. We have a lab for this. I think we're going to skip this, right, Andres? Because
I think so, yeah. Let's go over the next one.
Okay. I was going to suggest, because I need a 5 minutes break and it's in the afternoon. So if everybody's okay for us to have 5 minutes, and yeah, and we can restart and cover DevOps and module 4.
Well, should we do the questions really quick so we can give one of the?
Yeah, but I think, I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. There is just one more slide. Then
we'll do the break.
Okay. So somebody had asked in the beginning about Azure DevOps, about DevOps. Probably you guys learned here, DevOps is all about planning, developing, testing, and monitoring your solution. For those who have worked with software development, Microsoft had this solution called SourceSafe, which was the old GitHub. SourceSafe. Then that evolved to Visual Studio Team Services, and that evolved to now Azure DevOps. So Azure DevOps is your tool for developing, planning, deploying solutions to the cloud and to on-premises environments. If you work with Jira, Jira is very popular in any enterprise organization today. Azure DevOps is similar to Jira. GitHub, you all know Microsoft acquired GitHub, I think a year ago, plus $7 billion, is a solution focused on the community for you to host your code. And once you have your code available there, you can make that available in other locations. Everybody can collaborate on that. And with GitHub Actions, you can also deploy your code to different locations. What Microsoft has done is that within GitHub Actions, we have created actions that are specifically for Azure. So if you want to deploy from your repo in GitHub, if you want to deploy that repo to an app service, we can do that like you saw in the previous slide. If I want to deploy my code to an Azure function, I could do that too. In Azure Dev Test Labs, these are just automation tools for you to manage your development environment. For example, I could create an Azure Dev Test Lab to ensure that no developer will leave virtual machines on after 6 p.m. because nobody should be working after business hours. So these are the main technologies that Microsoft has for helping you with your development process: Azure DevOps, GitHub, GitHub Actions for Azure, and Azure Dev Test. One thing, this is not being recorded, the roadmap is that a lot of the technologies that we have on Azure DevOps, they're going to be part of GitHub, and GitHub is going to be the main Microsoft solution for DevOps.
Really?
No, Azure DevOps, I'm talking about Azure DevOps.
Okay.
So a lot of the features that we have in Azure DevOps, we are making them available in GitHub.
Oh. Okay.
So in the long term, GitHub.
That's like how Jira and Bitbucket are so tightly connected. You guys are connecting Azure DevOps and GitHub. And it's going to put Jira out of business.
I don't know.
That's a plan.
Well, no, I mean, people love Jira, but don't love Bitbucket.
Yeah.
They want to use GitHub, but they want to use Jira. Now you've got Azure DevOps and GitHub to compete with Jira and Bitbucket. I'm already sold.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I personally love Azure DevOps because in my career, I think it's one of the technologies I've worked most. And I think GitHub does not have a lot of technology that Azure DevOps has, especially for CI and CD. And with GitHub Actions, we are making sure that GitHub get at the same level that Azure DevOps is in terms of CI and CD capabilities. So I'm looking forward to, let's say, the merge of Azure DevOps and GitHub Actions and GitHub. Let's see when that's going to happen, but that is the long-term plan. For your certification, which I hope everybody here are going to take the Azure Fundamental certification.
He's paying for us all to take it, so.
You might as well. I mean,
Yep. He's gonna be pissed. If he pays for it, you don't take it.
why
He's a
wouldn't
black belt, don't forget. Don't piss him off.
I'll flip you.
Maybe I'll make an angry even further. I've already taken the easy 900, so this class is free for me.
That's
I
right.
think with your voucher, you can take any Azure certification you want.
Wow.
I'm sorry, what?
With the voucher that we're going to give you, you can take another Azure certification.
It doesn't, you don't have to do AC 900,
Yeah.
you can do it the next one.
And if have my email, if that code does not work for the other Azure certification that you want to take, send me an email that I can send you a code that works. Say that again?
You want my email address?
No,
no,
send me
not
an
right now.
email in case the code that you receive does not work. Send me an email and I can send you a code, a voucher code for any Azure certification.
How long does it take for the vision research itself? How long did it take for the vision lab to train itself? For the custom image.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Alright, so it's gonna go into like 6 minutes now.
Yeah.
Let's do it really quick and then.
Yep.
You can do it.
Another one of these.
All right, guys, we'll do this really quick and then take a 5-minute
10
break.
minutes or 5 minutes, you dictate that.
The winner gets that laptop, right?
Nice.
Well, this one, whoever wins is gonna get a $25 gift card for the Microsoft Store.
Fantastic.
So,
Which could be used for Xbox if you have Xbox.
oh yeah.
Or Windows PC gaming, any game you want to play on the store. So
Yay!
Ready.
9178.
Ready. 5, no, it's not.
No.
Then you give us the code then?
Yeah, 1 second.
he's gonna share.
Is this something new?
Nope.
This is not working.
Well, it looks like we all get 25 different.
I was thinking about how much money is about to sell out.
No, they're gonna divide it.
Is that right there where it gets the book?
$1.12.
Can you get a coffee at the Microsoft store for a month?
And no surprise, we have one more gift card. So 2 people today will get $25.
Okay, you guys ready? So join menti.com. There is the code. See if I can make it bigger.
Boom.
Oh, God.
45337644 is the code. Menti.com, yeah.
Okay, that code is earlier.
Whoever wins $25 in Microsoft Store. So, you guys ready?
Yeah, that everyone else pays for.
All right, we're going.
Okay, okay.
What's a fully managed global IoT SaaS solution?
First topic that you might explain. Let's see.
Yeah. Let's see if they were paying attention, Yumar.
Yeah. If you don't get it right, it's the instructor's fault for sure.
Oh my God. They didn't pay attention. Remember, IoT Central is a SaaS solution. IoT Hub is a PaaS.
Yeah, I
Solution.
emphasize too much IoT hubs, that's why they.
Guys are
Probably.
so tricky with these. Come on.
That's all.
Who got it?
SaaS solutions IoT Central.
I'm so happy that at least two people.
Who got it right? You were paying attention. Yeah, he wants that gift card.
Remember when I said, oh, no, you're gonna answer that question I had, which is, what the hell's the difference? No, you didn't answer the question, I am the one with the 12 was wrong.
I just saw SaaS.
So you said SaaS and.
Yeah, SaaS, IoT Central is SaaS. So it means it's pretty much a ready to deploy solution. You don't have to do a lot of the configuration in the back, and the other one is a PaaS. It gives you way more flexibility, but then you have to also configure it. The IoT hub. But it does give you way more flexibility. All right, go next. Which one of the following does not accurately describe Azure IoT Hub?
IoT Hub is PaaS, platform as a service.
Oh.
I don't think that was a choice.
Two.
Oh, wow.
Right?
There you go. It's bi-directional, so devices can talk to the cloud and the cloud can also talk to the devices. Bi-directional, send some messages back to the
I
device.
think the instructor did a good job on that one.
Yeah.
Good job, you win.
It was sort of inverse of the other.
Really?
All right. Which of the following is not an Azure Cognitive Services category? So he mentioned multiple categories: text, search, language, or vision. Which one is not?
Oh. Oh, come on. What? How is search?
That's one of the.
The instructor did a bad job.
That's one of the categories.
So we're gonna talk about this one.
Oh,
because-
what?
Yeah.
I'll show you the slide.
Okay,
He presented that slide.
Okay, it's based on the slide.
Yeah, it's based on the
Wait,
slide.
hold on. One of the categories is search. What is search?
There's a search
Yeah.
service, cognitive services for search.
Like you can figure out what's up, what we're seeing. We can figure out what the language is using. You can figure out what text is using. You can figure out what's searching.
No, so basically, for example, if you want, let's think Bing, if you know what Bing is, you want to deploy that in your company to search for stuff in your company. That's one of the cognitive services. You can apply intelligence to the search capabilities. So it's one of the categories in cognitive services to do search of your document. I think you show about the JFK is using search in the back.
Yeah, it's cognitive.
I got scored on that one too, David.
Oh, man.
Well, at least we're voting as a group.
Oh.
Jose got one wrong.
What?
Hey, we're not alone.
Wrong.
We're not alone in this anymore.
Let's see here.
All right.
What enables developers to build applications faster by eliminating the need to manage infrastructure?
Oh.
I just figured yes, so, hey, same as everybody else.
It's computing.
Nice.
All right.
I think both answers are good.
Yeah, the key word there is developers, you see, because software as a service wouldn't be focused on the developer.
So it says there's only 15 people there, but it says I'm in 43rd place.
Well, cognitive service is not that great. Not even on your.
Well, no, Venti's not using that.
How many triggers can Azure function have? How many triggers?
We didn't say this.
2 triggers max, 1 unlimited, or it depends.
I think it depends on the
It always
presenter
depends.
saying whether they
Made
were.
a
Focus on that.
It was on the slide, but it was on the slide, yeah. You can mention it, but it was on the slide.
All 5 of the questions.
Only one single trigger.
I mean, pay attention to the example that I gave, there was only one trigger. Only one trigger.
All right, so let's see who the winner was.
Oh, man.
Whoever got that Xbox.
Oh, Nicole. Oh, damn, wow.
Oh.
Look at you, Damien.
Who was it?
I'm glad.
Nicole, where's Nicole?
Out of 4.
She's online.
Was online?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Nicole's online.
All right, so she's paying attention.
Yeah.
You guys are not. All right, Nicole, so I'll send me your email and I'll send you the voucher for the gift card.
Yeah, all the time.
All right, 5-minute break then before we jump to the next section?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good point.
I should have checked the questions to make sure I emphasize. My bad.
That's the problem. Yeah.
I know that, Jonathan gave you one of these?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, the other
if
one
you
for
need
you,
to-
Mark.
If you want, yeah, this one's for you, Mark. But if check the size of the shirt.
I'll check.
just
Let me
Before
show
you
them
leave.
M. Well, I'll check.
Okay, yeah, we have mediums.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, Jonathan.
It's always that. There's this little temperature that's like between cold, like it's too hot to wear a sweater, too hot to wear a sweater, too cold just to be on a t-shirt.
So they say they do this to keep us awake.
There we go.
Solid pull out.
That's what they say, actually, that cold actually helps.
Yeah.
I don't see how, but.
Yeah, I just get distracted. What do you do at NITI? Do you work there?
Yeah, so I used to have a outsourced development company. That I used to work with a bunch of computer engineers and do like pretty much projects for people. And now I'm working for a company. We work on commercial real estate software.
Oh, is it Rotary?
We built that one actually. We built that one with my other company. Now this one's called Rockwell. So it's a more boring type of thing.
Yeah.
Just because it's like a very niche type of application.
I think CLI, I don't know what
Startup
CLI.
and having people that know
I think that might be the one.
whatever commercial.
So we can
Or
talk about
monitoring.
automation.
Really likes it.
Yeah, it's fun
Check,
from a
is this
development
better- is this better?
standpoint because
Yes.
you get to touch on
Yeah.
like maps, like we get to do.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
heat
love
maps
this.
and all that data aggregation. and-
Yeah.
Code for code.
It's better?
I'm not like very young developer as well.
She's on,
I did the Boca.
she's gonna go-
Did you send her, Mark, Nicole, was she one of the ones that you sent to code to?
And my sensation up until today is like,
Yeah,
I'm like, this is-
I may have her email, I'll check. I like that backpack, it's cool.
At the end of the day, people get pretty proficient at very specific stuff, and there's like so much like room.
Yeah, make sure you save these in.
Yeah, like, I jump into this team and.
Hey, let's get a problem, we can talk.
I know they figure it out, like.
What's up?
I'm gonna fake it, you know?
Fraud.
And
That's
yeah,
why we
if
always
they
feel
fire me,
imposter
they-
syndrome.
Yeah. And if they fire me, they fire me. And as it turns out, I'm the one that knows the most reacting of the whole team.
Wow.
You
might not know the other stuff, but
You're like, okay, go figure, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
And that's how, like, so, yeah, keep chipping away.
Trust the process.
Yeah, a lot of people like to lever down the jargon too. Like, they're like, oh, this and that, and like make you feel, damn, I don't know anything. Like, This is good education, and like, as long as you keep building stuff, it's still.
You get better, yeah.
I like Todd saying, we've done this a million times. We don't know what we're doing, but we've done it a million times.
Yeah.
That wasn't me, that was,
Michelle.
wow.
Yeah, that was.
That should be framed on one of the pictures
I
outside.
might get
It
that.
should be on the wall
tattooed.
somewhere. But then
No
it'll be
idea
like-
what I'm doing there. I'm doing software development. Full stop.
Yeah, she's in our Slack, so I can get it from there.
How about I shake? Gina, that would be cool.
Drew, you're so nice. Drew is the nicest.
I was raised by women.
I don't know, I think he's kind of a jerk. Wait, why do you guys not? Just kidding.
What? I like, one thing I like about Drew is his shoe game.
Yeah, man, nice
He has
mix there.
nice.
You would have, like, the last cohort, you guys would have enjoyed being in with Becca.
Oh, I seen all her fits, her 50 fits. Queen.
Yeah.
Go on her Becca Linux account, and then you'll see her 50 fits. She wore a different fit every single day. for the whole week.
Including a different pair of shoes.
Oh my God.
She got me beat by 20 pairs.
Different pair of shoes.
She got me beat by 20
Every day of the
Outfit of the
50
day,
days of the
policy,
cohort.
top.
She had a different outfit, including different pair of shoes
Just
for the whole 50 days, and she posted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's into like collecting and selling sneakers, it seems like. So-
Yeah.
Well, she's.
That ought to be able to pull it off in a week.
I know. I go like 3-4 days. I'm like, all right,
Let's do this thing. By Wednesday, I'm like, I don't know about this.
She got me by, I got like 30 different
Super
fits.
connection.
She got me by 10 pictures.
Wow.
But the thing about it is that she's also
But she was.
has a very small shoe size, and like there's a lot more clothes that are made for people her size than for me. So like,
Even for a woman.
I have to go thrifting to get a lot. Like I thrifted this jacket, this is my shirt I designed. I thrifted this, and those are the shoes that I got. So I have to like, for me to put a fit together.
What are you shopping in like the ex-basketball star play, shopping?
I gotta go, like this is in the big and tall section at the thrift store. I got it for $6.
That's cool. That's a good deal.
What are the stores called?
Thrift World, there's Record Thrift down in Beachside, there's a whole bunch of little shops.
These are on.
Yeah, these are just local stores.
That service.
Like, I mean, like,
That's
you
good for
take.
the environment too.
We can read that through the Azure function.
Yeah.
Okay. So then the queue will have a message on what to do from the database.
You're on Disney, which I've been.
And then we pull the record.
Well, that's how I have to check it in the store.
You always look put together.
Yeah, no, it's just easier for
You pull those
size to get close, because there's more options. I gotta make sure like, I buy something that's like.
For example,
Six
when
five
I
and
don't know.
ten.
Yeah.
Six
When
five
you go
and
to
ten.
the Azure function, that'd be easy because
It's
you
not
can
hard
have
to
each
get that
message to an Azure function. You can just know how many executions failed.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
I
So
know them like by memory.
I think that's the
I bought
benefit
my
of
shoes, I don't know what I
any.
wanted, like,
What about the
combine,
combine,
like,
like the stand and nobody was. telling
sneakers
us
or
what
kicks,
they were.
I want those new,
You're a
because like,
customer.
those are shoes that people walk in.
I never
and, like,
used to
I don't know.
Each.
Yeah, like, but like, for instance, if I was buying like, for instance, like,
Logic app.
shoes that I know for a
They have a
fact
separate
are
subscription.
worn, and then
Each
you
customer
buy
has a
it
separate
out.
subscription. Yeah, regardless of how many subscriptions you're gonna pay for execution. That's right. Yeah, so doesn't matter how many instances you have, what
It's
matters
just harder
is
for like people.
how many
because I'm not
executions.
just
However,
all
if your
skinny,
Azure
because,
function
you
you're
know,
gonna
most people are
use
tall and big,
as
I'm tall, skinny
it's not
guy.
gonna be
I'm short.
consumption based, it's gonna have service plan.
This fits me lengthwise, but
You
they
have
don't-
to think that
it's like
each
a
customer
little
will need to
bit-
have
so it's
at
harder
least
for me to
one
find, like, this
service
fits
plan.
my
What is the
waist.
minimum that you can pay for it? You know what I mean? Because, for example, if your Azure function needs like virtual network configuration, either you go to with Azure Service Premium, Azure Function Service Plan.
It's like the tallest shade.
So
Even some of the nicer.
it's still going to be,
that really.
core cost execution, right?
He puts them on, but his arms.
If you go with Azure Functions Premium, it's cost per execution.
I couldn't wear any of my.
If you go away and you go with Azure Functions in a app service plan, then it's not for execution, it's for the compute, for the size of the VM that is associated with the Azure function.
That's what I didn't
And
know.
what about the performance? If I scale out some Azure Logic
Yes,
Calculator, is it still going to, cost me more compared to a web job?
True.
I think the way I would answer this, keep in mind that the functions, they cannot be long-running processes, right? They have to finish, right?
It could be long running, I mean, I would say if there's a huge amount of record, because we're dependent on the endpoint of an LMS system too. So if that endpoint is taking a while, to process 10,000 records, it could take me 45 minutes or 60 minutes job to do. So
And do you want to process record by record, or you want to send batches of record?
there's no batch.
I think Azure Functions would be easier. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Ping me on LinkedIn. I can provide you more guidance if you need.
ARM templates? The ARM template is kind of quick.
Where is it? On module 5 or
Yeah,
module?
the upcoming one, the module.
ARM templates. Okay.
Just deploy a template,
Okay.
Show the template.
I'm thinking whether I should get a private or
If you go first, you'll definitely like that.
I cooked for her before.
When my husband cooked for me before, I was like, oh yeah, this is great.
I mean, that was her second game position.
Okay, but like Skylar makes me breakfast in 4 years. He makes me breakfast in bed every single Saturday since the day we started dating. It's my favorite thing. It's real different. He is wonderful. I mean, we actually, it's not every single Saturday because he didn't make me breakfast this morning. But usually I nap after. I usually nap after breakfast, and he knew I needed to come here, so he was like, I didn't make you breakfast because I didn't want you to go back to bed. He always makes like huge breakfast. So I get like really full, and you're still in bed, so you're like.
Andres, did you get the email from Nico? Okay, thank you.
Like when I make waffles, or when I make like French toast. I made a French toast. You don't know.
Just the fact that you cook.
Yeah, no, I mean.
True.
I come from a whole long side of the family.
Skylar's not the greatest cook. But he tries, and he's getting better, and he takes constructive criticism really well. Like, the chicken's real dry, honey, I'm not gonna cook that. He understands.
Yeah.
His breakfast is done.
You know who's the better?
Should we get started?
Okay.
Like I got cooking lessons from my mom, my grandma, my dad stepped in the kitchen.
Folks, we only have 1 more hour, so let's get started. We're planning to finish around 4:30, okay?
Hey, guys.
Guys,
When do you think would be taking the certification?
what?
When do you think we'd be able to take the certification today?
Andres is gonna cover this. So what we recommend is that after today, you go through the Azure Fundamentals learning path. It's 6 hours of training online. Go through that course, 6 hours, then go and take the certification. So the answer for your question is, if you can invest 6 hours this weekend to go through that learning path, you could take the certification on Monday. I just want to make sure that things that we didn't emphasize, like the one that we didn't get right on the quiz, that you don't miss those. So that's why we recommend you also go through the learning path.
What's it called? This learning, it's just the 6 hours.
Okay, I will do this right now, Andres, so it can save time. Oh, you're not seeing my screen, right?
No.
We'll just run through the 6 hours now.
There is an option. Okay, perfect.
The wireless option that they're on Windows, it's easier to.
Okay. So we are going to skip this Microsoft Learn because Andres has a slide that covers that. So please. Yeah. Microsoft Learn is our portal for all the trainings related to certification. Okay. So we are going to talk about module 5, management, governance, and security. And I think we're going to spend 30 minutes on this. Then Andres is going to spend an additional 30 minutes on the final module. What we're going to talk about here is the management tools we have, in addition to the Azure portal that you all have been using. We are going to be talking about some identity solutions we have on Microsoft Azure, governance and security, which, similar to machine learning, is one of the top of mind for any CTO in any large organization today. So when we think about the Azure management tools, we have the Azure Resource Manager, or ARM. That is the management layer that you use to create, update, or delete any Azure resource. So you can think of that as the API that you use to manage Azure resources. Regardless if you're trying to provision or delete a database, a web app, or a virtual machine. Now, the tools that you can use that can talk with that API, you just use one tool today, which is the Azure portal. That is one tool. We also have the Azure PowerShell. We also have the Azure CLI, the command line interface. And you can also call the REST APIs from the Azure Resource Manager. We also have SDKs based on your programming language. So if you don't want to know what is the exact REST endpoint for creating a virtual machine, for training a machine learning model, you just use that specific SDK. That is the example we saw, the Python code to do the training and the prediction of the computer vision image. Again, Azure Resource Manager, ARM, is the layers, the API, and then you have different tools that can talk with that API, including the Azure portal. In AWS, you have this notion of cloud formation, which is how you define AWS infrastructure as a code. On Azure, we call an ARM template. An ARM template is a JSON object that represents your infrastructure as a code. It's very easy for you because you can automate your tasks. You can make your deployment something that you can repeat. It can help you with the orchestration. It has built-in validation for your JavaScript, for your JSON file. So if you're using VS Code or other tools to edit the ARM templates, we have validation, some IntelliSense. So this can be like a programming language like experience for you. So is this the lab you wanted me to do?
Yeah.
Okay. So this should be a very quick one. What we're going to show you is how you can deploy a virtual machine using an ARM template, using an infrastructure that is defined as a code. Should each person try to do it on their own, or everybody follows me?
I think let's do it, everybody. This one is a quick lab.
So everybody will try to do on their own? Okay.
Boca Lab 8.
Boca Lab 8. For those watching, let me...
Yeah, and I think the takeaway here is, I mean, you've seen how we're deploying stuff in the portal with point and click, you know, fill out information and then deploy. With the ARM template, what Umar is gonna show here is, you know, you can code all this into a file and then send this to Azure and say, here you go, Azure, deploy this. And then everything, VMs plus networks plus, you know, anything that you want can automatically be deployed by Azure. You don't need to go on point and click every single resource. The real world, you know, companies, that's how they do it. They don't go on point and click. When you're learning, it's fun to use the portal, but then once you want to put stuff in production, you want to make sure that it's templatized, that is, you know, in code, that it's easier to manage and faster to automate.
Okay, so let's do that lab very quickly. I will show to you, try to do on your own too. So Boca Lab 8. First thing we gotta do, we want to go to the link here that says Azure Quick Start Template Gallery. What Microsoft has, we have a gallery of a lot of templates. So let's say, because Andres is an expert in MongoDB, he has already defined a template that you can deploy MongoDB in a highly available environment on Azure. And he made that available here on the Azure Quick Start templates. So in here, we want to search for the one that says deploy a virtual machine.
That was just an example. I'm not an expert in MongoDB.
I was excited because you
know the basics for that.
Did it have a?
I think there's a link.
Oh yes. Let's see. Yeah, the link is there.
So we're implementing infrastructure as code.
Correct.
Correct. Correct. So like Andres mentioned, if you look here on the lab instruction on step number 3, this link, deploy a virtual machine, already sends you to this URL that says deploy a simple Windows VM. Of course, because this is infrastructure as a code, you could see the definition, the JSON file that defines your infrastructure on GitHub. For example, you're gonna have some parameters on what is the username, what is the password. But let's go through the portal because it's easier for you to see. So once you are in this URL, we're gonna click on deploy to Azure. For me, it's gonna fail because I'm in the wrong organization. It's gonna work now. Okay, so look here, even though that this is an ARM template, it's an infrastructure defined as a code, in the ARM template, we already defined what are the variables, what are the information that somebody needs to create a virtual machine, like the virtual machine name, the username. So what we are suggesting here, you're gonna click on Edit Template, and you can go to the variables section, and where is the VM name?
Line 94.
Line 94.
But I think you look at the parameters, right?
Yeah.
It's parameters.
Oh, okay, you're right. So I have to go back.
It does not like to follow your instructions.
I actually like it's just my memory is getting worse and worse. So
There's multiple ways to skin the cat.
so okay, so in here in the parameters file, we are gonna look for the VM name, and it has a default value of simple VM. So I would say Andres is amazing. And I'll click save.
No, damn.
Look what happened. It already changed the UI, right? But again, we just wanted to show you how you can easily change the definition of your infrastructure and change some of the default parameters. For example, one of the good things, a person like me, a developer who is extremely organized and sometimes too much, I love naming conventions. So one of the reasons why I love ARM templates is because I can provide these default names for the variables, so we can have naming convention across the environments. Let's say every VM starts with a VM. Okay, so let me just quickly look on the instructions. What else should I follow here, Andres? I don't remember. I will create a VM. Yeah.
This,
No, it's just an
8, I think.
Yes. Thank you.
So it's possible.
Okay. Okay.
Filling out the parameters.
Okay. Okay. So we changed. Thank you. We changed the default parameter here to say that Andres is amazing. Similar to what we did before, we're going to create a resource group.
There's
RG.
some templates that just create the resource group for you, where you don't have to manually create it yourself.
No, that's the one thing that you do need to create a resource group, because when you deploy a template, you specify which resource group you want to deploy those resources.
You can have a resource group that you always use.
Correct.
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 Doesn't have to be a new one each time.
It doesn't, no.
my gosh. Oh, and you see, I think on this, there's another cool thing. On this template, I think we defined some requirements for the password, right?
Well, it has to be at least 12. Yeah.
Because I use this same password for other VMs and it works. Okay,
Yeah,
so.
that template, or it's a big, it's there, right? There you go.
Okay. Public IP, so I'm just gonna leave the default options, basic, review and create. Cool. And we are gonna click on create.
So let's say you created some infrastructure in the cloud and you wanted to turn that like infrastructure into a template to use for other infrastructure.
You might show them how to do that.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to show you. Let's see if I remember. So let's go to a resource group here. So resource group, something failed with my deployment. So I'm gonna go to.
The name was too long for a VM.
Okay. You see, I wanted to use. So you see here, I am in the resource group. Okay. On the top right corner, I have the JSON view. But that is just for the top item, just for the resource group. What is
I think you will go on the way to
properties? Yeah, export template. Yeah. Here you go.
So after I built out all of this, I can just export it as a template.
Correct.
Now if I'm
And
doing
then you can
something,
reuse that.
reuse that template for.
Modify the names, modify whatever you need, and then deploy that new template.
That's it.
You will see a developer spending a week building all this nice code, and you, because you're smarter, you go through the portal, you build everything, and you just export it.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, because I was like, the amount of time it would take to build out all of it.
And then you tell the customer for 4 hours to do
You don't even need to use Terraform with this.
Yes. Right.
It's a good question because Andres and I, we work with a lot of customers who have they are in multi-cloud environments. So that's a scenario where you would use Terraform because you want to deploy to AWS, Google, and Azure.
Yeah.
But if you're only deploying to Azure, ARM would be enough for you.
Great. Cool.
And even in ARM, there is an extension for you to run a script from Terraform.
What percent of your clients do you think are using Terraform?
I work with like startups, companies from
they're
this.
not, yeah.
A lot of them are Ansible,
Oh, really?
and because most of these startups, they are working also on AWS and Google, and they leverage Terraform and Ansible for them.
I thought it would mostly be like the large enterprise that are using Terraform.
I think it's the opposite.
Really?
Large enterprises, they commit to Microsoft, to a cloud provider, while startups that have to go where their customers are, they got to deploy where customers want them to deploy.
Great. Okay.
That is my experience. That's what I see with ISVs. I don't know if you disagree, Andres.
Yeah, usually I see manage 1-2 clouds in a customer. Yeah, I think I was telling this thought. I see a lot of AWS in enterprise customers and Azure. GCP with large companies is catching up, but I'm not seeing too much GCP in large customers.
Okay, so is everybody following the lab? How close are you to finishing the lab?
We have the same error as you do with a long name, but we get it.
Okay. I wait everybody to finish. This is a very basic lab. We just wanted you to understand how you can define the infrastructure as a code. And I'm glad that you mentioned how you can do the reverse engineering, how you can get an infrastructure that is already defined on Azure, how you can see the ARM template
for example, the project. So I've seen buttons on GitHub where it's like, here, deploy this project onto Azure. Is this doing that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
This one, you see here?
Azure, it has a template in the back.
And you could also go and say, and here, pull from this GitHub resource and publish it.
Correct.
Here, this is exactly what you're saying.
Right, beautiful.
And again, this is just a simple VM, but think about infrastructure that have multiple VMs and load balancers and networks, and you can go to all this and deploy the template and
Look,
have this in minutes.
Yeah.
if you look here, more than
Docker images. Are you, yeah, I'm sure it's also just as easy to like deploy a Docker image, right?
I mean, you have to, it's not gonna build the Docker image, so you have to have the Docker image somehow. But this can take the Docker image, push it into, let's say, an Azure container registry, which would be like a private container register. And then, maybe your Kubernetes can pull that image, or container instance can pull that image from there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is when things start to become more interesting, like especially for highly available environments. I was looking for one, let's say. Yeah, look, deploy Mongo on Ubuntu VMs. This is multiple VMs. So you're deploying Mongo in a highly available environment. That's the one that I said that Andres built, but he didn't.
He'll take credit for it. Huh?
Yes. Look, here's the topology for this. Yeah, this.
You have 10 minutes to finish your morning.
Yeah. I was waiting for people to finish the lab, so should we keep going?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that we have the labs available, so we can always go back.
You can
and
go
follow.
back and do those labs whenever you want.
It's kind of hard, I think, to like follow the lab and follow like you guys
Especially at 4 p.m.
on a Saturday.
Yeah, on a
So
Saturday.
it's like it's easier to either watch you or do the labs. So we've got the labs we can do it out there all the time.
I think for ARMS, you guys understood the main concepts and how you can do both ways. So we're good. So Azure Advisor, this is like UMaR's, Andres, intelligence, 10 years of understanding of Azure, encapsulated in a tool with best practices for you about your environment.
What do we need you guys?
I wake up every day thinking about that, like. So yeah, what Azure Advisor is going to do, it's going to analyze the resources you have deployed on Azure, and it's going to make recommendations based on best practices. It's going to make recommendations based on high availability, reliability of your resources, based on security, performance, cost, and operational excellence. So let's say Azure Advisor could look that you have virtual machines that have, no, let's not use virtual machines. Azure Advisor could identify that you have storage accounts that have public endpoints. Normally, when you're working with storage accounts, S3 buckets on large enterprises, you don't make them available on the internet. You make them available only through a VPC, through a VPN. So these are the type of recommendations that Azure Advisor can provide. Also, in terms of costs, let's say you have deployed a virtual machine with 52 gigabytes of memory, but Azure Advisor sees that you're only using 24. And it's going to show you on a single report, UMaR, why are you allocating these VMs, these sizes, since you don't need them. So again, it's going to provide recommendations based on best practices around security, performance, and cost. There is another lab here. We're going to skip this lab. You guys can go through this. It's very simple. You deploy this and you deploy a VM on Azure, and this is going to provide recommendations on the endpoint of this VM that should not be available. So Azure Monitor is another Azure service to give you telemetry about everything that happens on Azure. When we deployed the IoT Hub sample, you guys saw that we were tracking the amount of messages that were being sent to the cloud. That was a type of metric, that was a type of information that Azure Monitor collects. So as a developer, when you use a library for logging in your application, you can think of Azure Monitor is that library for tracking everything that happens on Azure. So, but when we think about Azure Monitor, you got to think about two types of telemetry. One is telemetry about application. How many people are trying to access your web page is one thing, versus what is the CPU usage of your VM. So that's why we have application insights, which provides information about your applications and Microsoft applications like Azure IoT Hub. And we have log analytics that will provide information about your infrastructure. Based on these metrics from application insights and log analytics, you can create some actions. Let's say every time that a virtual machine reaches 95% in CPU usage, I'm gonna text Umar that he gotta go and start working again. Or every time there are 100 requests on my IoT Hub, I gotta send Umar an email because he has to do something. So you can also automate your process. Let's say every time a virtual machine is having high CPU usage, I could deploy another virtual machine. I could do auto scaling. And of course, with Azure Monitor, you have some predefined dashboards, but you can customize and build your own dashboards. This is very basic in terms of information we collect. We have metrics, numerical values that you can do aggregation, you can show on a graph, and we have actual logs, which you can think as a record on a table where you can collect multiple informations about a single event. So for example, when somebody logged into the virtual machine, we are going to create a log that has the name of the person, the time that the person logged into that VM, and the location. Versus a metric is what is the average CPU usage for this specific VM. When we think about creating alerts, creating some automation, you normally do that against metrics, right? Because a log, you have multiple columns for that log. Like I mentioned, everything on Azure is gonna collect information within Azure Monitor, the type of information, again, metrics or logs. And you can see here on the right that you can collect insights, you can collect information from applications, from containers, from virtual machines, and other Azure services like Azure IoT Hub. You can visualize the information from Azure Monitor within the Azure portal, but if you use other tools like Power BI, you could view that information within Power BI. Rishi and I, we were discussing that he is working on a project where they want to collect telemetry from multiple customers. So how could he do that? So I suggested that on Azure Application Insights, you have a feature called Automatic Export, where you could send the information from all the customers to the same Azure Synapse or Azure Data Lake storage, and then you could build a Power BI report on top of that data lake. We also have tools for you to explore this information, the Metrics Explorer and the Log Analytics within the Azure portal. And like I mentioned, you can respond to these metrics using alerts or auto-scaling. And again, you can integrate these metrics with other Azure services like Logic Apps or calling a webhook, calling your web service when, for example, the CPU reaches. Thank you, sir.
Talking about the model.
Thank you. So you see, this is auto scaling. This is
right there.
Proactive. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This action would enter into his analyzing the information and then responding and integrating with. Yeah, you got the idea. This is another Azure capability, and I recommend you remember this one because I know they tend to ask this in the certifications. This is called Azure Service Health. This is information about the availability of Microsoft data centers, Microsoft virtual machines. You want to know, oh, the Microsoft data center in Virginia is up and running right now. Oh, there is an outage affecting this storage account in this region. The Azure Service Health is where you go to see that information. Information about the availability of the Microsoft infrastructure, Microsoft services.
Region?
Per region, per service, you want to know, is the Azure SQL database up and running? Tells you that. First thing, if you are supporting an application running on Azure and people call you, something is wrong with my application, the first thing you got to do, go to Azure Service Health, see if there is something going on in that region. Ideally, your application will have high availability deployed in multiple regions, and you don't need to worry about that, but I know this costs more, and sometimes you might not have your application deployed in multiple regions. Multiple information, and let's say there is an outage, there is something going on. Microsoft tries to provide for each event the explanation on what happened, when happened, and the root cause, the region. That is important, especially if you are in a support organization and you need to send communication internally explaining what happened. It was not my fault. You can just forward a screenshot of the Azure Service Health dashboard. Any questions about monitoring and monitoring your application, your infrastructure versus monitoring the availability of the Microsoft data centers and services? Nope. I'm technically behind, so how many more slides I have? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll try to make sure we hit a couple of topics that are in the quizzes. Remind me. So Azure Active Directory. This is similar to AWS Cognito, okay? This is the Microsoft managed identity and access management service in the cloud. It's used for authenticating employees, authenticating consumers, customers. It provides single sign-on in the cloud. If you guys work with OpenID Connect, OAuth, all these great things, these are capabilities that Azure Active Directory has. It provides capabilities for you to manage your identities for B2C scenario, business to business, business to consumers, and it also allows you to manage devices. At Microsoft, we believe that identity is your control plane to manage security across your organization. Could be for managing security for your devices, for the credentials of your users, and your servers. Very basic authentication is the process of validating that UMAR is UMAR versus authorization is validating that UMAR has access to these and these resources. So one of the key capabilities of Azure Active Directory is multi-factor authentication. You know, for basic authentication, you normally use something that you know, which is your password and your username. When you talk about multi-factor authentication, we are talking about something that you have or something that you are. Conditional access is a capability of Azure Active Directory where we, Microsoft, we are collecting signals from users who are authenticating to Azure Active Directory. For example, we know which groups the users are, which IP the users are coming from, which locations the users are coming from, and which applications. So let's say if Umar signed in this application at 1 a.m. in Florida, and at 2 a.m. he tried to sign in for a different application that was using Azure AD from Russia, probably there is something going on. That is not a standard pattern for Umar to be traveling to Russia in 1 hour, right? So these are the type of capabilities that conditional access can allow you to add to your application. So you can restrict access based on user and group, IP locations, and detect certain types of risks. Any questions about Azure Active Directory, conditional access, and multi-factor authentication? No? Okay. In terms of governance, this is very important. I think everybody here wants to work in very impactful, large projects, right? Regardless if you're working for a startup or if you're working for a large international bank. Normally, when you are working on a very impactful project, you have multiple people working, supporting the same project. So you gotta think about governance, how many environments you're gonna have. You wanna make sure that the developers cannot access the databases in production with real world data. You gotta make sure that you have the dev, test, and staging environment. So when we talk about governance, it's about you implementing security mechanisms to make sure that the right people can access the right resources and only the resources that they should be accessing. So when we think about the concept of a role-based access control, you are logged into Microsoft Azure, you have an Azure Active Directory tenant, okay, which is associated with your subscription. So in each subscription and resource group, you can define which user can access those resources and what is the level of permission that the user can have. For example, Ilmar should have the permission to create and delete virtual machines. But Andres, I think he is very junior on managing virtual machines, so he can only read the virtual machines, which is not true. But that's the type of granularity you can have in defining the security, the controls on your Azure resources. There is a lab for this we're not gonna do, but this explains how you can restrict a user to only be able to create a virtual machine, but the user cannot delete a virtual machine. And there is also a scenario where you have full access to a subscription, but you cannot grant access to other people to a subscription. There is this, we also have this capability. You can lock Azure resources to prevent updates. This is very used, especially if you are trying to follow some compliance requirements. This might be a need. You can also tag resources, regardless of which Azure resource type you're creating. Could be a virtual machine, could be an app service or an IoT. You could define a tag, and tags are very helpful, especially for cost management, right? You could have a tag based on the department, and you know, people from the finance department are spending more than the people from the marketing department. Or you could use tags to understand.
Have you ever seen that be the case? Marketing is always.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I didn't think about that, but you're right. You're right. Final one is Azure policy. This is very important. Azure policy is going to help you enforce standards across your organization. For example, you could define policies related to compliance requirement, related to cost and management. For example, I work in healthcare. And in healthcare, all the communication needs to go through HTTPS, right? SSL. So I could create a policy that no virtual machine in any production subscription should have endpoints that are not HTTPS. I could also create a policy that prevents developers from creating virtual machines that have more than 50 gigabytes of memory, because I want to save in the cost. And also I could create a policy that prevents people from creating virtual machines that use GPU, because GPU is very good for machine learning, but they are very expensive. So when you think about Azure policy, think about rules that you implement in your environment to enforce that developers, the administrators, will do something in the environment or will not do in the environment. There is a lab for you to create a policy. And this policy in the lab, it prevents people from creating resources in any other region not than Japan. So you could say, people in my organization can only create Azure resources in the East US because all my customers are in the East US. So these are the type of policies you can create. And the lab, again, this lab shows you to only allow people to create resources in Japan. And Azure Blueprints is a level higher than Azure policies. You can think of a blueprint, as the name implies, is a combination of the environment, the roles that you have in the environment, a template, and the policies that should exist in that environment. So for example, you could have a blueprint that defines your staging environment and your production environment. You have that defined as infrastructure as a code, and in your production environment, you say, I only have reader access and database access with encrypted data. I could define those roles, and I could have a policy defining that blueprint to ensure that in my production environment, only the people with those two roles have access to that environment. Yeah. Yeah. I hope the quiz does not ask.
No, I just checked.
Awesome.
Well, I'll show you guys after we're done, where the Microsoft Learn, you can go over the details on this topics, right? Here's your computer.
Thank you.
Is that my charger?
That is his. That is his. Yes.
What's in mine? Is it yours? Where's mine?
I don't know.
And let me start the video here. Okay. All right.
All right, let's do this, guy.
Let's do this. Almost there, guys.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Question 16. Remember, $25. Which one is not a type of recommendation Azure Advisor would provide?
The instructor covered that one.
Oh, no. Reliability, security, user experience. Which one is one that Azure Advisor would not provide?
Time's up. Boing.
There you go. User experience is not something that it would provide, but it's going to provide recommendations on cost, reliability, and security.
I can provide.
Yeah. There you go. All right, let's go with the next one really quick.
What are the two basic data types that Azure Monitor supports? And Umar covered this. Logs and metrics, logs and records, metrics and records, or numerical values and records. What are the name of those?
Oh, wow. Now it's actually showing up.
Oh.
Logs and metrics, that's correct. Good job, Umar. People were paying attention. Let's see. Something evaluates the impact of Azure services issues with guidance, support, notification, and updates. Is it advisor, service help, monitor, or policy?
Just sounds right.
Ooh.
Service health.
No.
Service health.
Azure service issues.
Yeah.
Not your applications, not your infrastructure.
All right. One more here.
Okay.
Which of the following protects your Azure resources from accidental deletion or modification? Again, Umar covered this. This is RBAC, this is resource logs, tags, or Azure AD conditional access. From accidental deletion.
I didn't use that word, but.
No.
Resource logs.
We all did that. We all clicked too fast. It was like.
Accidental deletion. That's what resource logs are for. Okay, final question of the day.
Then who defined the winner?
Let's see. Is Microsoft Azure's cloud-based identity and access management service. What's the name of that service?
The instructor over there.
What? The instructor covered them all except the last one.
So it means it's not the last one.
Azure
Wow.
Active Directory. Azure Active Directory. All right, let's see who the winner is for another $25 gift card. Let's see. All right. If you don't mind. Yeah, to the other person, yes, but we need his email so we can send you the gift card. All right, good job, bro. All right, guys, let's bring it home. Couple more things to cover. 10 minutes and 15 minutes, we'll be done.
What'd you say?
Well, I gotta leave.
You got cool your head.
No, I actually have to leave. I have to leave.
Oh, literally.
Exactly. That's crazy.
Is it there? Yeah. Shoot.
Yay.
Lost it. That's not it. All right. Okay. Really quickly, let's talk about cost. So final module, planning and cost management. So we've deployed resources and, it's very easy to deploy stuff in Azure. You guys have seen it, point click, and resource deployment. But there's some costs associated with resources. So what are the 6 primary factors that drive cost? One is the resource type. So each resource type has a different pricing model. In the case of VMs, you're going to be charged by the hour. In the case of an Azure function, you're going to be charged by the minute, as Umar mentioned. A database, you're going to charge for how much data you're storing. So each resource type is going to have a different billing and pricing model, okay? The subscription type also affects how you're going to be charged. In organizations, there's different types of subscriptions. Some subscriptions are used for development work and you have a lower cost. It's called a dev test subscription. In the case of your subscriptions, what you have some free credits, so you're gonna see also some savings there. So the subscription type is gonna determine what you're gonna be and end up paying for resources. The location, same thing. Each region has a different price. So a VM in East US might cost different than a VM in Brazil, for example. My understanding is Brazil is one of the expensive regions
Brazil is expensive for everything.
for whatever reason. Yeah. So it's cheaper to do something here in the US than do it in a different region. The next factor is bandwidth. So you might gonna mention this is any data coming into Azure is free. We don't charge you for data coming into Azure. But anytime you take some data out of Azure, there is some cost associated with that. And by the way, this is with any cloud provider. It's the same thing, AWS and Google. I mean, it's kind of the way it works. You want data, you want to use our services to bring the data, but once you want to take the data out, then there is some cost with that. It's just an incentive for you guys to bring the data into the cloud, right? Reserve instances is something that can be used as well. So if you know that you're gonna need a VM for at least 2-3 years, because you have an application and you know you're gonna use that, you can pay upfront or reserve those VMs. And that gives us the ability to do capacity planning for our data centers. And then you get a discount, sometimes up to 70%
But
on
even
the
if I
cost of the
don't
VM.
use them, like I'll need one next year so I can reserve it?
Yeah.
Or.
But even if you don't use it, you're gonna be paying for it.
Yeah, no, I
So it's for workloads that you know this VM is gonna be running for 2 years, that you can reserve that. And then the hybrid benefit, I kind of mentioned this at the beginning. Azure is the cheapest cloud to run Windows workloads. No question about it. Why? Because we don't charge you for the license. If you're already paying for that license on premises, you move it to Azure, and we don't charge you for the license. This is a marketing slide, but pretty much showing that if you take that Windows workload or SQL workload, put it into AWS, you're gonna have to pay the license for that. If you already pay for that license in your data center, bring it to Azure. We're not gonna charge you for the license, okay? So the pricing calculator is a tool that you can use to estimate pricing, how much you're gonna end up paying for a resource. So there is a lab on that, and again, you can do this lab. What I'll do is I'm gonna send you guys the list of labs later, so you guys can go through those. But this tool, again, is before you deploy anything into Azure, you go into the tool, you say, I want a VM with this many disks, this size, how many CPUs, how much memory, and then you can estimate how much is it gonna cost you to run it in Azure, okay? Again, I'll send you guys this lab so you guys can do it. And then there is the cost of ownership, the total cost of ownership calculator. This is more for enterprises that they're thinking about, not just, a small application, but they're doing the analysis of, does it make sense to move all of this to the cloud? It can give you an idea how much does it cost for you to run it on-prem today versus how much does it cost to run that in Azure. All right, I'm gonna skip this section of SLAs.
Yeah, real.
Are there any other labs beyond 13, or is that the last one?
I think that's the last one. Yeah, 13 should be the last one. So yeah, if you go from Boca Lab 1 to 13, that's where you'll see all the labs. So let's talk a little bit about the certifications, specifically the Azure fundamentals, because that will be the basic certification that you will take is Azure fundamentals. So you see the different things that we covered today. We're running out of time, but the cloud concepts, the Azure core services, which is VMs, app services, is going to fall in that category.
Don't forget your microphones over there for the people online.
Don't forget, we like to move around.
It might be easier if you point, like that you use the stick and point to that.
This one, yeah.
Still.
Yeah, you make fun of it now. Soon you'll be like, wait,
Yeah.
I don't have it all the time.
We'll skip this section here, the security section, but I'll show you guys where you can go deeper into that so you can take the test. And then Azure pricing and support, again, just knowing the pricing tool there's a lab on that and how you can estimate the cost. It's not only about, knowing how to deploy stuff, but you need to, for a business, if you're gonna go to your manager and say, hey, why don't we put this in the cloud? The first question is gonna be, how much is it gonna cost me, right? So you guys need to understand that too. So again, these are the skills measured based on if you go to the certification website on Microsoft, you see this list for every certification, what they're gonna cover. Here's an example of another certification path if you wanna take like the developer associate. And I think Yumar said with this voucher, you can take any certification? I think so.
I don't think so. I was just checking. I don't think so. I was just checking.
It just sounded good.
Yeah, I was just checking, but if you already have Azure Fundamentals, send me a screenshot of your Azure Fundamentals and I will try to get you.
There you go.
A real one. Because the price is different. The Fundamentals cost you $90. All the other Azure certifications is $180.
All right. But here's the developer, of course, gonna go deeper. Let me go here. Gonna go deeper into, you know, the platform as a service solutions and cognitive services, integration, all of that is one single exam, AZ204. You can study for that one. I'll show you guys how you can prepare for those certifications.
You guys laughing on Grace, but teaching online is not bad. Teaching in a classroom is great, but trying to do both at the same time
It's
is
tough.
the hardest possible way to teach.
It is.
So props for doing such a great job.
Getting there. And then the solution architect is actually two different exams. So if you guys want to go this one, you have to take two exams, AC303 and AC304. That's kind of like what the path looks like. You take those those two exams, and then you get certified as a solution architect, expert. Yeah. That's the one that internally Microsoft Cloud Architects, we need to take down. What up? Every year now.
3 years, every 3 years.
No, it's now every year.
Yeah, but it's, but you don't need,
My developer is, I don't know. Yeah.
But they're making it easier to renew now. There is, you do it through Microsoft Learn, and I had to renew mine this year.
It's only 15 questions now. That's what, on the Build conference, one of the guys at my company is gonna make a presentation on exactly what it takes. So if you go to the Build conference that's coming up, just look for a recording about how long it will take.
All right.
You're right. I just want to mention, I didn't take those two certifications to get my Azure Architect because I had the MCSE. So in the transition from the old one to the new one was only 21 questions.
Right.
And once you get the certification, like I already had this one, if you want to recertify, it's just one exam, that's it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to take the two exams again. All right, so let me talk really quickly about Microsoft Learn, because this is where, you know, you guys learned some things about Azure and the cloud today, but you're saying, well, now what? How do I get, you know, more information? How do I continue learning? How do I go deeper into all of these topics, right? So Microsoft Learn is gonna be the place to do that. It's completely free. So I'm gonna go to microsoft.com/learn. And by the way, this is not just for Azure, but for any.
We're still seeing Root.
Yeah.
When you think Microsoft Learn, think of Root and a plumbing.
All right. Let me hide this. It's coming up. And again, so this one is not only for Azure, but for any Microsoft technologies that you want to learn. You can come here and everything is free, right? So if you say, for example, you want to get certified, you can explore the certifications here. Let's see what certifications we have. And let's find, for example, there should be I don't see the fundamental here, but let's see, where is it? Let's see the fundamentals for this one. Okay, here you go. Microsoft Azure Fundamentals. It's gonna take you to the Azure Fundamentals page. We're gonna explain what the certification is about, all the objectives that are the skills that I showed earlier. And then if you go down here, it says 2 ways to prepare. One way is instructor-led. Usually you have to pay for this one, kind of like what Umar and myself are doing here. And then the other one is online free. And it shows you the learning path that you can take in Microsoft Learn to prepare for that certification, okay? So if I go into, click here, Fundamentals Part 1, again, describe the core Azure concepts. Then let's click here, and it should take me back to the Microsoft Learn page, and then here you go. So it's 3 modules, it has the videos, it has all the different things that you need
to get certified. So right now we're in this path, describe the core Azure concepts. We can start. And it starts with introduction. It has quizzes at the end. What is Azure fundamentals? All the different stuff is gonna go through here. Everything is completely free. So you can, after we're done here today, go, like you said, I think it takes like 6 hours to go through the Azure fundamentals learning path. And you guys should all be ready to take the certification, the fundamentals certification.
Do they have the same content? Because one is free and the other one is not. So what is the difference?
One is online, free. The other one is instructor. So this one you do it on your own.
Okay.
The paid one is you gotta pay. Microsoft instructor comes and does something similar to what Umar and myself are doing here today. So they come and teach the class for you guys.
But assuming that the actual certification still has a fee, right?
Well, that's what we're gonna give you vouchers for you to take the certification. Yeah, if you want to take a different certification, there's gonna be a fee that you're gonna have to pay for that. So fundamentals, but there is any other certification. If you're gonna go into a solution architect certification, again, there is a learning path for that, and you can take all those different, courses there for free on your own self-learning, and then you guys are ready to go and take this solution architect certification, for example, or whatever you guys are interested in. There is a data engineer, data science certification, DevOps. He left already, but there's a DevOps certification. So all of this stuff is already there. Any other questions about the certification? So I think, Todd, you're collecting the emails, right, of everybody?
Yeah, I have everybody's email for the vouchers.
Perfect. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you all, probably on Monday, you're gonna get an email from me with the voucher that you can then use to sign up to take the fundamentals certification.
Do they have an expiration?
I think it expires within a year, probably, or by
Yeah, I think you should take by December this year.
December this year. Okay. Any other questions in general?
I just want to mention one thing. A certification is important on your resume. I work not only with Microsoft, with competitors, but I work with a lot of technology companies who are hiring people or large customers in banks. And certifications have become very important, especially because the cloud providers like Microsoft, we are making them way more difficult for you to pass. Because the more difficult something is, the more people value it, right? So I just want to say, as somebody who is working with, I don't know, at least 5 companies, different companies a day, certifications do have a value today. And the second is, if you get a voucher and you don't take the certification, I will get offended, but.
Yeah, so on Monday, I'll be sending you guys the voucher so you can take that certification, okay?
Yeah, and there's 2 more people online that want the vouchers as well, so.
How many people do we have? Yeah, we should be fine because we got 25 for this class.
Yeah,
So-
I sent you like 17 so far, and there's like 2 more. so-
Perfect, send them over.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing, it's free and you can take from home. You don't need to
Oh, yeah.
go to a testing center. You see the guidance online, but you can take it from home.
Are they more relaxed with, I remember one time I was in an office with window and they were like, can you cover the window?
Yeah,
They
they are
can-
not that relaxed.
Yeah, they
If
can be-
Somebody enters the room
Yeah.
while you are taking the
Yes.
test, you're automatically
Yeah.
failed. And
I was doing like this in one of the exams and she was like, please remove your hands from your.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm serious, there was a window like this and they were like, cover the window. I literally had to get the paper cover and I was like,
Yeah.
a little bit too much.
I think I was
The whole one.
one time that I had my wedding.
And the software doesn't let you flip out.
Oh, yeah, but there is nothing there, yeah.
You know,
And I usually never take my test.
is how long you have to.
Guys, this is it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. Yeah.
People online.
You want to say something?
I'll just say, yeah.
And just a quick thank you to those online that stayed with us. Appreciate you guys being with us and everybody here in the classroom and stayed with us all day. Thanks so much. One more hand for Andres and Umar. Thank you guys.
just FYI, we don't do this for living, okay?
That's true.